Hello, Assad. How are you doing?
Doc, I'm well. How are you today?
Not bad at all. Quite okay.
Good, good. Did your
I think
go ahead?
yeah, today looks like we are starting on a very high note.
Yeah, I'm excited about the first panel. So I think we'll give
Right.
everyone a few minutes to get in here, and we have about a minute before the 1 o'clock start.
I will say we even provide up to say 5 minutes.
Okay, that'll work.
I mean, but of course you are leading, so you will give us the matching orders.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Hello,
afternoon, Doc.
hello, hello.
We're-
How's
Good
everybody
afternoon.
today?
We are well. We are
Good
well.
afternoon. We are looking forward to starting on a hip hop note.
Mhm. So are we.
We're going to give everyone about 4 more minutes to log into the Zoom.
Right. Sounds good.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I think we're about four minutes after the time we're supposed to start, so we'll go ahead on and jump in here and get the conference started. So, welcome back. And congratulations, you have made it to the final day of the Africa-U.S. Universities Network Conference. They say the third time is the charm. However, Johannesburg Municipal Water Department said something differently. So we appreciate you guys, assisting us as we moved this from an in-person conference or a hybrid conference to something that is now completely virtual. And we hope and we know that we will still present with information that is truly valuable and that we all can take back to our respective homes and change the way we view Africa and U.S. universities working together. So over the past 2 days, we've kind of explored the power of partnerships, the promise of knowledge exchange, and the potential for diaspora engagement. But today we're going to pivot to something that is just as powerful: culture, creativity, and collaboration. So this afternoon we begin with a session that may cause some spontaneous head nodding, maybe a little foot tapping. Hip hop and Afro beats as a tool of cultural diplomacy. And this conversation is something that is very near and dear to my heart. So I'm truly excited to have this conversation. And then from there, we'll move into a broader discussion on how art, performance, and media can bridge communities across continents. We'll hear from our scholars and creatives on whose work proves that cultural diplomacy is not just soft power, it is actually smart power. Then we'll turn towards how collaboration in research and pedagogy addresses our shared global challenges. We'll interrogate the place of Black and Africana studies across geographies and explore how AI and emerging technologies can transform education across Africa and the United States. Finally, we'll examine the funding models that support this vital work, because brilliant ideas need more than applause; they need resources. And we'll close by laying the groundwork for what comes next, including the planning of next year's Africa-U.S. Universities Network Gathering. So, in the words of Barack Obama, I hope we are fired up, ready to go. So let's lean in, listen deeply, and then carry the spirit of this conference with us, not just through the end of the day, but back to our respective homes. So I know Bob will give a brief opening, and then we'll get into our first session of the day.
Thanks very much, my colleague, Dr. Asad El-Malik. As you realize, Asad, today I'm calling you by your full title. And I guess you are not introduced on day one properly. Asad is our diaspora manager at the center, at the African Center for the Study of the US. And I must say, Asad is moderating, but I must say some kind words to him. He's been quite instrumental in actually bringing lots of our participants on board, not just for this conference, but in very many other initiatives. So this is a very welcome kind of part of our center. And as Asad has put it, I think the program looks quite exciting today, because I wouldn't put it in better words than Asad's of head nodding and tapping of feet, and perhaps even singing along, if it is going to be possible. And on reflecting on this, my thoughts were, this should have actually been physical, but I think the circumstances just couldn't allow. Then, of course, we'll run through the program and at the very end have the way forward, so that we kind of wrap up by looking ahead. And I wouldn't want to go, too deeply into anything further than that, other than to say you're most welcome. We are here at your service. I think it would be remiss for me to say we are actually going to develop a report out of this. We are going to share contacts because this is also about networking. And we are going to remain engaged for the period after the conference so that it doesn't seem like we all were very focused on you getting to the conference. And after the conference, we say, okay, we are done. We have ticked the boxes. And from there on, everybody for himself and God for us all, perhaps. But with those welcome remarks, over to you, Asad, to continue from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. So just a few housekeeping things. We're about to experience a great presentation by three very dear friends, I would say. We all are graduates of the same undergraduate university. Dr. Sheppard, Dr. Morrison, and Professor Jackson. But during that, in addition to that, if you have comments or questions about the presentation, feel free to raise your hand after the presentation is over, or you can leave your questions or comments in the chat, and I will attempt to make sure that all comments in the chat are heard. So today, starting now, the hip hop and Afro beats as a tool of cultural diplomacy. The moderator is Dr. Mubuti Mololi, and please forgive me for my American tongue for not being able to pronounce your name correctly, so I apologize again. He's the music department at Wits School of Arts, and the panelists include Professor Cassandra Sheppard from the African American Diaspora Studies Department at Xavier University of Louisiana, Professor Jennifer Morrison, Department of English at Xavier University in Louisiana, and Professor Miranda Myles Jackson, Department of Digital Design at Xavier University of Louisiana, and Dr. Chantal Willie-Petersen, Music Department, Wits University here in Johannesburg. So is our moderator here?
I don't seem to see his name on the
okay
list.
No problem. I wanted to moderate this one anyway. So we will get started and allow Dr. Sheppard to lead us off with her presentation, followed by Dr. Morrison, and then Dr. Willie-Petersen, and then we'll round out the presentations with Professor Myles Jackson.
Okay, thank you everyone so much. Thank you, Dr. Asad, for the wonderful introduction. I am excited for this panel, and this has been a few months, even a year in the works for us to be able to present this. I would like to thank Wits for allowing it so that we could all be here. We were very excited to be able to come in person, and we would like to continue the collaboration between our institutions. So we're here to do the work, and without further ado, I'll get started. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, and we'll go into presentation mode. Okay. All right, so yes, so my presentation is on the Know Your Clap. It's an analysis of bounce beats and disaster by yours truly, Dr. Cassandra Sheppard. Now, this presentation, the Know Your Clap, or this presentation on the Know Your Clap, it is about a particular song that has like a call and clap response to it. And I'm going to be tracking the iterations, like the various iterations of this song as it develops. And what I'm also doing then is tracking the context that the song is deployed in and all of its iterations. Okay, so I'm do I just, okay. All right, so the Know Your Clap is a song that was made in 2004. It's considered bounce music, which is a subgenre of hip hop that is very local in the city of New Orleans in the States. And so we consider it to have a certain sound to it. And the sound is that it all comes from what we call the Trigger Man beat. Now, the song wasn't really called Trigger Man. It is, I have a picture of the CD right here called Drag Rap. But what they do is they sample from this original record and then they riff off of it and make various songs. It's usually considered to be something that is about the party and the club scene and allowing people to dance. However, there are cases where the Trigger Man beat is used for social critiques. So we have a song, for example, in New Orleans, it's called, I'm a curse a little bit, okay? But we in a hip hop thing, so I'm gonna just let it fly every now and again when it's necessary. The song is called Fuck Katrina, okay? Because it's a social critique about Hurricane Katrina and the devastation that it caused to our population. And so with me saying that, you can see that the bounce music subgenre is not just a party genre. It can be used in other forms of social criticism and also creating unity. And so what I'm doing is tracing multiple versions of that song. There's about 4 or 5 different versions. And the way that I'll be doing it, or that I've done it before, is with a content analysis method, where I've gone through and examined the lyrics, I've watched the video, I've color-coded content, and then started to build my critique. Now, my argument about the entire presentation and link through there is that these different iterations of the song expose that there is continuous disaster in New Orleans and in different iterations. Okay, now I'm interested in this because my overarching research is about colonial disasters. Sometimes I'll call it the confluence of colonialism and disaster, but the way that those two come together. But more rigorously, my actual argument is that settler colonialism is a disaster. And this is a bit different because in the field of disaster and emergency management, they do not consider colonialism as a disaster. And even when it comes to Black and Indigenous studies, we're not using the language of disaster and emergency management to discuss the ways that we are harmfully impacted. And so my argument is that settler colonialism itself is the disaster. And so I say that it's the disaster that creates more disaster. I like to use it as an origin and starting point versus the idea that a hurricane just exists and it's natural and man-made. I don't like to be so obscure. I like to trace back these origins to our colonial relationships and show the way that it creates vulnerabilities that make certain populations more harmfully impacted by cataclysms. Okay, so this is the Know Your Clap. My argument is that it exposes continuous disaster in New Orleans. And here we have the original photo cover of the Know Your Clap and other ways that we see that the city is impacted through COVID-19, where we were a COVID hotspot, as well as in the recovery of Hurricane Katrina. And the different variations of the song are going to attack different aspects of these disasters. Okay, now I want to show you a little bit or let you hear a little bit of the original version. So this is the head nod and toe tapping portion. Okay, let's see, how do I get it to, oh, it went past it. It went past it. Hold on. Let's see. Why is that just let me? Okay, hold on for your head nodding and toe tapping. Okay, we'll just do it like that.
Need to kickstart your business? Save. When you purchase an
1, 2, 3, 4. Bust it. Come on. Come on.
This is the know you clap part.
Y'all hear that know you clap? Y'all hear that know you clap?
Okay, now I'm gonna stop it only because of time purposes and to get to all of the different pieces of it. Okay. However, that's the original Know Your Clap. And what you hear is him calling out different neighborhoods in the city. Now, the song does a lot of work throughout. However, I think it's important to note that the geography that he's talking about is different public housing throughout the city. And at the time, they're going through a state of severe urban decline. Now, when I say that, I'm not trying to use like a way of looking at this from a perspective that's like talking about just urban decay, as though it's like usually the word urban is just associated with Blacks. I mean this in like the actual literal definition of urban decay. Okay, so I have it listed here. It says where a previously functioning city or a city part has fallen into disrepair due to a lack of investment and maintenance and population decline. And so during this time, not just this public housing, but public housing all throughout the New Orleans area is in a state of severe decline. We're seeing a population loss of like 15% between the last 50 years around when this song is produced. HUD and Hano, the housing departments that would manage those areas, are in a state of intentional neglect. And so through different lyrics in the song, you'll hear them critique this type of social environment, even if they're using it to be able to unite with each other and say, oh, you hear where the mouth is, you know, you hear where everyone is throughout the city. We're putting in this call and people will be able to respond when they're dancing with the claps. And so the claps is also a form of affirmation or bringing people together through unity. It's a way of acceptance and solidarity. And what we hear is the mapping of alternative geography. I also have up here that we were in the midst of a heroin epidemic at the time. And so people will often dismiss certain lyrics as like, oh, they're talking about drugs and it's hip hop or whatever. But at the time we were going through a heroin epidemic, and the men who made the song were also people who dealt in heroin. So I think that that's important to the context of the song. It's not just the idea that they're creating narratives. It's the fact that this is actually what is taking place, and they're also like putting it on wax. Okay, so then we get the more popular version of the song. They add Juvenile to it. He helps to make a remix to it, and it helps to popularize the song because he's a more well-known artist. He adds a lyric in there that kind of shows what I'm critiquing. He says, we from the dirty, you heard me, your shooter get shot, where the unemployment line is about as long as your block. And so that goes to show that we are talking about severe decline inside of the city. We're talking about proximities to violence, as well as high unemployment rates. And those are some of the factors that would lead people to even consume drugs. Okay, then we wind up with another version of the song. It's the Know Your Clap with Houston. Now they expand the geography each time that they do it. So I should say when they did it with Juvenile, he starts to name other areas throughout the country. And when they go through Houston, they do much the same. Okay, so I'm gonna play maybe just a few seconds. So we can hear the more popular version.
Remix, whack, Juvenile, skip, Alabama. I give a damn if you love it or not, because when I swing, I...
Okay, so I hope you all can hear there then that they're talking about expanding the geography, and they're also using the claps because it brings everyone else in, so that the Know Your Clap, just the beat of it, It's something that a lot of people now associate with New Orleans, and they know where it comes from, and it helps to bring them inside the geography. Now, them expanding into Houston is going to be important because with Hurricane Katrina, a lot, which comes the next year, a lot of people are going to flee toward Houston. So it goes to show that that rap relationship is already proceeding, what eventually becomes a vacated geography. And the areas that they're calling out to inside of the song, those housing developments wind up being demolished, 5,300 units, and it breaks that geography apart. So the original Know Your Clap is talking about severe urban decline and also a vacated geography. Okay, and then just moving on. Okay, we wind up with Hurricane Katrina, one of the largest storms that impacts the nation. Some people call it the worst disaster that ever strikes Louisiana, or I'm sorry, America. It's the costliest hurricane disaster. Over 80% of New Orleans winds up flooded and underwater, and it cost the American people $161 billion. So as a response to the government neglect that takes place, we wind up getting a tribute from a non-New Orleans artist, Mos Def, aka Yasin Bey, and he makes a song called Katrina Clap, where he drags the Bush administration for the way that they've treated Black people during Hurricane Katrina. So I'm gonna play about 30 seconds of this.
Don't tell me 40,000 people are coming here. They're not here. It's too doggone late. Now get off your asses and let's do something. CLR Nation. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bust it.
This is for the streets. Streets everywhere. Streets affected by the storm called America. I'm doing this for y'all and for me, for the creator. Don't say these streets, $1 per a human being. Feel like Katrina clap. See that Katrina clap. Listen, homie, it's Dollar Day in New Orleans. It's for the water everywhere. People dead in the streets.
Okay, so I would play that whole song, okay, if we had the time. However, what it is that you hear from Mos Def is a criticism about the Bush administration, poverty, their role in war, the fact that they were funding wars and not being responsive to the disaster of Hurricane Katrina. And so I have a few quotes here from him, but one that is really big is that he says, and Mr. President, he's about that cash. He got a policy for handing all the N-words and trash. And if you poor and you Black, I laugh a laugh, he won't give you ass. You better off on crack, dead or in a jail or with a gun in Iraq, right? And so this gives us a way of him using Katrina Clap and the claps to have empathy, solidarity with the city of New Orleans, and also to be able to launch a damning social critique, all with the same Trigger Man beat. Okay, now, so I said a little bit about this, and then we're gonna see a more recent rendition of the Katrina Clap with the Corona Clap. And this is from New Orleans rapper D1. He uses the beat once again to be able to talk about another disaster, which is the fact that New Orleans was a hotspot for COVID-19 during Hurricane Katrina. Okay, so I'm gonna play just a few seconds of this as well.
I got them squirts so low. Corona, D1. Look, where Italy at? USA at? Canada, China, we don't play that. It's that Corona clap. It's that Corona clap. I said I'm trying to stay safe, would it please believe, but that Corona make it hard for a player to breathe. Don't wash your hands, you might catch it, water and you stuck. Right now them tickets to Jamaica only $15. Okay, I would play all of that if I could. Okay, because it's in me, I would play all of that if I could. However, I think what I'm portraying to you all is that
the geography continues to expand, and we're able to use the song to be able to make more and more critiques about the way that disaster is operating in Katrina now, or in New Orleans. And again, we're seeing the expansion of solidarity and more representing. And here it is a global community. He also shouts out Africa in the song, y'all. So I just want to make sure y'all know that you are also represented in the way that he's thinking through the global pandemic and New Orleans' place in it. So I just put a little bit more about some of the places that he called out to. Okay, so I argued that all three versions of the song expose societal emergencies in New Orleans and beyond, as we see that they start calling out the streets of America, and as D1 does throughout the globe. I wanted to make sure that I also added the different notable, and I know that there are more, colonial disasters in Africa, because I wanted to then bring in a hip hop artist who's local to Cape Town, who also then has a critique on disaster. And so I wanted to make sure that I made connections around the disasters that colonialism brings here and how it is that your hip hop artists are being responsive to it. Now, it would be perfect if I had them using a Know Ya Clap. And who knows if we can't arrange that, correct? But I did want to go ahead and show this one song by the artist Youngster CPT. He makes a song called Disaster. I'm not going to play the whole thing. However, he has some really good critiques kind of toward the end of the song. So I'll play just a few seconds.
Koi, they got my people kept. Swabby y'all, bitch, read the caption.
Let me make sure I'm at the right point. I think it was here.
Look at the sky and the color is darker. Sex in the city like Jessica Parker. You know the world is in utter disaster. They hope I drop the ball, that'll never happen. You better off wishing for a big disaster. Koi, they got my people kept. Running from the mess, gotta make it fast.
Okay, and so here he does some interesting work around geography, because we see him with the South African flag in front of the American flag at different points. He records the video in New York. However, he also starts talking about his own experience. He's from the Cape Flats, and he says, Koi, they got my people captured. He also says that the world is an utter disaster. And when he says that, from my perspective, looking at colonial disaster as, and especially settler colonial disaster, as being in all of these places throughout the world, when he says the world is an utter disaster, I think about the way that colonialism has impacted the world and where that lands us all in our different proximities to each other. So I say that hip hop provides the language for social critique, representation, and other forms of cultural diplomacy, especially as you see him with the flag. I think that that is very riveting. Okay, so I just want to let people know that in wrapping up, I do have my book. It's about to come out soon. It's forthcoming January 2026, and it's called Settler Colonialism is the Disaster. It's a critique of New Orleans after Katrina and the COVID-19 pandemic. And I would implore you to maybe scan the barcode so that you could get on the waiting list and see more about my book and when it's released. And you can also follow me there. That's my Instagram. Okay, so I just wanted to thank you all for allowing me to be able to present. And I'm going to go ahead and pass it to my colleagues. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sheppard, for such a riveting presentation. Brought me back, because I am a New Orleanian also, and it brought me back to near my childhood, my young early adulthood. So thank you so much for that. I think there will be a lot of questions and comments that will come from it. So we're going to make just a switch. We're going to have Dr. Morrison present next, and then Professor Myles Jackson, and then we'll follow by Dr. Willie-Petersen. We'll close us out. So Dr. Morrison.
All right, thank you so much. And like Cassandra, Dr. Sheppard, I'm so excited to be here with you all. So I'm going to pull up my screen. Oh wait, no. Okay, let me exit out of there. Okay, all right. Okay, all right, I think we got it. All right, so, oops. All right, let me share my screen with you. Okay, all right, here we go. My presentation is titled Haters, Examining the Tensions Underlying a Carnival Anthem. So a few things I'd like to say before I start the presentation officially is I am from Louisiana as well, but I'm not from New Orleans. I'm from a region of Louisiana in the South called Acadiana, and it is the largest city, I guess you could call in that region, is Lafayette. But that particular area of Louisiana is also Francophone, like New Orleans, but it's more rural, right? And that's also something that's going on, and I'm going to discuss in this presentation. In addition, I'll be talking about Baton Rouge, which is the capital city of Louisiana, and the type of rap and hip hop music that exists there, and the correlation of both a rural form of Louisiana music, Zydeco, and Baton Rouge rap, which is sort of, it's unique and different from New Orleans rap, but it shares a lot of similarities. And so one thing to think about when I start discussing this song is to think about, I would like for us all to think about rap as a form of folk music. I know a lot of people don't think of rap necessarily as a form of folk music because it's so popular and it's been in a lot of ways captured by capitalism. And when we think of folk music, we think of stuff old-timey and situated in the past. But the definition of folk music is this: music transmitted orally, music with unknown composers, music that is played on traditional instruments, music about cultural or national identity, or music that changes between generations, associated with people's folklore, or performed by custom over a long period of time. And that is hip hop and rap music. Henry Louis Gates acknowledged in his reissue of The Signifying Monkey, which is a description of the ways that diasporic cultures, their influence is still existing in the culture of African Americans, particularly in the vernacular and linguistic traditions, that rap music, right, is folk music because it exists within the context of that verbal wordplay and linguistic capabilities. So rap music is folk music, and Zydeco music, once you hear it, you will definitely acknowledge and see that it's folk music. So there's that. And also I'm using the term carnival. If you notice, I have carnival colors, purple and green and yellow. But what I'm actually talking about is Mardi Gras celebrations in Louisiana. So New Orleans obviously has a huge Mardi Gras celebration, but Acadiana and Baton Rouge also celebrate Mardi Gras. But I'm using the term carnival because if you're very familiar with Catholic traditions and Catholic culture, South Louisiana is extremely Catholic and Francophone. So what happens is a lot of the culture follows the Advent calendar, meaning during, we celebrate Mardi Gras, which means that Fat Tuesday is when everybody feasts. And then for the weeks preceding Easter, people fast, they give up things, most likely food like meat. And then on Easter Sunday, feast again. And then after that, there's a period of feasting throughout the summer, which are different local festivals. So New Orleans has these different festivals, and Acadiana has these different festivals. And the reason I'm using the word carnival is because this song is played at those festivals as well. So I want us to think about that as I begin. Okay. So here's an overview of my argument. Hip hop functions as a tool of cultural diplomacy when it engages its original folklore roots and narrative storytelling and verbal wordplay. Hip hop has the potential to shape diasporic communities' engagements as a point of contact and representation of reconciliation and interethnic conflicts. And finally, hip hop artists inherently act as representatives and mediators of culture. This dynamic can be both beneficial and harmful, but is almost never neutral. Okay, let's see. All righty. Okay, so I'm gonna play a little bit of the song for you so you can get a little bit of the vibe. This is a combination of Zydeco and Baton Rouge hip hop. And there's cursing, sorry.
This is Zydeco classic, bruh. Never been done like this, never. Let's go. I'ma put my hands up. I'ma put my hands up. Cause I got haters. Cause I got haters. Put those hands up. Put those hands up. Cause he made me greater. God made me greater.
Speed up a little bit so you can hear the singing.
You know you got haters, but raise both hands up. If you know that you're greater.
So you can sort of, so that's Zydeco and that's Keith Frank, right? He's a very popular regional artist from the Acadiana area. And then you hear in the beginning, of course, Boosie, who some of you may be familiar with. So Haters, the song, was released in 2012 on Spotify by 2013, features Zydeco legend Keith Frank and the notorious Baton Rouge rapper Boosie, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to curse here, Badass. Originally, Keith Frank and the Swallow Zydeco band song on the album, they recorded on the album Love, Feared, Respected, and it was released in 2008. This version with Boosie is a remix that is commonly played during Louisiana local festivals, especially Mardi Gras. One of the things I want to think about here is you cannot predict what will be popular with folk culture, right? It's spontaneous. So with this particular hit, it's really popular because it blends two uniquely Louisiana bred genres. So it speaks to that authenticity that is a problematic term for a lot of times for us in academia, but the way that it plays out, people really do want culture that they feel that represents them. Zydeco hails from the Acadiana region around St. Landry Parish and Baton Rouge rap music that is a blend of national and regional African-American music traditions, blues, jazz, hip hop, influenced by the local vernacular. Okay, let me move this over. All right. So what is Zydeco? If you're unfamiliar, and you can kind of hear it, right? It sounds like some kind of country, western, R&B kind of blend, and it is with a little bit of blues. So like the blues, jazz, rock, and reggae, the music of the Louisiana Black Creoles, usually called Zydeco, is a result of a typically American experience that is blended European, primarily French, but also Spanish, German, and English, because these are also the different ethnicities that that immigrated to the area. Native American and African Caribbean musical traditions also feature into this. The American colonial context was basic to the development of these hybrid music forms. Nothing quite like them developed in Europe, where direct contact with African culture was rare and considered exotic. In Africa, the closest parallel is the high life tradition, born of the influence of the colonial French on Native American culture. And that is from Barry Jean Oncelet, Zydeco, Zarico Beans, Blues, and Beyond. Over here. All right. Zydeco is similar to the blues in that the music is often playful, sexually charged, and defined by African-American folk storytelling and traditions. Both genres approach narrating the difficulties inherent in Black life in America with humor and irony. Some of the notable legends of Zydeco have songs called Give Him Cornbread by Bojack, Clifton Chenier, Jambalaya, and Rockin' Doopsie and the Twister, Rock Me Baby. So it's very like, if you've ever, if you know something about blues music and blues culture, like the music can be playful, it can be really sexually charged, it can be silly, but it's definitely rooted in a very specific folk experience of African-American life. Artists like Keith Frank, Chris Ordwin, and Lil Nathan and the Zydeco Big Timers have continued the tradition of engaging African-American musical traditions with Zydeco, remixing popular R&B songs and including rap and rappers into their catalog. Since his debut in 1995, Keith Frank has been one of the most popular Zydeco artists in Louisiana, with hits like Casanova, which, if you're not familiar, that's a remake of the song by the R&B group Levert, and I Got Loaded, which is basically saying you're drunk and you got loaded off alcohol, and What's His Name, often, which is like, who is Keith Frank, right? Often a local festival headliner. Frank draws huge crowds. I'm sorry, let me move this over here. Crowds across South Louisiana. Okay, so one thing I want us to pay attention to is Zydeco aesthetics, meaning like what does Zydeco look like, sound like, feel like? Like, what kind of people listen to Zydeco? And if you'll notice, this is Keith Frank here, this is Clifton Chenier, and this right here is one of my favorites, Beaujacq, the one who sang about cornbread. These are men who sort of look like country western blues singers. They wear the cowboy hat, they wear the big buckles, they wear cowboy boots. They always are featured with their accordions, right? And they are almost always situated in a rural context because that's mostly the types of places that venues that they play. So a little further along in the video, I will show you like Keith Frank playing at one of those venues so you can get a feel of it. All right, here's Keith Frank in specific. And if you'll notice, Have in Love, Feared, and Respected, on that album cover, he is dressed in that traditional cowboy country western dress. But on the other side, he has a t-shirt, like a gold chain, and he's still holding on to his accordion, right? And then also on the Undisputed album, he's sort of like a little looser. He has this t-shirt on, he has a ball cap. And so he's gesturing towards a more urban appearance, which is important because his music is reflecting that. Okay, Zydeco music is played by musical instruments similar to those used in the blues. The use of the French accordion and the Creole washboard, so that's the washboard thing, right, make the genre sound unique. Most album covers of Zydeco artists feature these two instruments as a means of defining the genre. Zydeco artists also perform wearing clothing that combines different aesthetics, like I said earlier. They tend to look like country boys, right? And that's a nod to their rurality. Back in the day, they also wore like these really loud, shiny suits, and that's sort of like a nod to like that blues tradition. So they are very flamboyant, but in very specific ways. What to notice is most likely they are not dressed very urbanly, or historically, they didn't dress in urban styles. All right, so again, Keith Frank, Creole Magazine described Keith Frank as Zydeco's guardian and innovator. It's important to know this because he's like known as an important person, a famous person, a big time person in the context of Zydeco music. And if you follow like local rural Louisiana music, you have heard of Keith Frank. He's played throughout the world. And he's someone, and I'll quote it here, Keith has dedicated himself to honoring the unsung heroes of Zydeco, those who paved the way yet never received the recognition they deserve. This vision culminated in a significant moment when he played with his father for a festival for the first time in 2001. His efforts revived interest in traditional Creole music and created vibrant cultural exchanges and celebrations in space. So one thing to understand is that Zydeco music, it's not that it's on the cusp of dying out. One of the tensions is that it's changing, right? And you can sort of hear that in the music of Keith Frank, that it sounds very much R&B tinged as opposed to like blues tinged. And they're also incorporating more rappers and hip hop to make it, you know, more not palatable, but more representative of that audience. Another thing to understand is that Zydeco music is music of working class people, particularly working class Black and white people of South Louisiana who are very rural, right? So it's a very working class genre, and this is important because we're going to connect it with Boosie's audience. Okay, again, I want to show you a quick video of Keith Frank and him playing at a venue. Okay. I'm gonna move it a little further on so you can
I just wanna rock right now, is all you need to know. I'm not gonna stop right now, so please just let me go. I just wanna rock right now, so point me to the floor.
So one of the reasons I wanted to show this video is because you see all types of Black Louisiana residents and a few white people, right, gathered together in this venue, dressed in very specific ways, some traditional country western dress. And it's really interesting now with Cowboy Carter and all that coming out, people recovering that imagery. But here, like not here, but where I'm from in South Louisiana, people have consistently had that because of Zydeco culture, right? So in addition, Beyonce can trace her lineage back to Acadiana, just saying. So there's a way that there's that in the videos, and there's also people who are dressed in, you know, traditional urban dress, hip hop clothes and all of that, but they're all gathered in this venue two-stepping. And two-stepping is the way that you sort of dance the Zydeco, line dancing and two-stepping. So I wanted y'all to get a vision of that and just pay attention to the aesthetics of the video. Okay, so on to Boosie. If you're unfamiliar with Boosie, and maybe people are not, right? He goes by the name Boosie Badass, and his birth name is Torrance Ivy Hatch. He is a popular Baton Rouge rapper and has achieved national success with his hit songs Set It Off, Do the Ratchet, Wipe Me Down, and Independent. He has also achieved notoriety with his controversial online presence by making homophobic and transphobic comments, and he has served time for drug and gun charges. He was also indicted in 2010 for murder, but he was acquitted in 2012 for these charges. Despite this extremely problematic and troubling reputation, he remains one of the most popular rappers out of Louisiana. Boosie is also credited as defining and shaping the Baton Rouge 2000 rap sound, along with artists Webby and Kevin Gates. And the thing to realize about this is that a lot of hip hop in Louisiana, it has to rest in the shadow of New Orleans, right? New Orleans is huge. It is the epicenter.
Am I able to charge my laptop just for 5 minutes? I have the charger here with me.
Okay, so one of the things that that was important about Baton Rouge rap is that, and Boosie in particular, right, is he helped to climbed out of the shadow of like New Orleans rap music. So Baton Rouge, like New Orleans rap, emerges out of the socioeconomic conditions of Black Louisianans in urban spaces. New Orleans has historically had the most successful and popular acts like Master P, Lil Wayne, Cash Money Millionaire, Soulja Slim, Juvenile, on and on. Both cities have similar social and cultural conditions that shape both rap styles, music, and aesthetics, including dance traditions. The sound that aspiring artists from Baton Rouge claim as their own is known as bounce or dirty South flow. There's a distinct vibe to each rapper's voice. You can hear it with Boosie, which they believe gives them authenticity. Through bounce music, though bounce music is mostly upbeat and aimed at getting people on the dance floor, other forms are more mellow and tell more intimate stories through music. Now, when you listen to New Orleans bounce and you listen to Baton Rouge bounce music, there are differences. And one of the things is that Baton Rouge rappers put their own vernacular spin on bounce. In addition, the type of dances that you do, like jigging is really popular at Baton Rouge. I don't have a video of that, but they're very similar because they're in Louisiana and they come out of the same conditions, but you can hear the differences. Okay. Okay, so I want to show you a video of Boosie to get you a good idea of what you're dealing with and what his aesthetics are. This is one of his earlier videos and songs.
It's out there, everybody who talk about said I'd be dead in jail by now. It's okay though. It's fine. Cause I got me. Come on.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
It was all a dream. I used to write raps in my notebook. A baby G trying to walk like Easy E. Tupac was the shit to me. In my front room trying to sing Joe to see. My cousin Trey, I thought he was Ice-T. Dennis came out, I thought I was Kane B. When the nigga came, no daddy and it really made a man of me. Tried soon, but I dropped out.
So I'm gonna stop it right here, but what I want us to do is pay attention to the aesthetics of the video. Like, he is obviously situated in a working class, lower class background with, you know, around a group of people who are dressing and congregating and expressing themselves in a very specific way that is not necessarily that unique, based off of different rappers coming out of the South. You see him featured at his home, you see him featured with his boys, you see him wearing the rag on his head and all of that stuff. It's kind of reminiscent of Juvenile Soldier Rag, right? So you see him signifying on other different images of rap music out of Louisiana, but he's trying to make it his own by locating that video specifically in Baton Rouge, right? So in thinking about what it means for these two genres to come together, we have to think about what it means to be Black in Louisiana in that particular context. So haters, because when you're listening to the song, they're both talking about haters. And if you don't know what a hater is, it's basically somebody who is jealous or throws shade at you or has ill feelings towards you, usually for no reason or because they're envious, right? So Boosie's haters are different than Keith Frank's haters. Keith Frank's haters are, for him, are people who are trying to limit him as an artist and people who are not recognizing his greatness. And with Boosie, it could be a whole host of things. It could be those things, and it could also be the feds and you know, other rappers and all of that. So, but one thing that haters does is it articulates two different types of Blackness, often mythologized and narrated in Louisiana. One is urban Blackness defined by poverty, creativity, and a strong tie to African diasporic traditions, recognizable as consistent with a national identity. Meaning, when you watch a rap video by Boosie, you can sort of see the connections between hip hop coming out of Atlanta, hip hop coming out of Florida, hip hop coming out of St. Louis, and even, you know, Los Angeles. The aesthetics kind of speak to each other, right? The other is a rural creolized and local experience, usually exoticized and legible in a regional context. The joining of the two musical styles and Black experiences displays the complexity of the Black experience in South Louisiana. However, the song also emphasizes the connections and confluences of these experiences in the lyrics and the theme of the song that combine Zydeco and rap in such a seamless way to create a local runaway hit. And that's very important because Haters was not, it was a Keith Frank song, and then he remixed it, got Boosie on the track, and then everybody just started listening to it every year for Mardi Gras, and then every year for every carnival, you know, or festival coming out after that. And the reason it's so popular is because it does definitely speak to a type of authenticity of Blackness and the Black experience in Louisiana. Although Baton Rouge is about 60 miles away from Keith Frank's hometown, Swallow, Louisiana, this distance historically encompasses radically different cultural expressions within the same state, meaning being in Baton Rouge is walking around Baton Rouge and experiencing Baton Rouge will be completely different than going to Swallow, Louisiana. This is the deep rural South country of Louisiana, right? Whereas Baton Rouge is similar to many different urban cities in the South. This song suggests that these differences are aesthetic. However, within these same musical aesthetics contained within the song, like complicated and nuanced tensions. And so one of the things that you think about, right, is this is a song that celebrates unity, community, solidarity, cultural expression, but Mardi Gras is a time of celebration. A carnival is a time of excitement and partying. What happens when communities who are different in certain aspects experience stress? So here I want to connect to the idea of migration, local culture, and the legacy of climate disaster in Louisiana. Louisiana migrations have been both local and national, with many residents during the Great Migration leaving the state to establish settlements in cities like Beaumont and Houston, and even on to California. There are also smaller migrations where Louisiana residents move from smaller cities like Frank's hometown of Swallow, Louisiana, to larger cities in the state like New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and even Lafayette. Historically, these migrations have occurred due to a lack of economic opportunity or racialized violence, which is consistent with migration patterns for African Americans across the nation. However, in recent years, natural disasters such as floods and hurricanes, most notably Hurricane Katrina and Rita, and the flood of 2016 that affected Baton Rouge and Lafayette, forced many residents to leave the Gulf Coast. These migration patterns also mirrored earlier patterns, with many displaced residents moving either temporarily or permanently further into the state or to Texas and California. However, 83% of Black New Orleans residents were in Texas or Louisiana after Katrina, meaning they were still within the region, right? And a part of the reason that is so is because if you go to Houston, you can find a lot of Southern Louisiana culture there, right? If you go to Baton Rouge or Lafayette or even further up, you're still in Louisiana and you can still access some of your home. Okay. The location of displaced New Orleans residents in the year after Katrina. I got that from Marion Sastry and Jesse Gregory. They did a study and they found that most New Orleans residents had stayed pretty much in Louisiana and the Texas area. Okay, now what are the implications of that? The people who are from these areas, right? How did they respond to this influx of people coming from different areas from where they were from? Due to climate change, Louisiana may face more intense migration and population redistribution. The residents most likely to be displaced are typically those of lower income and of African-American descent, which is to say, if you have a great flood, if you have a hurricane, the people that are going to be greatly impacted are working class Black communities, like the audiences of Key Frank and Boosie, right? These migrations alter the landscape economically, physically, and culturally. That is to say, the group most likely to move are working class Black people. They are the most vulnerable to these systems, right? And this is still consistent with disparities that are historic and a part of the legacy of slavery. On a micro level, this forces different types of Louisiana Black cultures to engage each other during times of stress. And so one thing that, and this is just so I want to add this, is that when Hurricane Katrina happened and then Rita, when people had to move, they chose to move somewhere maybe 40, 50 miles up the road, right? So people from New Orleans would go to Baton Rouge, Lafayette, Shreveport, different areas, Houston, right? And it was tense because these same working class communities are competing for resources with the people who are already there who are competing for resources, limited resources, right? And so there was a lot of tension, and that's a whole different discussion. But one of the things on a micro level is that I think this song shows that there is potential in cultural solidarity, right? When people can sonically engage and appreciate each other's cultures, and not necessarily cultures that are different, but that are regionally specific. When people can come together, like in the song, Boosie says, "I can Zariko now," that is a sign to me, right? That he is willing to adapt to another region's folkways, right? And so that is what the song Haters represents to me, that it's possible, right, for people to have that solidarity. However, historically, in times of stress, that type of solidarity has not necessarily manifested as well as it does in the context of a song. So what the possibility, for me, the song Haters rests in a land of possibility, meaning this is what we could potentially be, right? We could potentially engage and share and connect seamlessly. However, it's interesting that we would look to rap and Zariko to show us the way in that way. Okay. With this, okay. So in conclusion, the popularity of a major artist like Boosie, who has been successful in regional and national context, allows him to have a vast platform. Collaborating with a local Louisiana artist, Key Frank, shows the possibilities of his influence functioning as a cultural mediator for the collective good. This behavior exemplifies regional, national, and global citizenship for Black diaspora communities. However, he is not a model citizen, which unfortunately shows the tension inherent in hip hop culture as a tool of cultural diplomacy. Thank you very much. This particular presentation and the previous presentation are forthcoming in an edited collection called The No Limit Reader, Race, Space, and Place in the Dirty South. And hopefully if you enjoy these presentations, they will be in essay format in that edited collection. And here's my information. You can follow me if you are interested. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Morrison, again, for another riveting presentation on Louisiana. Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Petersen, for making an excellent presentation. Even being from New Orleans, I don't think I've ever heard like a full Zydeco song. So thank you for introducing me to that. Even, you know, because like Louisiana is so close to New Orleans, even though there's two very separate things. Coming up next, we have Dr. Myles Jackson in her presentation.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Let me do a screen share. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, there we go. All right, so mine's going to take a little bit of a slight detour, so to speak. So let's see, my presentation, The Graffiti Effect, Hip Hop's Contribution to Popular Visual Design and Culture. As introduced, my name is Professor Miranda Myles Jackson. I wear many hats. I'm a design practitioner. I've owned my own design consultancy for a little over 15 years now. I'm also a design educator. So I'm an assistant professor of digital design and the incoming department head of the Department of Art and Performance Studies at Xavier University of Louisiana. Let's see here. So that being said, everything that I'm going to speak to, even though it is about music, will be the visuals thereof. Okay. All right, let's go. All right. So firstly, wait, let me make us a little bit smaller so I can see. There we go. So firstly, yes, we all know what hip hop is, but I want to take a deep dive first. So what is hip hop? Hip hop is cultural origins turned musical genre. Oftentimes we don't think about it like that. We just think everything new, everything upcoming, everything wonderful. But in my opinion, it's all cyclical. It's all cyclical. As products of the diaspora, it's all cyclical. So hip hop, is a storytelling format which comes from the griot, which were things that were passed down to us from our ancestors who weren't able to hold on to everything, but the small things that they were able to hold on to, they tried to pass down. So that storytelling aspect. And of course, like I said, it comes from the diaspora and it filters into everything else. Also those African beats and things like that they brought with them from the continent that filtered into, the Negro spirituals and gospel, which then turned into our soul music and R&B music, which is everything in the background of rap music. They borrow, they sample, and all of that comes forward. There was a time in hip hop where you had to have the biggest speaker in your trunk, or you just really weren't a player in the game. So it's all cyclical. Okay, let's go. All right, so the early visuals. We all know that Kool Herc hosted the very first hip hop party in 1973 in the Bronx. And this is actually the very first flyer. The flyers during that time were hand drawn, and this was actually on an index card, were hand drawn and or photocopied, because you have to remember they were kids. They didn't have a lot of money. They didn't have a lot, going on or at their disposal, I should say. They didn't have a lot at their disposal. So their socioeconomic class. So even if they were a little bit older, this was an area that was underserved, and in some cases you could say impoverished. So they really didn't have access to a lot of stuff. And of course, design was not in any ways digital at the time anyway. So it was handwritten. You just kind of passed it around. You were lucky, if you were able to photocopy it. All right, so from there, from our intro visuals, early visuals, then we transition into graffiti art. Okay, and actually, I think I skipped a slide. I did. I'm sorry. So when I said what is hip hop, and we talked about that, hip hop actually has 4 pillars. So there's DJing, MCing or rapping, breakdancing, and of course, graffiti art. Okay, that's what led us into our early visuals. And then when I say intro graffiti art, from our early visuals, now we kind of really start to pay attention to the graffiti art for the first time. So 1970s graffiti subway art is really what I'm talking about, because the truth be told is with anything visual, you can trace graffiti and hand markings on walls back to the beginning of time. But what we're really zoning in on in terms of hip hop is 1970s graffiti subway art. It became the background to the hip hop scene. So they used to call it tagging, and sometimes still do, because the artists themselves would just make art out of their name, or sometimes if they did make additional illustrations, they always tagged it, quote unquote, with their name and things like that. Not necessarily out of notoriety the way we think of today, just putting their name out there, something that they can call their own, or kind of joust with their friends. And of course, at the time, it was considered a nuance, hence that bottom photo there. I hope y'all can see my mouse moving around. Hence that bottom photo there with the police officers. At the time, that was considered a nuisance. There were whole communities, you know, vying to get this removed and things like that. But no less, it still existed. They still found a way to make it happen. A few influential graffiti artists that you still hear about today whose styles really influenced what graffiti looked like at that time and even now. So Des TFA, aka DJ K-Slay. So he was a graffiti artist turned DJ. Phase 2, whose work really exemplified and caught on in terms of it lasting the test of time and still being copied to this day. Claw Money, and that's actually her there to the right. So Claw Money became known as a graffiti artist because of the use of the claw imagery. She said that she wanted to do that to give the female MCs kind of a voice in terms of the graffiti that you were seeing. But she's still an artist to this day. She still shows her work to this day, and she's become a little bit more pop art, having come in combination with and joining forces with different brands to create work for them and illustrations for them. And of course, well, as most of us know, if you follow hip hop at all, Fab Five Freddy. We know him as being the very first host of MTV's very first hip hop show, Yo MTV Raps. But what people don't know is he's an artist, and he was a graffiti artist well before he was the first host of that show. And even to this day, he's still an exhibiting artist and sometimes goes by his actual name. Sometimes you'll still see him interviewed as Fab Five Freddy, but when you see him in galleries, it's sometimes by his actual name. All right, so at some point, graffiti and party flyers began to merge. Okay, so, and actually, remember I mentioned phase 2. This is his piece. This is his piece here to the right. So when you see the graffiti and the party flyers begin to merge, you see a lot of bold, hand-drawn typography. Because remember, they weren't working with a lot. Things weren't digital at the time. So a lot of bold, hand-drawn typography. You also see a lot of thick slab serif typefaces. Okay, hence the one here at the top. Okay, very thick, very, when I say thick, I mean wide, very thick, wide set slab serif typeface. Also, again, hand drawn, also very bold. Okay, you see a lot of heavy photo collages. Look at this. These are just individual photos because remember, at the time, nothing was digital. So they literally had to cut these out, paste them together, and photocopy it and hope for the best. So you see a lot of this. Look at the collage. It's just images stacked on top of images and interspersed with some drawings, right? And then you sometimes see type used as a pattern. So even though these are images, you still see some dispersed additional decorative typefaces interlaid in there. The word revolution right in here, okay? And sometimes, not sometimes, it's definitely a huge departure from what's known as Swiss typographic style. Now, any designer worth their salt who's been trained as a designer is familiar with Swiss typographic style. It's what we know today as graphic design. Anything you see designed today, television, movies, magazines, websites, all of it very clean, with a focus on hierarchy and overall gestalt and alignment. That is Swiss typographic style historically. So it's a huge departure away from that very clean look and that Swiss typographic style where they need to be able to read everything very cleanly, very immediate and things like that. As a matter of fact, to this day, this style continues, and a lot of designers within the field, they call it glitter design. They'll call you a glitter designer. So are you a designer who does Swiss typographic style? No one's going to say that. They're just going to say, are you a designer? But they're referring to Swiss typographic style. Or they'll say, or are you a not graffiti, are you a glitter designer? And when they say that, they're referring to this type of style, because you have to remember, these were kids. They weren't trained formally. They didn't have access to a lot of materials. They literally were going for what they know, whatever felt right, whatever they thought looked good and represented them individually, like any other artist we would expect of today. Let's see. And again, like I said there, it's still present to this day. All right. So, okay, trying to make sure I'm missing more slides. Okay. So eventually hip hop began to influence the world of fine art. Who knew? So Jean-Michel Basquiat from 1960 to 1988. He is a world-renowned neo-expressionist artist, fine artist, excuse me. And again, with him having passed in 1988, excuse me, he still has collections visible and on display in the USA, Canada, Asia, and Europe right now, multiple in each country. Okay, he's known for being this neo-expressionist artist. When you look at traditional history books, and we all know traditional history books have the tendency to leave Black history out. So I digress. But he's known for having this neo-expressionist style to where, you know, he became friends with Andy Warhol, and you know, he did contributed to a little bit of pop art, and you know, that's kind of how he made his way onto the art scene, or the fine art scene, excuse me, things like that. But what people don't often point out in these, you know, fancy history books is that he's also known for his raw graffiti and street art styles. Okay, he actually, so much so, he appeared in Blondie's 1981 Rapture music video, which was the very first hip hop video to air on MTV, essentially bringing hip hop to the mainstream for the first time ever. Okay, so if you notice this first image here on the right, that's Basquiat alongside some of his work. The picture on the bottom, I hope y'all can see my mouse. The picture on the picture on the bottom is Blondie's Rapture video. And if you see in the background, they tried to make it look hip hop, hence the graffiti kind of all over the walls. The white haired person there, that is Andy Warhol. This blonde hair woman here, that's Blondie. And right up against this doorway, that is Basquiat. And then this image here, that's actually Basquiat with Fab Five Freddy. And these are some more images of his work. I really wanted to showcase that he was using his graffiti art, like adding typography in a graffiti style to his actual art pieces. This is paint, right? And he wasn't necessarily using an aerosol can, but he took those influences and started to bring them into his work. And I wanted to make sure to include this second piece of his because it features the crown. You see that in a lot of his pieces. He brings that back a lot. Like he's definitely making a statement, this crown being over this brown person's face. He's definitely making a very hard statement there. And he did it a lot. And what's interesting is you see this repeated even to this day. People are copying him, whether they realize it or not. All they know is that this crown is associated with hip hop. So you see, I've seen it on t-shirts in department stores. I've seen it on commercials. I've seen it on so many people's stuff. And even when I'm talking to my students, they know what it is and they'll put it in their artwork, but they don't know where it comes from or who started doing it first. Underground. So hip hop was a largely underground institution for years. No recognition, no awards. As a matter of fact, the very first Grammy Award that went out to a hip hop artist in the early 90s was untelevised. So during the time that it wasn't being recognized, they thought it was a passing fad, right? So during that time that they thought it was a passing fad, you have to remember this was also a time that they had favorite Black Grammy categories, favorite Black single, favorite Black album. Those were literal categories. And that one category was supposed to encompass all of Black music, R&B, soul, funk, you know, all of those different things would just fall under the one award category of favorite Black this, favorite Black that. So hip hop definitely wasn't being included in the favorite Black categories at the time. So true hip hop lived in underserved communities. So at that time, and I remember this well, at that time, if you wanted to hear true hip hop, if you wanted to participate in anything, in any parties or anything like that, and listen to live hip hop, you had to go to a certain place to do that. You had to turn on certain radio stations to do that. It was not widely known. It was not widespread. If I tried to mention any of that to classmates who were unfamiliar with it, they had no idea or what I was talking about, you know, things like that. So it was kind of largely underground, this little special, you know, thing for quite some time until it wasn't. In the mid to late 1990s, hip hop goes completely global. Okay, it's no longer played on just the urban radio stations. Okay, it's now being played on pop stations. Granted, in the beginning, they used to speed up some of the songs on the pop stations, but I digress. So it's no longer played on the hip hop stations. It's also being played on the pop stations. And music artists of varying genres had began to merge hip hop into their music. And you see that even today. One of my colleagues just mentioned Beyonce and some of the country artists have merged hip hop into their country songs, or even before then, you would see them merging hip hop into their pop songs, having a hip hop artist to appear just to do one rap verse, you know, to their pop song or things like that. That's when you really start to see a lot of that. And that really contributed to helping hip hop go completely global. Globalization also came with definition. So once hip hop went completely global, now all of a sudden they need to be able to define it, right? So yes, we can define this is hip hop as a genre, this is rap music as a genre, but now we can define everything else that's associated with it. Enter ghetto fabulous. The phrase defined hip hop's visual aesthetic. Whether you like it or not, it did. For the very first time, now it had a name, that hip hop aesthetic, and you knew what it was when you saw it, and you knew what it was called when you saw it. Whether or not you still use that vernacular, it doesn't change the fact that now it is a defined aesthetic. Master P's No Limit Records, at the time, they were self-designing, self-printing, and self-selling their music and album art out of their own trunks. Car trunks, that is. They are often credited with coining the phrase ghetto fabulous. In 1998, they released Mystical Song, an album of the same title. That would be this first album cover here. And then not shortly after, a few years later, rapper Fabulous, whose name obviously is a riff off of the term ghetto fabulous, also released an album in 2001 of the same name. And you should note, because remember, we're talking about visuals, note the similarity in the visuals, especially coming from that created by Phase 2, an early graffiti artist. The type looks as though it could be handwritten on both album covers. They're very heavily collaged with imagery. See, this one actually has an image laying on top of another image, almost like you can see it, the background bleeding through the foreground image, right? So those aesthetics, they're continuing on. Definition of ghetto fabulous by dictionary.com: pertaining to or noting a lifestyle of showy or superficial glamour and luxury that is sometimes adopted by people in or from an urban ghetto. So this resonated with people around the globe, because you have to consider everyone loves the rags to riches story, and every community and every culture can relate to that story, because even if you can't say that you've achieved that rags to riches glory, you can say you want to, right? So that's what helped this resonate, because it's that heavy storytelling, it's resonating with the rags to riches, and then of course this serious aesthetic that has started to develop. So I wanted to put these two images here because they really kind of translate that. They're a little bit more modern, a little bit more current day, but you still see the same type of design. So you see the graffiti, very thick, very slab serif work, okay? You see that it's kind of heavily collaged, even though it's not necessarily imagery, still kind of hand-drawn. And then if you look at this image here, same thing, heavy collage, lots and lots of lighting. That's why nowadays they'll call it, the designers will call it, are you a glitter designer, right? See all this lighting coming through on this collage. Very thick slab serif. This looks like it could possibly be hand drawn as well, okay? It's not, we know it's digital, but it's the point that it's the look. Interest in being part of the American hip hop community is particularly strong. Most youth look to the United States as an important center of hip hop culture, and to African Americans as progenitors of rap music. This came from Alex Perello in the journal article of Imitation and Innovation in the Music, Dress, and Camps of Tanzanian Youth. So I wanted to point out, or bring with me, a couple of images pertaining to this continent. So you can see the continuation of that same visual aesthetic, the heavy use of collage on all four of them, right? You see that heavy use of collage, the very thick slab serif juxtaposed with very decorative typefaces, right? And then it looks like some hand-drawn typefaces as well, kind of dealed in. And this one, I don't know if I zoom in, can y'all see it if I zoom in? I don't know. But on this one, so I won't risk it. But this one, you can even see a little bit of graffiti in the background, right? And ta-da, Basquiat's crown right there. Okay. All right. So hip hop equals marketing dollars. The globalization, and aesthetic definition, of course, began to draw advertisers. Okay. That spirit of innovation has helped push hip hop past big business's initial resistance to align with the genre to become the most popular music in the United States since 2017. Hip hop's impact on the $16 billion music industry and beyond is now so widespread, experts say it's become difficult to quantify, according to Glenn Gamboa of the Associated Press. And he makes a strong point. In the beginning, brands such as Hennessy and Timberland, which we now know to be so ingrained into the hip hop culture, right? They were resistant because they felt that catering to this market would take away from their original target market. But at some point, you have to realize, as we say in hip hop, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense, right? At some point, they had to realize that by not paying attention to this new market, they're missing out on exposure to a new market as well as the potential purchases from said new market. So eventually they gave in. And now you see these brands interwoven within the community. They even make advertisements directly to the community. Now this hip hop culture is part of their target. So hip hop equaling marketing dollars also takes us from Run DMC's My Adidas, which is the very first time we've seen a product placement within a hip hop song. Okay, so now, since this is the marketing perspective, they brought back Swiss typographic style, but they still tried to bring in a little bit of hip hop. You can see that they got a little bit of graffiti work, some hand signatures there on this piece, right? They tried to angle Run DMC's logo and things like that. Again, very thick slab serif, okay? Very decorative. So from Run DMC's My Adidas to Dr. Dre's Beats by Dre. Now this, again, because it's from the advertising perspective, very much clean Swiss typographic style, but they made sure to bring in that ultra decorative slab serif typeface just to make sure they sprinkled in a little bit of aesthetic. And then the verbiage in and of itself, the game starts here. From McDonald's urban theme, Calvin Gets a Job commercials. Everybody remember these commercials? They tried really, really hard to make it seem like this was this underserved community. The verbiage they use, boys on the block. See, they've got the hat backwards. They tried to make it look like they were in New York, possibly see the stairs behind them, right? So in their opinion, Calvin getting a job at McDonald's was the pinnacle, right? And everyone loved these commercials. At least they thought they would. So from McDonald's urban theme, Calvin Gets a Job commercials to now Pharrell Williams becoming Louis Vuitton's creative director, right? No matter how you feel about it, the ghetto fabulous visual aesthetic is big business globally. In summary, the graffiti effect could be defined as hip hop's fourth pillar, graffiti art, having created its own against the grain visual aesthetic, has spun its humble beginnings into an influential powerhouse and global phenomenon that should not go unnoticed. Drop Smake. I had to put that in there. Okay. And then I know we do questions at the very end. I forgot to take that slide out. And of course, I'm a nerd, so all the works cited. The end.
Thank you so much, Professor Myles Jackson. That was a phenomenal and again riveting presentation. Dr. Morrison and Dr. Sheppard are giving you a lot of love with the red hearts. We're going to move, in the interest of time, we're going to move directly into Dr. William-Petersen's comments and presentations, then we'll get into questions from the participants.
Thank you so much, everybody, and a very good afternoon from Johannesburg. It is an esteemed privilege for me to be here this afternoon, also representing Wits Music Department. I am also extremely privileged to be here and to be presenting parts of my PhD work and chapters which are yet to be completed, but I'm privileged to have shared the panel of scholars that have come before me. This afternoon, I'm going to just talk about one aspect of my PhD chapter work, and this focuses on South African singer-songwriter and the late wife to Abdullah Ibrahim, and her name is Satima Benjamin. And though I'm focusing on jazz as the primary musical form, you will know that it is deeply rooted, especially South African jazz, in the African American and African diasporic cultures. And so there's much that I want to share in a brief way on the connection between diplomacy and Satima Benjamin's work. I particularly want to leave you with thoughts around how she communicated, dialogued, collaborated, challenged, and negotiated ideas of diplomacy using music and her role as a composer and entrepreneur to not only bring forth in the South African context, which I will elaborate on shortly, a colored woman's, which I argue for, type of public intellectual work, rather than only seeing women of color during the last 10 years of South African apartheid as intellectual, as entertainers, and not alone as having their work be seen through and framed as intellectual and public works. I also want to understand that her work could also be seen as diplomatic and engaging towards freedom and the struggle against apartheid in those last 10 years of the most violent part of South African apartheid. But she also at times disengaged from very public notions of the Black consciousness movement. And so this dialect and polarity that women of color faced, whether in exile or whether having communities that were not exiled, but having communication with musicians and fellow activists, was very fluid and also very stratified. And so I briefly want to just share on a chapter that I have put together for today. I make an analysis of one of her pieces called Nations in Me. And this analysis begins with an examination of her work, drawing from works by South African sociologist Dimitri Erasmus, where I contextualize and frame it to really draw on ideas of realization and social process. And one of the lines that I want to focus on today is where Fatima Benjamin says, if you're a Black or have no nations in you, and if you would understand or do understand that within South Africa, we had racial stratification where women were not only called Black, though they would identify within the Black consciousness movement as Black, we were racially classified differently. We were classified as women of color, where we would have so-called mixed uh, uh, genealogical lines of birth, or we would have different sorts of races being classified. And so in the context of Fatima Benjamin, I'm looking at what we would call the colored woman or brown woman. And so this is very summarized, but I am very happy to share references just to give more clarity for those who'd like to have that. And I'm doing a reading of this work. And when she says, if you're Black or have no nations in you, I argue that she redefines and intellectualizes notions of power, gender roles, and class in connection to feminism and decolonialization by colored South African female musical activists in the 1980s, the last era of apartheid in South Africa, which I then frame, authored her variant to the South African Black consciousness movement, as well as ideas around colonial and apartheid ideologies. Given that Benjamin at that time was composing work, she would have been fully aware of the political events and strategy of all political ideologies to frame her ideas of shifting identities, which makes her and positions her to bring in some or other way a germane divide between ideas of colored nationalism, which South African author and historian Muhammad Adhikari refers to as the zenith period for colored nationalism. And she also then differs towards views on neoliberal democracy being expressed at that time. I state or argue that Benjamin employs her language as a composer and as a lyricist to her struggle music to creolize what she says between subject positions, and she makes active agency to circulate power, which is drawn from Foucault's ideas expressed in Hall's work of 2013. And I then say that perhaps this then begins to differentiate, ideas of diplomacy between an individual and a collective agency. And further, that it brings us into discussion of how perhaps women in that last 10 years of the apartheid struggle and South African musicians, female musicians, were using a type of intersectional nature of the struggle to bring through nations in me. In other words, understanding her work as not only descriptive prose, but also that her works begin to represent symbolic use of plurality to signify a type of colored woman's gynecology and genealogy and intellectuality. Fatima's prominent use of the personal pronoun me and I in many of her works also embody women of mixed race to an individual voice, which strategizes an individual voice to take on political activism. And this work in particular is her work that is celebrated as her first public stance to political activism. Fatima's literal, figurative, and double mentions of nations in me and her use of personal pronouns such as me and I, in a way, give birth to symbolic surrogacy, which symbolizes and posits how she views many nations being born in her as an inverted employ to regenerate nations. This amplifies, and I also argue it codes, as Hall often refers to in much literature, Benjamin's intention towards a distinction, a nationalization of race in the South African historic discourse. But further, Setima's referral makes us understand that while she is constructing towards and away from popular Black consciousness policies, she is further composing towards towards and away from apartheid, which was really geared towards classifying people racially and towards bringing stratification of identity that was that was personified through a constructed race. Using her language to center the South African colored woman out of a marginalization, neither privileging the hierarchy given by the apartheid state between Black or colored women, nor giving bias to empower the gender stereotypes on colored women in the South African context. I argue that Benjamin shapes alternative voices in the struggle against white imperialism, and that this intellectual idea signifies a robust social and public predominance of stereotyping that served towards diplomacy, but that further brought alternative voicings and visualization to how we could see nationhood and the birthing, the humanizing, and the citizenship of settled belonging. Thank you so very much, peers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was also very riveting, and you really touched a special place in me, being a New Orleanian, and New Orleans being the birthplace of jazz, and that special and sacred place that we call Congo Square in New Orleans, which is often a place that I point out, not only because of the name, but because of the creativity and the culture of New Orleans that comes out of this place called Congo Square, where all of these various Africans, enslaved Africans, were to meet. And so we thank everyone for their presentations. Everyone did a phenomenal job. I mean, I have learned so much about jazz, about hip hop, about the hip hop aesthetic. I still have my strong critiques, and maybe we'll have an informal conversation about that. But we do have some my strong critiques of hip hop and rap, not of your presentations. But we do have some comments of that I want to go over. Let's start here. The arts have a power. Dr. Judy Rashid says the arts have a powerful influence in shaping intellectual discourse. Robin Whitaker says comedy and the arts, critical spaces for challenging thinking and supporting social progression and development. Nariette Butler, good morning. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Cynthia James for inviting me to this important conference. It is an honor to be a part of such a distinguished academic gathering that highlights the vital role of diaspora engagement between Africa and America, as well as the development of American studies programs at Wits. Being in the space where we can openly examine real issues in real time is both inspiring and essential to our collective growth and progress. Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful statement. Bob is responding to Dr. Judy. Let's see. Okay. I'm hopeful that there will be a written compilation of the entire conference. Proceedings. The entire conference has been absolutely a very comprehensive lineup of amazing research. And someone says you truly agree. To what extent, question, to what extent does hip hop music find resonance with social movements in the United States like Black Lives Matter? I consider Kendrick Lamar's song 92014, All Right, which referenced the Black Lives Matter protest. Okay, I'm having trouble scrolling here. Protest, and to a lesser extent, Beyonce during her performance at the Super Bowl 2016. Did some of hip hop commercialization strip the movement? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna let who is this? Teddy. Would you mind? Yeah, would you mind just speaking your question? Thank you very much.
Okay. My name's Dr. Teddy Mattera. I'm from the Film and Television Department at Wits University. And just to say thank you so much. You know, you took me back. I did my studies at Colorado College and in Chicago at, you know, making Hoop Dreams at the time. So I was an assistant director of Hoop Dreams, which came out as an intern. So your references, you know, the early to late 80s was when my time was in the US. What I wanted to ask you about is really concerns to what extent hip hop music, you know, finds resonance with social movements in the United States, like the Black Lives Matter movement. And I also was thinking more specifically, say, around Kendrick Lamar's song "All Right," which referenced the Black Lives protests. And for me, to a less extent, Beyonce during her performance at the Super Bowl in 2016. Another question which is aligned with that is how far sort of hip hop commercialism strips the movement or artists of their militancy in association with commercial branding and commodification. So I'll park it there and leave it. I do have you know, my own sort of examples. If one looks at how blaxploitation film really did very much the same thing when it stripped people like Miles Davis, Angela Davis, and the Black Panther movement by casting, you know, very sort of similar iconic actresses and actors in that kind of space, and really sort of stripping the militancy out of the Black movement during that time. So I was just wondering comparatively what some of your ideas are around that, you know? So thank you.
Okay, can I go? Can I go? So, okay. I think, well, of course, everything I say is always from this visual aspect because I'm the art nerd. So, um, I think that hip hop definitely, and in the hip hop aesthetic definitely plays a role in the Black Lives Matter movements and things like that, and especially the visualization in these different music videos and performances. You see, because oftentimes the hip hop aesthetic has become a very large part of this social justice movement because they want to draw a certain audience or a certain crowd with their message. So they tend to use this aesthetic often, even them going so far as to say the mural that was just covered up in Washington, D.C., that Trump ordered to be covered up, if I'm not mistaken, or removed, that said Black Lives Matter in very large, thick, yellow, sans serif typeface, slab typeface, on the street, right? So kind of graffiti-esque right there on the street. So I think it definitely played a part in it. But then too, like you said, that commercialization, I think there's a term that people say all the time on social media. So forgive me if this isn't super, super academic, but it is what it is. So they say everybody wants to be Black until it's time to be Black, right? So the commercialization, I feel like, is these advertisers, they want this appearance, they want this aesthetic so they can draw this market, but they're taking away the soul and the feeling, I think, oftentimes associated with it. So like you said, or like we were saying, you often see this aesthetic associated with these movements, how, you know, coming from the community members themselves. However, by the time it's commercialized, now you got soccer moms walking around with grills on just because, right? And it's this commercialization that's trying to take away from it. So I'm in agreement with you when you mentioned that. So I guess that it wasn't more so of an answer so much as a comment. And I'll digress from there to my colleagues.
Oh, and I think it's interesting that you mentioned the Super Bowl and also Kendrick Lamar, because when he performed, I forgot what year it was, not this past year, but before that, when he was with 50 Cent celebrating fifth, I think hip hop's like it was whole
50th
right.
anniversary.
So he had a line in his song or lyric, a line in his song that got bleeped out about the police that he performed at the Super Bowl, but the NFL bleeped it out. The broadcasting bleeped it out. So I think, and then think about Jay-Z's influence on the NFL. How radical is he? Because he ascended to that position, but there's been controversy about how he has, you know, maybe silenced real protests with Colin Kaepernick, right? So there's a way that when money is to be made, and you want to tap in to a huge worldwide influence, global influence, national influence, if you are not printing the money, you don't get the say necessarily on how far you can go. So I think what's also really interesting in my presentation about Boosie, this is something local and regional. It can be as disruptive as it wants because it's contained in a certain way to that local community. Once it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, then you start seeing those forces sort of like shape what you can say and what you can't say literally.
I'd like to add to that because you also said Beyonce, and our work is critical of Beyonce in so many different ways, but kind of along the same lines. When she did Formation, the video where she kind of shows New Orleans flooding again, and she's dancing on top of a police car, they were telling her that she was anti-police. Right. And so she had to release a statement saying, I am not anti-police, right? She then tries to be specific and says, I'm against police brutality, right? Which is a way of pandering, adjusting. They were anti-police protest against her when she put out that video. So it goes to show that in many ways they're able to like put a muzzle over it. Additionally, we have to really be careful about thinking that the commercialized artists are still transmitting folk messages of protest. Right. And there's a book, it's called The Black Fantastic by Richard Eiton. And he argues that as Black people, we always want to see a critical politics on our celebrities. Mm-hmm. And he argues that it occurs because it's a space that has been vacated by formal politics. Right. So he says that because we don't see ourselves represented in formal politics, we look to cultural arenas to do political representation for us. And because hip hop has been so capitalized, commodified, we should be leery of thinking that it's doing the same work. Mm-hmm. And I'll just say, additionally, in the year that we've been preparing for this, we spoke about the fact that hip hop may not even be as lucrative anymore because we see some of the rappers not selling. Mm-hmm. You know, could you tell me the latest rappers? You probably can't. Okay. And then additionally, we see a lot of people turning toward country music. Mm-hmm. So even in your presentation, the turn of Boosie into Zydeco, it gives him a different lane to be in because hip hop sales are going down. Some of the international appeal of it may be starting to dwindle. And in many ways, maybe it presents other types of opportunities, because if it starts to dwindle, then maybe we can have our art form back, right? Mm-hmm. But even still, the fact that we exist in this like really space where we've been hyper commodified and are hoping to have messages translate, we have to be very leery of symbolic representation versus real representation of protest of the folk.
Right. Mm-hmm. And then also just to piggyback on what you said about Boosie's turn to country music, that is still more authentic than what Beyonce did because her roots are in that area. And then she does this sort of like more commercialized version of country music and nodding to Dolly Parton and some of the other like Black people that do perform country music earlier on. But you're from an area, as she defines herself as a Creole, and she's from an area, she could nod to that Creole culture that is authentic, like in the video with Zydeco, and Zydeco does not appear necessarily in her catalog. So it makes you wonder, what exactly is this? Like, is it following trends? And to your point about social movements, it's an aesthetic which they can tap into if it's popular. And once it ceases to be popular, like with the Trump presidency and the emergence of country music, then people vacate that aesthetic, right? So depending on like musicians who are dependent on making money is probably not something that we should be doing right now.
Thank you guys so much. Dr. Teddy is asking if you can kindly write the name of the book and the author in the chat. I got it. And I have a single question. I know we're like 6 minutes over the time that we're supposed to allot for this. So I have, and you guys know this, we've had this discussion. I have stated that hip hop music itself has waged an axiological war against our true culture, African Americans' true culture, and has damaged our aesthetics and our ethics. So my question, as we talk about this kind of cultural diplomacy, how has hip hop shaped the perception of the African American community globally, in particular in the last 20 years?
I'll,
Go ahead.
I guess I'll take it. I'll say it does dual-edged work, because I think that we wind up inside of this place, and if I could speak longer, I would, but there's this part where I'm doing my content analysis of the lyrics, where I'm coding for things like race, racism. I'm also coding for crime, anti-Blackness, poverty, and they all start to be condensed into one part. And it brings forth the discussion of, are we recording what we're seeing and just saying it? Or is in the circulation of me saying it, is perpetuating that more of it will occur, right? And so at what point is this systemic? At what point am I descriptive? And at what point are other people seeing the images and now it's perpetuating itself? And at one point, we've also said that in that area, if we don't take nuance to that, and we're just looking at the circulation of Black bodies in hip hop, then I believe we spoke about this, and I'm not sure if even you said it, Doc, because you have criticisms, but it makes it so that the respectability politics that the African American society was known for beforehand, some of that is eroded away through hip hop or through the commercialization of hip hop. Because the early roots of hip hop, we had, people talking protest, but as we start to see it become a commodified form, then we see less of that protest language. We see more of the commercialization, more of a stereotyping, money being thrown behind stereotypes. And I mean, we even have some covert conversations about whether or not the CIA and other people have been involved in putting dollars behind stereotypical images of Black people, and that is responsible for also the circulation of the image around the globe, and it having other work, like allowing people who are invested in hip hop also being invested in prison culture or prison stocks, so that they are perpetuating an image that makes money no matter which way it goes. I think that it helps us to lose some of the respectability, especially as we go through the war on drugs. But what it also does is it helps our culture to be able to circulate as it's doing the response. So we see people shifting and moving in response to what it is that they're being subjected to through poverty, through the war on drugs, through the CIA bringing drugs into our communities. You get a chance to see what that reaction is. And also it then sets trends and gives the language for other folks who are experiencing the same thing around the globe to be able to use that vehicle and talk. And I think that that comes into the back tail end of my presentation, why you would have youngster CPT with the South African flag in New York talking about being oppressed and that the world is an utter disaster.
But I also want to say too that historically blues music and jazz music have the same connotations, and with the same had the same stigma, right? If you go back and look at jazz, like people label jazz musicians as on drugs, devil's music, evil, just the fact that it was the way that it was structured, like more freely, people critiqued that. And then blues music, like you go back and listen to blues music and blues singers, and it's not PG, right? And you have like a lot of cultural blues artists who who live lives similar to Boosie and our rappers, right? And similarly, once those genres got co-opted and you put different faces on that music, all of a sudden it doesn't have that stigma. So I think too, I want to be careful about thinking about, is it hip hop or is it a type of folk Black music that comes from a working class background, usually regional, right? That is very, possibly vulnerable to be co-opted in this way, meaning, and then I think it's related to who is making that music, what types of people are making that music, because I would argue the types of people making that music are the least assimilated African Americans in economic, cultural society. Like they are still living in a very specific way that doesn't make assimilation as easily possible. And so then it's easy to stigmatize these groups by all kinds of people. So I do think, yeah, it's hip hop, but it was blues before that, it was jazz before that. And you know, if they could have done it to spirituals, they would, right? So it's just like, it's a very specific dynamic. That music is the symptom, but it's not it's a feature, not the bug.
I just want to piggyback on that really quick. So I concur with everything my colleagues have said. I feel like the commercialization has resulted in outside audiences presuming that that is the only thing related to African American culture, right? And it's also resulted in the disappearance of the storytelling. Remember how I said it often comes from those things that our ancestors, our African ancestors, were able to hold on to and pass down to us, that griot storytelling component. You know, broken glass everywhere. If it ain't about the money, now, you know what I'm saying? They were talking about their environment, self-destruction. We're headed for self-destruction. They were talking about what they saw going on. These were social justice type of anthems that they kind of became. They were talking about where they were from. But I feel like as more people only see that component of African American culture due to commercialization, we're losing that component. A lot of the music sometimes nowadays seems like they're just yelling random stuff, or they're buying into the commercialization and buying into the aesthetic that I just talked about. They're buying into the aesthetic. They want that part. They want, or you hear it sometimes said, they want the rhythm without the blues, right? They want the rhythm without the blues. And I feel like that's kind of the result of it. So like I even read an article once that said what's missing from current R&B is gospel music, because a lot of our R&B artists initially, you know, R&B being what a lot of hip hop has grabbed and sampled from, right? R&B artists came from the church. You know, Whitney Houston, everybody in the 70s, really, goodness, now don't even get me started, right? They all came from the church. And so they had this background of this soul singing that they were putting into this secular music. You know what I mean? And so now those same components where they were talking about their neighborhood and they were storytelling about what they saw and what was going on, that's starting to disappear a little bit with the commercialization. So I'm in complete agreement with everything that was said. I just wanted to kind of make sure to throw that in there.
Boy, this stuff is getting good. This stuff is getting good, but we have to move on to our next panel. I just want to read these final comments. Thank you. Through the commercialization of hip hop, co-opting of a powerful drive towards self and societal reflection to maintain the existing status quo. We have, let's see, it's absolutely true that the emergence and the growth of gangster rap, which narrowed the window through which artistry could be expressed when the genre was overtaken by external forces. And it is true that the investment in private prisons and cemeteries, private prisons are like hotels. They only make money when occupied, and there is coordination to populate those businesses. I think it would be noteworthy to give thought to our other indigenous institutions like the Black Church can take the genius of the musical patterns and the unique designs reinforce our mantras and images. This would mean overcoming silos and internal prejudice. And did I miss one? Okay, thank you guys so much for this presentation. It was absolutely phenomenal. Hope to see you guys later today or tomorrow, so we can get deeper into this discussion and I can offer some pushback. But
of course, thank you all so much. Thank you for having us. This is
Thank you.
All right, so we are moving on to our next panel, which is also moderated by myself, and it is let me get the name of the panel. Cultural Diplomacy and the Power of Arts and Culture in Bridging Communities. We will start with Professor Zenenga. Again, I apologize for my unseasoned tongue and pronouncing some of the names. He is the head of the Department of Africana Studies, University of Arizona. Professor René Smith, head of Wits School of Arts. Dr. Munyaradzi, Chatikobo, Wits School of Arts, Community Engagement Chair and Lecturer, Cultural Policy and Management, Dr. Linda Mdena Thibedi, Head of Department of Drama, Head of Department Drama for Life, Dr. Teddy Mattera, Head of Department of Wits, Head of Department Film and TV, and Dr. Nontobeko, Akoi-Jackson, lecturer and cordial. I don't know. I may mispronounce that word. Public and visual cultures in person. So we will start with Professor Praise Zenenga. Are you present?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for having me, Professor Sadi, and we are so happy to be here, and thanks for the invitation. And I would like to thank the host institution. Predominantly primarily I'm a theater historian, and I work in the area of the arts and culture. So this panel is exciting for me in that I was following a lot of presentations made since yesterday, and especially the presentation by the keynote speaker, Ambassador Charles, who highlighted that, Africa needs to be proactive in terms of taking the lead in the new developments in all the spheres of industry, education, arts and cultures. So, and also he brought about the issue of the role of the university, the private sector, and also the states, the African states in all this. I found that very fascinating. So I would start by defining diplomacy, because the broader area that we are taking a look at is cultural diplomacy. For me, diplomacy is dialogue, it is negotiation, it is engagement, it is communication. It refers to all those measures that do not include war or violence. And also diplomacy is both an art and a science. And for some of us from the humanities and arts backgrounds, we find ourselves kind of immersed in this. And while I was an undergraduate student, there were types of theater that were trending at the time, and we actually took courses on those types of theater. And these types of theater were engaged with social issues in very dynamic and participatory ways. In particular, we studied courses on community theater, theater for development, and theater for social change. So these forms of theater played a cultural diplomacy function more at the community or grassroots level. And these forms of theater also provided a platform for marginalized communities to share their stories and perspectives and amplify their voices in challenging the dominant narratives. So these types of theater, theoretically, they were using techniques. Some of these techniques were embedded in long-standing African traditional performative practices, but they were later developed by scholars and practitioners like Ngugi wa Thiong'o from Kenya. And he had his own famous project there at the Kamirithi community center, and then also Augusto Ball, one of the leading Brazilian practitioners and scholars. May their souls rest in peace, because Professor Ngugi just passed on recently. So this theater was or is still used in some spheres as a powerful tool for engaging in dialogue about social issues and even contributing to their resolution. As part of cultural diplomacy, theater was and is still used to foster empathy and understanding. So even though I am an interdisciplinary scholar with my research covering a wide range of art forms, I'm primarily a theater historian. As part of this presentation, I focus more on a play that speaks to some of the themes explored in this conference, including but not limited to colonization, decolonization, Pan-Africanism, systemic injustices and inequalities, reparations and repatriations. So the play I'm focusing on is a Zimbabwean play that I saw last year, during summer of last year, during one of my field research visits to Zimbabwe. Its title is Song Unburied. It was written by journalist Panache Chigumadzi and was produced by Dave Sguja of Rooftop Theatre Promotions. This play particularly is important because it touches on the long-standing issues of repatriation and restitution of African objects and human remains looted during the periods of slavery and colonization in Africa, and some of these still unlawfully remain in Euro-American custody. So I find this particularly kind of personal also for me, because I'm a descendant of one of the chiefs, Chief Mashayamombe, whose head is still somewhere in the UK in museums or in the custody of the state over there. There were arrangements to bring back these heads that were taken as trophies during the moments of colonization during the COVID era, but COVID prevented it. Now, as I followed with the research, those heads couldn't be found after COVID. So I think there are still diplomatic channels that are being used to try and identify and locate these bodies where they are. I think closer home here in South Africa, we have the story of Sarah Bateman, whose body was also looted and stolen abroad, studied and subjected to all sorts of violations, even after death. And ultimately, there was a movement to repatriate the body, and there were ceremonies associated with it. So this play I'm looking at, Song Unburied, is an intergenerational story of remembering and repatriation. So in this play, I will give a brief summary, but I just wanted to highlight some issues in terms of how this play functions more at the cultural diplomacy level. So this story is about a young lady appointed as the first Black curator for the British Museum. Her name is Rambisai, and she is appointed because there were demonstrations, possibly in real life. These demonstrations are like the Black Lives Matter movement demonstrations. So she's appointed as part of affirmative action or part of diversity and inclusion that was lobbied during those demonstrations to be the curator for the museum. As she is working in that museum, she discovers the bones of Mbuyane, who is the heroine of the first liberation struggle in Zimbabwe in the 1890s at the moment of colonization. And this now connects with the dreams that she has been having as a child and throughout her life, where she has been dreaming about those bones and about the old woman. So at the museum, she also meets another Zimbabwean who is working more like a custodian, who knows where all the bones are, including the bones of other heroes of that first war. So it's brought to the new curator's attention that these bones cannot be repatriated without certain rituals and certain things. So precisely that's the summary, and there is all the drama about your dreams, about the rituals, and so on and so forth. So this became one of the first plays to be taken to Seychelles and was performed in front of the heads of the African Union. And the idea was to try and bring to their attention the unresolved issues of repatriation of African artifacts. This stretches to a lot of countries, from Egypt all the way to Cape Town, and even Ghana to Somalia. There are artifacts in the Western world that were stolen and looted that need to be repatriated, including human remains. So this was brought to the attention of African leaders and was also performed earlier this year in Addis Ababa at the heads of of African Union, of the African Union organization. So one important thing that comes to mind is that African leaders right now, they agreed that the theme for the African Union for this year, which they endorsed, was justice, repatriation, for justice and repatriation for Africans and people of African descent. And they invited the Prime Minister of Barbados to give a keynote speech. And she was highlighting also the role of culture in cultural, sorry, the role of the arts in cultural diplomacy. So this theme was endorsed for the year 2025 by all the heads. So one other thing which connects with what Ambassador Charles was saying yesterday is about the willingness. Are we willing to sponsor culture, to put money into culture, into the arts, and use it for diplomatic purposes, since this is the year that has been dedicated to justice and repatriation through the arts and so on. So one thing that is very fascinating is that for most African countries that went through liberation struggles, the arts and culture played a very important role in the liberation of many countries, a lot of countries, including South Africa. The first time I got to understand apartheid was, although we lived a de facto apartheid thing in Zimbabwe, the way I came to understand South African apartheid and how it was different from Zimbabwe was when we saw some musicians from here and cultural groups, dancers, theater people performing, and these included Yuma Sekela, Miriam Makeba. They were performing as part of the ANC's cultural wing, you know. So they came to the universities and performed in schools and spoke about apartheid and raised awareness about the condition of Black people in South Africa. So what is surprising is that the African leaders are very much, the present leaders are very much aware of the diplomatic role of theater, culture, music, dance, and song, but they do, it still remains marginalized. So in essence, the arts remain marginalized as part of diplomacy and other forms of diplomacy, political, you know, memoranda of agreement, and all sorts of other agreements, including military ones, are privileged at the expense of this. And the African Union's office, which deals with culture, is only 3 people serving 54 countries. So you can see the resource allocations there. So there is a problem that our leaders are aware of the powerful role of culture, but they do not want to use it, maybe because now culture has the power to critique them. And that's one of the areas that I look at, theater and politics in Africa, how theater is used as a form of social, political critique. And I think this dovetails with what we were talking about in the previous panel with hip hop, or how it is a form of protest. Here, theater is also a form of protest in a way, or in many ways. So you find that the same people that used culture to liberate their countries are now marginalizing culture. One fascinating thing is that they like culture only when they invite dancers to dance for them at the airport and welcoming foreign dignitaries. And they also love culture when they consult sangomas and all those things. By night, they go and consult sangomas. They love culture. So these are people that are marginalizing the real culture that connects people. And part of why culture and performance, theater, music, arts, all those cultural products, why they are very important, museums included, and art galleries and exhibitions, why they are important is that they promote people-to-people connections, and they're an avenue of linking people and forging understandings of different cultures. And you find that cultural diplomacy is very big for the British government, it's very big for the American government, it's very big for the Chinese government also, and possibly Canadian government, because they seek to understand African cultures, African people through cultures. They have cultural exchange programs that they put a lot of money into, and you find that what Ambassador Charles said yesterday was that, why is it that Europe and America understand Africa, but Africa doesn't understand America to that extent, which brings us to why we are all here, to create American studies, or to promote the American studies in Africa, so that we also understand American life, culture, history, politics, how the society functions, to the same extent that they do understand it, to understand America on our own terms and from our own perspectives, like they do understand us as well. So I'll pause here, and possibly, I don't know if I have time from the moderator. I wanted to play a short video clip of the Barbados Prime Minister talking about why the Caribbean also matters as a fifth region of Africa. And the Caribbean, when you talk about African diaspora, is usually also marginalized. And we want to see the relevance and how we all need, the diaspora is not only North and South, Latin America and Africa, but it spreads as far as Far East, Middle East, Russia, and all over the world. We are spread throughout the world.
Yes.
Do I have?
Please, Prof. Please, play the clip.
Okay, I'll bring it. I'll try to share screen. I don't know if my skills, as the old school, this screen sharing thing and facility, I don't know if we can still manage it. This is the one I want. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, I don't know why it's not playing.
Here's how to hit your irons consistently. This simple tip has already helped over 81,100.
Thank you very much, Golda. And I want to say hello to everyone who's on the seminar this morning.
No, that's not.
Let me tell you, there's a barrier I was born into. There's a barrier that every small islander inherits. Say sorry. Say sorry. And mean it. And after you say sorry, recognize that the future of the world is not possible without the stability of Africa and its diaspora. For as long as hypocrisy and double standards remain, it will be impossible to secure stability and peace in any nation across the earth. The reparations that we call for, beyond sorry, must be for fair access and development and compensation, because we each started the journey of independence with a chronic deficit. A deficit of resources, a deficit of fairness, a deficit of opportunity. And it is up to us, many of us in the second and third generation of independence, to be able to frame out fairly in a mature conversation what those reparations must look like if we are to attain justice and to inspire the young people of this world that good must always prevail over evil. But it is not only the reparations that we ask from the international community, because we ourselves must repair the damage that was foisted on us. Talk of philosophy, talk of religion, talk of who we are, talk of the future. I ask us to recognize that we celebrate this year our resilience, and that we do so not only asking the people of the Caribbean to come, but the people from whom we came here in Africa, in India, in China, and the continent to which we went, in particular, in Central America and Latin America. This is our moment to show the world that we were not simply apostrophes to the history and the modern history of humanity, but that truly we are the ones who can level the playing field and to create the opportunities that will allow the world to see people, hear people.
Thank you so much. I will stop here.
Thank you so much. And typically we would let the next presenter begin, but I think there's some interesting comments, if you don't mind addressing. So there's first says, yes, praise the ANC Amandala ensemble played a critical role in raising our consciousness at the University of Zimbabwe in 1989 in the war against apartheid. And then the question from Alvin James is, to what extent can the church's involvement in theatrical presentation be pursued in connecting with religious institutions involved in similar activities and persuading Western political governmental entities to negotiate cultural repatriation objectives?
Sure. Thank you so much for the question. The church is a very important institution, even here in South Africa and in other regions that were involved in liberation struggles. The church played a very supportive role. They also played a very diplomatic role. But if I can put it in context, religion is part of philosophy. So religion and philosophy are part of culture. They are considered, culture. In the larger paper that I wrote about this, I started off by the broader definition of culture. So part of it is religion and culture. So there's this seamless connection between the elements of culture that include religion, philosophy, arts, performing arts and literature and a lot of other ideas. Religion and philosophy, they come under the broader, when we define our culture as the sum total of people's ideas. So religion really should be at the forefront of these diplomacies. So it's exactly part of cultural diplomacy, and religion is also steeped in communities, in people. It's easier to get people to people understanding through religion more than through any other avenue, including the arts and literature that I am talking about. So it has played a role, and I think and believe it can still play a role in these repatriations and what was the other term? Repatriation and restitution. So forgive my tongue-tiedness there. I don't know if I answered that. I answered it more directly.
No, I think you addressed it very, very well. So thank you so much for your presentation. In the interest of time, we're going to move on to Professor René. Pardon me, let me make sure I have the name right. Professor René Smith, head of Wits School of Arts. Prof, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you so much. I just need to share and it's not allowing me to.
Professor Praise Zink, can you stop sharing? Because I think it just says you pause sharing, but you may need to be able to stop sharing to allow Prof to share her screen.
So while we do that, let me just begin by acknowledging Bob and the team, just to all the organizers, and in particular for including this focus on arts, culture, and cultural diplomacy. So thank you very much. I also want to acknowledge the excellent presentations. It was really wonderful to hear the last session, and I'm looking forward to hearing from my colleagues. In fact, I had opted to opt out of this panel and just allow us to hear from my colleagues because they're doing such incredible work. But of course, Bob was able to twist my arm, and so I am here and happy to share. I'm still unable to share. It says someone else is sharing, but in the interest of time, I'll just...
Prof, I think you should be able to share now.
I clicked on it. It says someone else is sharing. The host isn't allowing multiple presenters sharing for the meeting. Let's try again. There we go. Excellent. Okay, so that's me. I'm going to turn off my camera. Just give me a minute. It won't let me now. So I'll just talk through it. I really wanted to present some reflections from my experiences leading an arts and design faculty at another university and now at Wits heading the art school. And so I'm just going to go through it because, as I say, I'm particularly interested in hearing the views of my colleagues because I feel very strongly that the work that they do are incredible examples of cultural diplomacy. So, just following on from Praise's comments around the value of soft power in terms of our values, policies, dialogue, the potential influence, cultural exchanges, you name it. And of course, as a South African, the role of social solidarity and global solidarity is particularly important when we talk on cultural diplomacy. In my personal experience, I've also used my work as an opportunity to address and correct stereotypes, misinformation, disinformation, and the kind of dominant cultural narratives that play out. So I've always seen my work in the academy as more than just being a teacher and a lecturer. And a lot of it is, in fact, influenced by our history. There are a lot of lessons, which I'm sure we all know, the power of the cultural boycotts and international resistance, in particular the work of Miriam Makeba, Humasikela, Abdullah Ibrahim, who in many ways played a role as diplomats. But I think lesser known for many of us who love the album were really the tensions around Paul Simon's Graceland and the struggles around, what many thought is, no, we must allow for it because it gives us an opportunity to show our culture and our art elsewhere, and a very strong movement, anti-apartheid movement arguing against it. So this is our legacy as a country, and we do, in fact, have a lot to share. Prey spoke about theatre. We have a long history of protest theatre in the country. But for instance, I think when people talk about theatre and cultural diplomacy, we often talk around Athol Fugard's work. But I want to just point out it's Athol Fugard, John Carney, and Winston Shona work, as well as Mbongeni Ngema's work. And these are just examples. There are many, many more. Similarly, Sokoto's work and Kentridge's work, equally powerful during apartheid. And now, today, so much more happening in terms of cultural diplomacy in relation to the visual and performing arts. And let's not forget music, Afropop, Amapiano, the work of our DJs alone, and how their work acts as cultural diplomacy. And I've just got back from an incredible conference in Wuhan in Hubei province in China, where the entire conference was about AI and translation, but there was a particular focus on African literature. And I had not been to a conference where, works of South Africans, Elika Boma, Zex Da, were being literally, studied for their work about who we are and us as Africans and our ancient civilizations that most people don't know about. So that kind of work absolutely for me is cultural diplomacy. I want to just quickly talk to some of the other experiences, my other higher education experiences, where I've seen how we've partnered with some, I called some hosts. There's been a difference with cultural diplomacy around collaborating on projects and then really partnering, and where I've seen it very successfully executed is on interdisciplinary research projects with other Global South partners. So in particular, when I was running a festival, which I started over 10 years ago, about 12 years ago, I was quite deliberate in who I chose to partner with because I understood the soft power behind festivals. And I chose a department in Brazil in a university, the Federal University of Santa Maria, where they have some of the world's experts on full dome work and on media arts work. My work with China at the Beijing Institute of Fashion Technology chose them deliberately. We were the only South African university at a global festival showcasing South African design, another example of cultural diplomacy. My newer work is with the University of Shanghai and their work around the China Africa Arts Research Center, which we are collaborating on and will be hosted here at Wits. the work in Colombia around the International Symposium on Electronic Art in Manizales. There were many lessons, but also my colleague, Dr. Maya Taub's Digital Theatres work, which brings together not just students from South Africa and Los Andes, but elsewhere, including Germany. Our work and a number of my colleagues have benefited from the engagement with Bath Spa University in the UK, but even lesser known was our work specifically around policy, around really beginning to influence international strategic direction in universities. I think this is so important as we're seeing more and more English universities reaching out, more and more universities across the world, particularly in view of a renewed interest in decolonization. University of the Arts London reached out to us to participate in the UK Africa Symposium. In Hong Kong, our partnership with City University is really, we are part of a team of universities that are trying to put together a short course that will focus on the business of arts and culture, but none of the universities that dominate are from the global north. And I think this is really important. In the Netherlands, again, South Africa has been participating in the Global Entrepreneurship Week in Rotterdam. There's probably 1 or 2 universities, again, showing what we do as innovation, and it is a part of cultural diplomacy. And then, of course, that my colleague Chantal Willie-Petersen, who I'm so sorry, Chantal was under the impression that she'd be moderating today, and I'm very pleased that she was able to pivot very quickly and tell you about her doctoral work. But I wanted to point out the incredible work that she did as the South African Jazz Educators organization when she was president, in establishing partnerships, particularly with US structures and universities, together with my colleague Andile Kumalo, who is our internationalization and partnerships portfolio chair. And Chantal's work with the Transatlantic Jazz Exchange and Carnegie Hall's NYO Jazz is truly phenomenal and is an express example of cultural diplomacy. As I move towards wrapping up, just to say that across the board, what I found, and remember this is just about my personal reflections around cultural diplomacy, was that absolutely there are lessons on equitable partnerships. We're really not very interested in people who feel that they need to tell us as Africans how we should be doing what we know how to do. But we are very interested in the ones who understand that we're the most unequal society on earth, and yet within this space we're incredibly innovative, and that we have a history of resistance and social solidarity. And so when we partner, we're clear. We may not have the dollars, we may not have the pounds, we may not have the yens when we partner, but we are very clear about the knowledge that we have, that we believe adds value, particularly around our cultural diplomacy work. So there are many lessons from the South-South partnerships around how we engage diplomatically on issues of arts and culture. And in my own experience, at any given moment, these are some of the partners, indeed Praise mentioned some of them, that we're engaging with all the time, depending on the project, Alliance Française, Confucius Institute, Camoish, the French, French development, the different development finance institutes. But what I wanted to really end off is just the growing interest from the BRICS Academic Forum, but also how we must never forget in terms of the cultural organizations, there's also the embassies that, you know, are always engaging with us in the academy, particularly in higher education in South Africa, and the role of our festivals, whether they're digital arts, innovation, film, theater, jazz festivals, all of them play a role in terms of cultural diplomacy. And at the university that I'm at now, at the Wits School of Arts, I wanted to just talk very briefly about an example of this, by far the best African Digital Innovation Festival. I'm saying this because I ran the other one. And there are many lessons from Fakugezi as opposed to my Arts and Design Digital Festival, which really contributed in other ways. But the Fakugezi Festival is absolutely an African Digital Innovation Festival. If you're interested, it happens every year around October. And it's a partnership between our Digital Arts Department and the Chimologong Innovation Precinct. And for those colleagues who are still around, it really is a wonderful space for you to go and see. It's 2 streets down from the university. And every year we have an innovation festival that brings creatives from the rest of the continent to show us their work, anything from gaming, animation, immersive media projects. And it truly is phenomenal. And I wanted just to close with just a very brief reflection. And, you know, as I thought about what to share with you, the country has done a lot of work with policy and the legislative environment, right? So to create a conducive environment for the kind of projects and work that we do. So apart from an arts and culture point of view, the strategic documents about over 15 years ago, the Mzansi Golden Economy document, to start to shift the paradigm to say, stop begging, recognize the contribution the arts and cultural industries are making to the GDP of the country, to the establishment of SACCO. Also, you know, it was a deliberate deliberate intervention, right? To lesser known, you know, pieces of legislation. And the one deals directly with the work that we do, and that's a policy on the evaluation of peer-reviewed creative outputs and innovations. This is really a game changer. Yes, it's not ideal, but it's a game changer because finally the work of artists within universities getting recognized. So that in itself is an example, I argue, of cultural diplomacy, because what we do now from every university I've visited in different countries, I haven't yet come across a legislation that is quite as deliberate as this is in recognizing the work that we do as research and making sure that subsidies that are allocated to traditional researchers are also allocated to creative researchers and artistic researchers. The last policy I wanted just to reflect on, because I think it's really critical to our conversation, is the 2019 policy framework for internationalization of higher education in South Africa, which really spells out the opportunities and engagements and how we can collaborate with international universities. And then I think I'll just end there because I really want to move on to my colleagues. And just to say, of the 9 departments that are represented in the school, I'm really pleased that we will hear from cultural policy and management, curatorial, public and visual cultures, drama for life, film and television, and of course we just heard from Chantal from music. So with that, Chair, I really want to thank you for this opportunity and really looking forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Thank you so much, Professor. That was an absolutely riveting, again, presentation. We will now move on to Dr. Chatikobo. I hope I said that nearly correct.
Perfect, Dr. Malik. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hear you well.
Good morning and good afternoon, colleagues. And thank you to Dr. Malik and Dr. Okesa for this opportunity to be part of this interesting conversation. I shall not reflect so much on the past 2 days, but rather dive into what I'm describing as a provocation for this panel discussion. And I'm calling it provocation because it's not a structured presentation, and allow me to blame it on Dr. Okesa's brief, which said he wanted this conversation to be this panel to be conversational. Dr. Okesa, I really followed your brief. So in framing my provocation, I came up with, I decided first of all to firstly acknowledge the power of arts and culture, but decided not to focus on the practice, the creative expressions, but rather focus on policies and frameworks that are in place to facilitate the impact of different expressions as we look at the role of arts and culture in advancing cultural diplomacy. And in doing that, I by the way, I'm coming in my dual role, firstly as the chair of community engagement. So part of my thinking is framed by my role as the chair of community engagement in the Wits School of Arts. But I sit in the cultural policy and management department, and therefore the bulk of my work is, of course, shaped by my role in that department. So I framed my provocation fusion of geopolitical-driven cultural diplomacy and community-driven cultural diplomacy. And my thinking was conceptually informed by Francois Mattera and Charles Landry's work titled Balancing Act 21 Strategic Dilemmas in Cultural Policy. And I chose one of the 21 dilemmas which Mattera and Landry paid attention to, which is the bottom-up approach and the top-down approach in policy implementation. And I found this dilemma quite important in framing how I look at the role of grassroots initiatives in driving cultural diplomacy. And again, as I was thinking about this, my mind wandered northwest, east, top, down, and everywhere. But I then chose to focus on the relationship between South Africa and the US. I found three current issues, and I will share with you the three publications or recent news headlines. By recent, I'm referring to the past 3 to 4 weeks, 4 to 5 weeks, around cultural and creative industries and the relationship between our two countries insofar as cultural and creative industries are concerned. The first headline reads, Trump's 100% tariffs on South Africa on foreign films could break 5 billion South African film industry. This headline is followed by a statement which says the US President Donald Trump has claimed that producers and studios were being lured to foreign locations, drawn by appealing production deals that, in his view, pose a threat to national security. And I am flagging this headline as one of the headlines which can easily influence the policy, the international relations policy, and policy that specifically speaks back to the cultural and creative industries. And I'm saying and hoping that this pronouncement will not translate into the operationalization of cultural diplomacy between our two countries, because you will probably agree with me that this paranoia is unfounded. I'm describing it as a paranoia because I don't see at any point how the South African creative sector could pose a threat. Perhaps I'm being simplistic in the way I'm looking at things, but I don't see how we, as South Africa, can pose a threat to the United States of America. The second headline, which I am placing in the middle of my three headlines, is a response to US President Donald Trump's assertions or a position. And this is a response from Directors Guild of South Africa. And the headline goes, 100% proposed tariffs on foreign films to US sends chilling signal. The concern here is how this pronouncement can have dire consequences on the film sector in South Africa. The third subheading or headline which I want to share with you, which I'm framing as a bottom-up position of cultural diplomacy, is one titled Megan Good's South African Adventure, a family affair at the Dreams Exchange Festival. And I was particularly drawn to this, to Megan Good's visit to South Africa, because her visit was facilitated by one of cultural policy and management students, Zuko Nondada, who is also the executive producer of a company called The Final Chapter. And I had the privilege of and honor to be part of a roundtable which was facilitated by Zuko Nondada's company. And what I found really fascinating about Megan Good and the two cousins' visit to South Africa was the power that that visit had. In fact, the Dreams Exchange Festival was hosted in Botswana, so it was a tripartite relationship between the US, South Africa, and Botswana. But my comment here is how there are so many such small initiatives and grassroots initiatives which engage with many communities and have such profound impact on the perceptions and perspectives of nationals about the different countries involved, in this instance, the relationship between the US. And I argue that the impact that Megan Good had on the South African creative industries and cousins is very profound. I had an opportunity during the roundtable to ask, to pose a question about their thoughts, Megan Good and team's thoughts about the impact of Donald Trump's pronouncement, and they dismissed the president's position and argued that no matter what the president says, we are going to continue. And I wonder how many initiatives are continuing despite our country's positions and policy positions regarding cultural diplomacy. And I am convinced that there are many such initiatives that continue to thrive. In saying this, I'm not trivializing the impact of geopolitical pronouncements such as the one that Donald Trump made. Such have far-reaching consequences, such pronouncements have far-reaching consequences which spell disaster to the sector. So recognizing the power of the top-down mechanism as well as the bottom-up mechanism, I am arguing that there is need for us to find a midway, which is proposed by Mattera and Landry when they try to find, when they talk about the balancing act in dealing with strategic cultural policy dilemmas. They argue that there's need for people to find a third way, the middle way, which allows both the top-down policies to thrive as well as the bottom-up policies. And I am positioning institutions of higher learning, like our institutions which are involved in this conference, to take that position, because I feel that we are invisible as intermediaries that can mediate the the impact of both top-down and bottom-up approaches in policy implementation. So I want to end by posing a challenge, or by inviting everyone to recognize that when we engage in conversations like this one, there is a role which we play as intermediaries in facilitating cultural diplomacy. And we need to take up that space and make sure that what our countries are trying to do and what the ordinary person at grassroots is trying to do is mediated. I thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, and I agree that that the people, and I put this in the chat, that like Megan Good's statement highlights the difference of approach and opinion between the people and the people in power currently in the United States. So thank you again for your presentation. In the interest of time, we will move on to our next presenter, Dr. Linda Thibedi. I hope I said that one correctly.
Correct. Thank you so much. Just checking that you can hear me on my side.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. I am going to share my screen. See if you can see. Oops. Will you just confirm that you can see something on your side?
Yes, we can.
There we go. Fantastic. All right. So as introduced, my name is Dr. Linda Mdena Thibedi. I'm a lecturer here at Wits University. I'm also a drama therapist and currently the head of department at Drama for Life. So I've made a couple of notes and I'm going to work through them. But first and foremost, thank you so much for the invitation to be part of this conference and this dialogue today. I've kept my presentation short and to the point to create space for the discussion that will happen later. Our department does do a lot. So if you are interested to find out more about us, please jump onto our website or our social media pages, and you'll get to see all the wonderful things that we do here at Drama for Life. So I just quickly want to step into a statement here, or rather how I've defined cultural diplomacy. And I say that cultural diplomacy is centered on all partners involved in the sharing and exchange, all representing the value, depth, and insight of respective knowledge and culture bases. So in South Africa, we work with a principle of negotiation or negotiations, noting that you can't just show up or you can't just walk into a room. You have to meet, you have to share, you have to understand, and then engage. So with that said, let me share a little bit about the department that I'm heading and how we bridge communities. So this is a picture of some of our students many, many years ago and our department, Drama for Life. So Drama for Life was founded in 2006 through a SADC summit, officially launched in 2008, and was established as an independent department in 2012. Drama for Life is internationally recognized as Wits's unique postgraduate academic research and community engagement department that brings together the disciplines of applied drama and theater, performance ethnography, performance as research, arts education, drama therapy, and expressive arts therapies within the context of a critical reflexive praxis. Our latest book, titled Innovative Methods for Applied Drama and Theatre Practice in African Contexts, captures the multi-layered, rich and reflexive work that has been done at Drama for Life since 2008 from a South African perspective. Our unique program prepares arts-based researchers, arts activists, theatre makers, performance artists, directors, applied drama and theatre facilitators, drama educators, arts educators, drama therapists, and expressive arts therapists to create interventions, performances, rituals, and processes that skillfully and appropriately address social transformation and healing in a wide range of education, health, and social contexts. In Drama for Life, students engage in an embodied way of learning, going out into the community, hospitals, rehabilitation centers, and schools as part of our teaching ethos and practice. Students are taught through experiential learning and get to engage in communities with which they may later come back to work with once they are qualified. At Drama for Life, we take our students into different communities as a means of giving back to our community, but also as a realistic practice of the work that they'll do, that the work entails in the field once they've qualified. So how do I connect to this conference that's been happening over this week? I thought about it and I thought long and hard, and I realized in 2015, I completed my Master's of Arts degree here at Wits. And then in 2017, I became the first youngest Black female drama therapist to be trained and qualified in South Africa. A few years later, we now have a number of students who have graduated and qualified in South Africa and have qualified through our training here at Drama for Life. These practitioners now work in communities, in private practice, and some have gone on to work internationally. So then I had to think a little bit about my own work and how I could connect my own work to this conference when given the opportunity to come and share. And so I thought that in 2020, I started my PhD journey. My research was titled, I just want to get to the title of my research. There we go. My research was titled Bodies in Crisis, Exploring How the Body as a Tool in Drama Therapy and Dance Therapy Offers Insights into the Effects of Teaching Online. My supervisor was Professor Vivian Marco Spicer from Lesley University in the States, and I enjoyed having a supervisor who was far away. I enjoyed the fact that I could still work from home while still raising children, but also working quite hard to make sure that my research made sense, was coming together. And so we did work hard together and we kind of pushed through all the struggles of COVID. And I submitted my research last year in November 2024. So let me share a little bit about my research and how it connects to this conference. So this study looked at the experience of 12 dance movement therapists and drama therapy lecturers from different parts of the world who engaged with teaching and learning online during the COVID pandemic, drawing upon literature about the body, dance, and emotions and online pedagogy practices. My study sought to explore the possible effects on the human body when teaching online. My research explored what teaching strategies and techniques worked well in the online space, what was possible and impossible to teach online, what the experience of trying to engage with students online was like, and what lessons teaching in the online space provided. The online medium has provided opportunities for us to develop new collegial relationships with drama therapists and dance movement therapists internationally. I chose to take my research study outside South Africa or the South African borders to hear from dance and drama colleagues from around the world. But I still held the South African experience and context in mind throughout the process. The reality is here in South Africa, we don't have dance movement therapy as a degree or something that you can study in an academic institution. We're currently working on that, and we're hoping to be the first institution in South Africa to have dance movement therapy being taught on South African soil. We do, however, have 3 dance movement therapists who are qualified and trained abroad who are currently working in South Africa now. So for me, it was important for me to extend my study outside South Africa to include other countries where there are more qualified drama therapists and dance movement therapists who are accessible for interviews or who were accessible for interviews. I wanted to make sure that I was not just adding literature about drama therapy and dance movement therapy, but rather hearing from drama therapy and dance movement therapy lecturers themselves. So I found expert participants from South Africa. I engaged with 4 colleagues. 1 from Thailand, 1 from the United Kingdom, 1 from India, or 3 from the United Kingdom, 1 from India, and then I found 4 participants from the United States of America. The focus was not on comparing the 2 disciplines, but on seeing them as equal disciplines which use the body as a tool in arts and teaching. From the data collected, via the interviews and the literature that I did or read, it was clear that lecturers were not just able to cross a short distance by being online, they were able to also cross borders without having to leave their home or hometown, just like we're doing here today. This made me realize that the online space has opened up new possibilities, like international collaborations in our field. In my research, I recommended that we consider continuing to use the online space as a place for connections and collaborations to exist, not just between lecturers, but with the hope that this could also be between students to work across cultures with different race, gender, and age groups, going beyond the screen or walls of their classrooms, making connections, negotiating, and building relationships to strengthen and grow our community. And so as I was reading my presentation, it looks like I forgot to move the slides. So I'm just gonna, as well, that's my end of my presentation. I kept it short, but just to show you a few pictures about our department. Here I spoke about the connections that we have in South Africa. We also have students who are not just from South Africa. We have students who are in different parts of the world and different parts of Africa who come to study with us. And then, like I said, Professor Vivian Marcos Spicer is from Lesley University, and these are our connections across the globe. And that is it. Sure, done and dusted. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thibedi. It was a great presentation. I'm very interested in learning more about dance therapy. So maybe in the Q&A, I'll ask a few more questions. But in the interest of time, we are moving on to Dr. Teddy Mattera, and I believe we heard from him earlier with some riveting questions about hip hop. So I'm excited to hear his presentation. Dr. Mattera.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. And also thank you to my colleagues from the Wits School of Arts. It's really been, I've listened to some of the presentations that came before, some yesterday and some today. And, riveting, compelling, and have sort of provoked new interests for me in how we teach, how I make films, and perhaps even start rethinking, our sort of geopolitical disposition at the moment, and how we can begin to think about aligning that in a much more balanced way. Before I start, I just want to say that Dr. Munyaradzi Chatikobo took some of the elements that I wanted to speak about, and I'm very happy that he did because it saves us some time, Chatti, just to not sort of go over the same things that I wanted to talk about. This having been sort of presented as a, let me just start the video. A format where we would, be conversational about our developments within our departments and in our work. I just wanted to maybe start with positioning where and how film as a vehicle and practice for cultural exchange is situated in South Africa. I think when one looks at, especially the time I had spent in the United States during my days of exile, and working as a student activist within the universities. I was at Colorado College and also in Chicago. And at the time, with the transatlantic apartheid movement with Randall Robinson and a few other anti-apartheid activists, I think the idea behind a kind of diplomacy meant something quite different. It was about announcing struggle on the international stage, especially in the United States, and finding synergies and we could look at the African American struggle, especially, and the indigenous struggle of Native Americans, and align that to what was going on in South Africa. So cinema, for example, began and took the international stage in a very big way. One thinks about films like A Dry White Season. You think about films like Bopa with Morgan Freeman in it. There were a series of films that came out at the time that began to reflect the South African reality. And so this notion of a cultural diplomacy, in a way, really started within the ambit of the South African struggle and how it positioned itself within an international audience. Now, it is a very difficult, perhaps, time to reflect on what was one might call sort of beautiful, what one might call sort of attractive about South Africa at the time. It was more around the kind of hardships that Black South Africans especially were going through, until, of course, our international and local diplomat through Nelson Mandela changed the image of what South Africa was to be. And I think it was spoken about how our negotiated settlement in South Africa, now framed as a democracy, was positioned. And I think we started seeing films like Red Dust, Invictus, and a slew and a slate of films that kind of began to present South Africa in a way that spoke to the victory and the struggle in a very particular way. I think it also held with it the promise of what culminated in our democracy and where that was positioned. Later on, I think, as Chatty explained, South Africa then took on a particular turn, and slowly the film and television industry began to grow. We started signing treaties with countries like Canada, where the first South African co-production called Molo Fish was signed, and Canada and South Africa then looked at how to co-produce films. The next that followed were France, a few African countries. And I think in particular with the United States, the difficulty that was described earlier by my colleague Chatty was that South Africa was starting to be seen as a threat in a way to American international film productions, where South African locations were being seen as cheaper. We had a very professional crewing system, and of course American producers were paying very little to see their productions made. So that was the kind of beginning in a way in which the positioning of a cultural exchange began. Then, of course, came, which for me is of particular interest, about how streaming companies like and corporations like Netflix and Amazon and the rest sort of thwarted the whole international agreements that were set in place. And suddenly streaming then allowed corporations to escape the legislative and legal arrangements that had been in place between countries. For example, Heart of the Hunter, which was took the number one spot on Netflix, was made through an ex-colleague who also taught for a while at Wits University Film and Television, Mr. Mandla Dube. His film had number one universally on Netflix. You all remember our first sort of international, after Cry the Beloved Country came, the film Tsotsi in 2005. And then obviously District 9, which was a sci-fi film that tackled issues of xenophobia and apartheid, spatial injustice. And then the more sort of deliberate reminder of the AIDS crisis in South Africa came through Yesterday, which was produced in 2004. Now, I think it's important to understand that there was an attempt really for South Africa to play the role of the key Pan-African cultural diplomat way through cinema, until countries like Nigeria came on the scene and more established countries like Egypt and West Africans who had a history of production, but mainly through Europe. And these kind of began to do this notion of what was called shared continental narratives, by strengthening South-to-South cooperation in arts and culture. At home, though, is really where I wanted to center my focus on, which was coming out of a history of South Africa that had been so divisive in its racialization and practice of that through the apartheid system. South Africa found itself really fragmented along racial lines. And I think the attempt of the post-apartheid project was really to kind of look at how to rebuild this kind of these fractured social ties. And it sort of sparked on the idea of forming what one might call a kind of national film identity, because the theater identity had been strongly established through various theater productions, which actually, I think, became the focus point, the stage at which South African creative industries and also the kind of cultural outrage against apartheid began. So in terms of trying to look at how to deal with or cope or interrogate the kind of division that had happened in South Africa, initiatives within the local communities were started through cinema. We had formed what was called the National Film and Video Foundation in the country, which started looking at financing and developing cinema within the country. We also began to look at how to engage with international film festivals like the Berlinale in Germany, to look at the Cannes Festival and all other international film festivals. Our key focus really is how the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, through the National Film and Video Foundation, positioned itself as becoming the key sort of brand developers of what one might call a South African filmic identity. I think that kind of sketches for you what the position in the country nationally held. But what about how this kind of practice is developed within our department at Wits University? And I think that might be of interest to you. One of the key, the flagship courses that we have within our department is our second year documentary course, where we really ask students to engage very personally with cinema and film. Many of our students, as my colleague earlier had cited, come from different areas across the country, and they come to our university and for the first time hold cameras and sound equipment in their hands and use them as creative tools. And we begin to ask questions to students about how they are implicated, for example, in being in Johannesburg, being at the university, what brings them here and how they can develop personal identities. They then go out into locations to make films about Johannesburg's mining history, and in that way begin to understand how the country in itself, because Johannesburg is very much sort of reflective of the scope of the economic development within the country since the late 1800s, I would argue. So in doing this, we're finding that students are doing a lot of self-reflexive work around their praxis, around understanding and theorizing through their own practice-led productions. And we've developed a way in which we can begin to test the actual theoretical ability of our students to start thinking about what it means to be filmmakers, what it means to be responsible citizens, and more than anything else is to use cinema to be able to read and understand society. So that's kind of where things are at in terms of our department is really strongly based on practice-led development theoretically and in practice. From a personal point of view, I still make documentaries around communities, which is what I've been doing for over 25 years now, between fiction and documentary. And I thought maybe what I'd do was just give you a sense of a documentary I did more recently, which, with your permission, I hope that's okay, Chair, just to share very quickly.
No, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to share my screen. Let me see. I hope I haven't spoken too much. You can stop me if you need to. Here we go. Okay, here we go. I won't play all of it. I'll just share a little bit of it with you, and then I'll stop it afterwards. Where are we? Can you see my screen yet? No. Can you see my screen yet?
No, not yet.
Okay. Oh no, I think it's going to take too much time. Okay, it won't open, but I'll share it at another time. For some reason, I'm having difficulty trying to get to it. It really speaks to the kind of way in which we do cross-generational filmmaking in a community and in a city in Johannesburg, where we've got 3 different generations. The first one having been dislocated from an area called Sophiatown, which was a freehold settlement in Johannesburg, into a new racially classified area in Johannesburg, and how the different generations are coping. It's almost, one could argue, a cultural exchange between generations about how to look at ameliorating, mitigating the kind of circumstances that people found themselves in. If we've got somebody else to talk or share, maybe they can go ahead, and then I'll try and sort it out on my side, if that's okay with you. But thank you
thank you, Doc. Yeah, and I'm just realizing we are running significantly behind time here, or overtime, depending on how we want to look at it. So we're going to move on to Dr. Akoi-Jackson. We'll have a very brief Q&A, and then we'll go on to our next panel, because I don't want to disrespect people's time any more than I already have with this program. So, Dr. Akoi-Jackson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and share with colleagues. It's really an interesting space to find myself in. I don't often define myself as into cultural policy, but I welcome the proposals that have been shared here, especially by our head of school. So I've responded to the brief with this in mind. I am going to speak to 3 kind of, perhaps what might be slightly disparate projects or thoughts, but in a way that I hope makes sense, that they come together in the thinking about cultural policy. I am here. I have to presenting and sorry. It might be not presenting on your side in the way that I thought it would, but we'll go with that in just thinking about time. I'm thinking here about the curatorial practice, my work as the way that I think of it as a proposal to practice and methodologies of teaching, and being interested in the way that curatorial practice has informed how I approach the classroom, how I approach networks and ways of thinking about the classroom beyond its physical space. So the proposal being curatorial knowledge in the way that it aligns with the principles of knowledge productions, but thinking beyond mere displays. And this will make sense in the 2 projects that I want to speak to. Also, just wanted to mention my own practice in the way that I related back to my department, curatorial publics and visual cultures, thinking about exhibitions and the exhibitions that I've done that have been about reinterpreting histories. The Federal Archive is one of the exhibitions that continue to be the space I return to, as well as the Esther Mahlangu exhibition. Then I knew I was good at painting, that has recently folded or is continuing in another form. Also then, in light of curatorial practice being a format of practice, as being a place of knowledge production, as being a possibility here, hence of thinking about cultural diplomacy, I wanted to move to the idea, two ideas that have been percolated on, at least projects that continue to extend the space of thinking from the curatorial. I wanted to speak to BC Silver's projects that I've been part of since 2015. BC Silver is now late. She started an itinerant project, and I'll read excerpts from her introduction as a way to contextualize the project. But I come to ASICO as a young lecturer thinking about what it means to be in the classroom. It also intersects at the moment where fees must fall, and questions about pedagogy and what we learn in the classroom is gaining real intensities in South Africa. And so she becomes a really important refuge for me for many years, because every winter outside or summer, wherever you are, I would be able to go for a couple of weeks on this itinerant school, what she defined as lab residency and academy, looking at ways in which what we teach, how we think about teaching, or better yet, how she thought about suspending teaching and being taught simultaneously, and working with practitioners across the continent. To frame how she thought about this space and how it informs the way I'm introducing it here as a possibility of cultural diplomacy. In her introduction of the book that she published before she passed on, she says, in 1999, I traveled for my residence in London to visit my home city in Lagos in preparation for a project I was planning to implement a year later. Not long after arriving, I had a conversation with a mid-career artist about a local art scene and the international art scene and his thoughts on it. I recall that the artist responded to my mention of Documenta 10 with a blank and bewildered expression. He seemed oblivious of Documenta and the exhibition status as one of the preeminent sites for displaying contemporary art. My puzzle or naive persistence about what I consider the presumptuously to be his ignorance, he replied in somewhat irritated tone, "I'm sorry, BC, but I have not heard of it." In reflecting on this experience, I'm now inclined to ask, why should he have heard of Documenta? Here, the words of the Kenyan writer Ngugi wa Thiong'o are apt. After observing changes to the literary curriculum in Nairobi that privileged the third world literature, wa Thiong'o affirms that such changes reflected the truth that knowing oneself and one's environment was the correct basis of absorbing the world, that there could never be only one center from which the view of the world, but that different people in the world had their cultures and environment as the center. The relevant question was therefore how one center related to other centers. And just thinking about this, BC's work has then always translated back to how I think about this experience of being in the world. I was lucky enough to be part of the Maputo iteration. There were 5 iterations since 2010, up until she died. And I joined the Maputo iteration, the Addis Ababa iteration, the Accra iteration. And the opportunities that came with that meeting practitioners across the continent, those who identified as emerging, mid-career and established artists, those who were thinking of themselves as curators, made my work at Wits visible, but it also informed so much of what I thought was the place of really, the direct place of learning about teaching. It changed my approach to teaching. The second project I wanted to speak to is the Gala Barts by Universities, in the way that it's been probing questions around assessment and ways that we think about teaching. And so to delve more deeply into ASICO, I see it as this platform of addressing gaps in the way that it allows for, and this is her response, of course, that she starts the school recognizing the educational gap, but a way in which artists were not necessarily looking for university training. They needed a sounding board, a space where they could network, get critical feedback on their work. So she responds to this gap, but also my involvement in being someone who gets brought in. The first iterations, he says to me, "You're not here to teach." And really that threw me off for a bit, thinking that I was there to kind of deliver this grand knowledge that I had prepared. This one moment sort of reminded me that in being in sight, which is the center of what she was proposing, what do we learn from engaging with the different contexts, especially in the different regions? She also proposes an interesting thought about curatorial methodologies, ASICO being this lab, this residency, this academy, ASICO being this experimentation space for critical thinking and thinking with others who come from and with their own contexts. She also very much believes in the Pan-African ideas. And so how do we hold each other accountable, being able to break borders between languages, the Lusophone countries, the Francophone countries, the Anglophone countries, how we are not able to hold possible conversations that allow us to learn from each other without these borders always being at the center. And so we're in Maputo, struggling, engaging, and seeing the possibilities of engaging in this context that offers a different kind of languaging. This year, we continue to embrace BC, and I'm very excited, but this is the second iteration post their passing. The last being at, we were in Cairo. Once again, it is almost a generational uptake of what she really handed over to us, in seeing the possibilities of fostering exchanges beyond the ASICO that was BC as one individual, but now being taken up by those who are her alumni and those who work with her. So in a sense, when I think about her work, it's the horizontal exchange of ideas where we think about dissemination. It is about decolonizing curatorial practice, because for her, even though she thinks about it as an academy, it was, of course, very much, and she writes about this, that this was a curatorial project. She spoke a lot about the idea, and only this year, or at least maybe the previous situation, for the longest time, it was only for practitioners in the region. This year and the last iteration, we opened it up to communities in the diaspora. And this has really, again, changed and opened up so many possibilities and conversations that were not there. And very much about building networks and capacity and strengthening the African art ecosystem and fostering a sense of shared identity and purpose. The second part, of course, I said, what informs my teaching? How does it inform the way that I think about cultural diplomacy? How does it allow me to think beyond the classroom, beyond the context of Johannesburg, South Africa, and thinking about decolonialist practice? Here are other opportunities. I teach in a program where the old, or rather the original courses such as art history are seen with suspicion in the way that they continue to uphold views of the Western canon. Of course, there's been lots of work that's been done in this regard, but we continue to think through content, we continue to think through assessment. And one of the ways in which my own teaching is informed in this way. I've been lucky enough to get participate in the Basketball University exchange. This was mentioned by Professor Smith. And here, colleagues at Basketball, it was very interesting to see how they're thinking about the similar troubles, how to really deal and wrestle with the content of art history, on their side, thinking about how to decolonize their program. From our side, how to make the art histories that we focused on, the local, still speak back to the global. And so the idea of participating in this is still in formulation, thinking about what is possible around teaching methodologies and assessment. So I see this still as a proposal and something that I'm thinking through. We're working through how this helps, that context being BASPA in the UK, and South Africa being Johannesburg. Once again, being very cognizant of what was mentioned earlier on, not to be in the role of one just assuming and absorbing knowledges that come from the West once again, but how do we think about methodologies that are allowing for the leveling of the playing field? So I see this as possibly about building bridges, skills transfer and collaboration, and really being able to challenge the narrative. I'm moving quickly, very much concerned about time as well. So in thinking about this work, connecting arts, education, and the global dialogue, in my understanding of what's been asked of us here, thinking about cultural diplomacy, and thinking about ASICO, thinking about the BASPA proposal, is the idea of the holistic approach, that in fact, when thinking about your own practice, thinking about making that practice translatable within the teaching context and making that part of how you build networks, I'm encouraged by the possibilities of this holistic approach. I'm encouraged by the idea of the empowered African voice. And I'm empowered that the work that I do is allowing me to actually think beyond just my own practice as a curator, as an academic, but how that is constantly informing the way I think about teaching. I want to, in closing, wanted to go back to BC's words, where she says that she returns to Wachiongo and thinking about the promise of ASICO, saying that it is the flowerness that of different flowers that express in their very diversity, but there's a cross-fertilization between them. What is more, they all contain in themselves the seeds of the new tomorrow. So I will end there. I hope I've helped us catch up with some time. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Doc. No, I have done an abysmal job of managing time today. We're about an hour behind, but we have to take a few moments to see if there are any questions or comments from our audience or participants. Okay. I know there were a lot of presentations back to back. So with that being said, we'd like to thank all of our panelists and their presentations. So much information was shared. Well, we do have one question or comment. Let's see. Always have trouble navigating this. As a higher ed instructor and restorative arts practitioner in the US, the need for access and engagement with creative output in Africa is clear. What mediums, creative projects, or areas of study have been most effective when engaging university partners to create collaborative opportunities for arts faculty and students? Where do you feel is the next area of focus of research, artistry, etc., that will continue to build momentum and carve out space for future collaborations? And that comes from TD Sledge. And I don't know, Mr. Sledge, is that directed at anyone in particular, that question? Or was it in general to the panel? Let's see, for all panelists. Does anyone want to take a stab at a response? I'm going to pick on Dr. Well, someone looks like someone's jumping off. I mean, jumping on.
So yeah,
mute.
maybe just in the interest of time, I'll try and take a stab at it. I know that our university received a major million funding, which contributed to something which we call Arts Research Africa. But effectively, what it was is it was a project which catalyzed the work that was already happening around researching our own practice. So I think what in response to the question, really, I think that there's a lot that we can share on arts research, creative practice, as the university on the continent that is gaining increased recognition for the work around researching our own practice. So I think artistic research, creative research, practice-led and practice-based research, and the different pedagogies are really areas that we've been developing as expertise, and what would be very helpful to us, as well as just across the board in the country, is these collaborations. So a lot of the work currently in this area is happening with with Europe. In particular, because of very strong emphasis on research in this area, I think it would be a very good area to collaborate on going forward. But yeah, also mindful of time. There's lots more, but I thought I'd just share what has been developed as an area of expertise that I think would be mutually beneficial. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do any other panelists have input? If not, thank you guys so much thank all of the panelists from the beginning of today's session up until now. I really appreciate you guys being here. I think you guys have enriched this conference and this dialogue that we're having so very much. With that being said, I will now turn over moderating responsibilities to the center's director, Dr. Bob Wakisa, and he will take us throughout the rest of this evening.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank
Malik.
you very much.
Thank you, Teddy, and thank you, the previous panel. I think we've had quite multiple perspectives to chew on. But now moving on to the next session, I know our colleagues must be anxious because we've a bit of run over time, but I think it was worthwhile, the discussions around cultural diplomacy. In fact, those discussions kind of link us into the next session, which is about global challenges. I'm almost tempted to start by stating or providing context of the many global challenges we face today. But I guess, again, in the interest of time, I'd better, yield that time to the panelists to speak. So in full, the panel is called Addressing Global Challenges Through Collaborative Research and Teaching. And the panelists we have today is Professor Lahra Smith, Director, African Studies Program, Georgetown University. We have Professor Leapetswe, or you can just say Leps if your tongue stammers on the name. Leps Malete, Coordinator of Global Initiatives, Department of Kinesiology, and Director, International Research on Youth Sport, Physical Activity, and Health Lab, College of Education, Michigan State University, and our own at Wits, Professor Jacqui, Head of Discipline, Department of International Relations, right here at University of Witwatersrand. On my panel's listing, Professor Lahra Smith is first, and then we'll go to Professor Leps, then Professor Alla. So without further ado, Over to you, Professor Lahra.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Very much so. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Well, I want to start by certainly thanking you, Professor Wakesa, and all of my fellow panelists, all the folks that made this, this possible today, for us to all be together in this online space. But really, honestly, particularly to my fellow speakers, the last 2 days, 3 days, I couldn't join the first day because of a delayed flight. But really to everyone, because it's been so rich what I've heard the last few days as well. And I feel a bit humbled. I don't have any beautiful slides as the ones that I've been able to enjoy. So I hope that my presentation will be able to be engaging enough on its own. And thank you for saying that we're thinking about global challenges. I'll actually try to lay out a couple of what I see some of those to be. And I will start that by kind of transitioning from the last two beautiful panels on culture and the diaspora and cultural studies, which I personally always find tremendously both important and useful, to say that I'm a political scientist. So maybe I'm either part of the problem or part of the solution, but I hope I'm more of the latter, in that I study some of these global challenges really head on, and then hope to help identify some of the solutions that we can all then, in an interdisciplinary way, kind of tackle through these collaborations that we're engaged in. So I do want to talk about these global challenges very much, and how our research collaborations, both within and across Africa, across the diasporas, and really around the world, can help us tackle some of these challenges that we face. There's obviously a lot that we've already are doing, as has been elaborated by so many of the panelists throughout the last few days. And we're really just touching the surface of this, as we all know. It's also important to really talk about this because the world that we're in and our vocation as scholars, as artists, as activists, are really facing unprecedented and dire attacks. But out of this urgency and uncertainty comes human creativity and solidarity. That's a word I wrote about a week ago when I was writing this, and it's a word I've heard several times in the last few days, and I think it's really true and recognized by so many of us. So like those before us, who both built the university's walls, but also broke down so many of the walls that kept us apart within universities, it's really time to rethink how we're going to confront these challenges that are evident to us. And also to remind ourselves that there is a lineage to the point at which we arrived, and that lineage points us to how to be successful in confronting these challenges. So the Pan-Africanist and Afro-Asian connections, for example, of the anti-colonial and non-aligned movements, I think are really important precursors that we need to look to, and that many of you I know do look to, for the radical rethinkings of the ways that we do our research, our teaching, our institution building, and our collaborations. Obviously, we can't go into all of those. Many of you have alluded or talked about them, but I just put them as a kind of a point of reference at the start of my comments today to say that we absolutely, and I think most of us, many of us are building on those earlier lineages and traditions as we look to how to solve and work through the challenges we face today. There are very real financial, structural, and neo-colonial reasons that scholars in Africa and the Global South are excluded from international research collaborations, funding proposals, publication opportunities, and others. These include the lack of support from their own universities, language barriers, the hegemony of Western and global Northern journals in agenda setting and publication opportunities, and ranking and preferences. On top of that, some of the scholarship points to the fact that international organizations and other researchers often quote, and I'm quoting here some scholarship on this topic by Nkensa et al. In 2024, they note that, quote, these organizations do not consider local cultural settings, values, practices, and theories, and that they, the scholars, will skew their proposals to conform to Western donor standards to win funds, end quote. That also applies to the need to make research more relevant to the problems and concerns of Western or global Northern policy contexts, even if the research is happening in Africa. So for example, one respondent said with respect to Ghana, quote, However, if you do collaborate in international research, what happens is that you may do the research in Ghana, but its interpretation should benefit Western readership. This even helps the local researcher get a broader readership. So we must partner with them to get published in their journals, end quote. And that was in that same 2024 article. And so we see this often where Western or global North focused research topics, methods, and contexts skews the research collaborations. I see this as a political scientist very often in the study of democracy and democratization, so-called. And I want to talk about this for a moment. It reminded me yesterday, one of the panelists, I believe it was Dr. Khan from Morgan State, mentioned sort of seeing Africa as a laboratory in which to test Western-centered and Western-originated theories. And that really resonated for me in some of what I've seen in my own discipline. So for 20 years or so now, I've taught a survey course called, and it's titled this differently in many different universities, but it's usually called African Politics and Government. It's taught something like it in a number of universities and colleges. My discipline, political science, particularly from the view from the global North, has been obsessed as sort of seeing Africa in this way, as a laboratory for studying the processes of democratization. And typically the discipline of political science sees this as a linear and a value neutral or even value positive progression of liberal democracy. So thinking of sort of Western organizations like Freedom House and so on. There's often very often the research is context-free and heavily quantitative or experimental, lacking in a normative sort of argument. And this is something that I was trained in when I did my PhD in typical classes. This is not what I do for my own research, to be clear. I generally do qualitative and critical democracy studies, but mostly because I was trained by so-called old-fashioned political scientists. But what's interesting about that and important for this question of global challenges is that it's left the subfields of both American and Africanist political science thoroughly surprised and unprepared for many of the challenges that we face. These challenges are, of course, rising authoritarianism, isolationism, white supremacy, Christian nationalism in both foreign and domestic policy. It need not have been this way. And for those who taught and researched African politics as a truly comparative politics, where there is value in sharing political insights and experiences collaboratively, critically, and anti-colonially, none of this was a surprise, even the surprise of our friends and colleagues. Truly collaborative, comparative, interdisciplinary, and equitable exchange-based research is imperative when faced with these fierce challenges that we have now. Some of these challenges may be local, but many of them have a lot of commonalities. So again, those challenges like authoritarianism, the loss of civic space, threats to our natural environment, the health of our planet and the people on it, threats of war, conflict, and displacement, as well as economic inequality and growing poverty. I speak to you, ironically enough, from Johannesburg, although I'm speaking to you virtually. I had come hoping to meet so many of you in person. But of course, I live and I teach my students in Washington, D.C., which is the epicenter of some of the most cruel and dangerous political ideas and policies at the moment, policies with far-reaching impact. And so we need in Washington these collaborations to fuel our own efforts and creativities in our research, teaching, and activism, and then to fuel the solidarities that reach out to our colleagues at places like Wits who are interested in both studying America, but also, really hopefully mirroring back and comparatively teaching us as well. And so some of these ideas we can take up, and I think we already really have. They've been suggested to us throughout this conference. What I want to argue in my presentation today with these global challenges that we face, that I don't think any of which I've said are a surprise to any of you, we could have all listed them quite easily, is that there is a need for more collaborative work. Some of that work we do through our collaborative research and fieldwork, as so many of you have showcased. I think some of you have also talked about this, and it's some of the work that I've found the most personally rewarding, and I suspect when I look back on my career will be mentoring graduate students and junior faculty across the US and Africa as well. as well as providing meaningful guidance and support to faculty in multiple locations. But also doing this virtually and not always requiring us to physically be present. So it's all, often the case that responding to RFPs or funding calls, or even looking for private sector funding that has its own agendas may not be the best way to figure out what is important in African studies or in American studies. Thinking back to the conversations that we had early yesterday morning or afternoon, depending on where you were, about developing American studies here at Wits or elsewhere across the African continent. We may need to be creative and bottom up ourselves, and I think we are, just as we argue that those who work in the development sector need to do more of as well. Again, starting through our teaching, by mentoring graduate students, by guest lecturing and co-teaching through online tools, which I think many of us were able to do more in COVID. We can and should be bringing our students and faculty colleagues to each other physically, African students and colleagues to America, to Europe, elsewhere on the African continent, elsewhere within the diaspora, and certainly our students to Africa, to other parts of the African diaspora as well. And some of it is, will continue to happen. Nothing will replace that, particularly when it's an equitable exchange of people as well as ideas. We should fight for that. And I would definitely argue and agree that the onus will be on those of us in the global north to take up that fight. And I can assure you that many of us are and will continue to do that work. But there are things like visa rules, global conflict, and other restrictions and funding reductions that are likely to make this more difficult every single day as we turn on the news, at least for now, hopefully not forever, and I don't think they will be. But I'm all for an activism that fights this. But I also think in the short term, we can also think about the technology, like my colleague who was presenting, and I wrote down so many names and now I can't find her name, but the colleague who was presenting on the theater and psychology movement, dance movement and psychology work about using, during COVID restrictions, the benefits of really reshaping thinking about learning from each other in these online environments. And so if there are ways to continue to fight the attempts at authoritarianism and isolationism by making our classrooms and our teaching spaces really globalized spaces in these ways, we'll be able to continue to collaborate. Again, also by using, more and more, if not only Africanist and African diaspora scholarship on our syllabi through not only scholarship, but also films and TVs and artwork, as has been demonstrated by our colleagues in the rich fields and school of arts here at Wits, which is really so impressive. And I'm excited to take some of that back to my colleagues in the US who may not be aware of it. So while many of us, I'll just wrap up here, while many of us have undertaken research and teaching collaborations, including sending and receiving students and colleagues and from and to Africa, teaching and doing research on the continent and in the United States in the fields of American studies and African African American and African diaspora studies. I certainly have had the pleasure of that as well, thinking more about what COVID-19 and other kinds of restrictions might enable us to rethink in new challenges around funding and visa restrictions and how we can use that to resist and to really think of them as activist and resistant spaces, not really just as tools of last resort, where we can resist these efforts to localize us and to limit us and prevent us from the exchange that we would like to have, and push through these growing and insidious efforts by authoritarian governments to undermine and destroy our efforts at internationalizing our classrooms, by teaching and promoting global collaborations, using online and hybrid tools as just one way of resistance, even if, of course, and I do want to raise this point, they certainly raise other unique challenges. I've written elsewhere early on in COVID-19, as I was doing a bit of research through WhatsApp, about some of the ethical, security, and practical concerns of doing this research. That's certainly the case for teaching as well. And so I welcome comments, questions, and thoughts about that. But for me, as sort of thinking through how we might think about our research collaborations as spaces of resistance as we face some of these challenges, I think there are opportunities, and I welcome chances to think and problem solve these as well with my colleagues who have such amazing other ideas in other spaces as well. So thank you for the time today.
Thanks, Professor Smith, for those cogent and to the point comments. I think as you were speaking, I was just thinking about our own center, the African Center for the Study of the US, and certainly many others. We are in between the rock and the hard place. Because if we took a very stringent, critical stance against the US, we could be targeted. But if we didn't, then we are sleeping on the job, as it were. And so I guess this is another way of saying, colleagues, feel free to share your comments, questions on Lahra's presentation, even as I now invite Professor Malete to also come in and share with us his perspectives on global challenges and potential for collaborative work.
Thank you very much, Bob. Let me share and then go into presentation mode. All right, so what I'm going to do is actually, first of all, thank Lahra for an excellent overview that actually laid the foundation for my presentation. What I'm going to do is actually provide an overview of a Pan-African collaboration on youth empowerment, sport, physical activity, and health. The reason being that, this approach would give us a perspective that I consider very important in terms of broadening the scope of the topic, specifically looking at the issue of global, unemployment, youth unemployment in Africa, socioeconomic transformation, and the whole concept of youth empowerment, because that's very important. So the context within which I'm framing the presentation is actually basically a conversation based on or layered on what has been discussed already, and even the opening session on Tuesday, the importance of higher education in socioeconomic development. This can never be overemphasized. Also, specifically focusing on limited research on youth empowerment. I mean, there's a lot of work that is going on there on the youth, particularly looking at development space. But my interest here is youth empowerment, youth capacity building, and youth transformation, using sport and exercise sciences and leisure studies as an avenue for enhancing that, and also ensuring that we can actually look at this from the perspective of Africa and African diaspora. I also have an interest in the challenges that we are looking at, which are siloed approaches, which is why my concern is how best can we bring together industry, higher education, and the public sector in much more stronger collaborations, in-depth collaborations of co-creation to address the youth development challenge in Africa. Because without youth development and youth empowerment, you cannot have strong communities. When you do that, you empower cities, you empower communities, rural areas, and also you can lead to the transformation of the continent. The reason being that we know that youth comprise of, or they compose the largest population in Africa, and therefore we are looking at it as an opportunity for development. I have an interest in transforming potential of sport and exercise sciences, in particular because it's an area that has not been studied adequately, and also because it has been seen to be powerful in terms of skills development, building social cohesion, and economic transformation. Now, looking at the challenges and opportunities for African higher education, as I have mentioned earlier, the current barriers to sport and exercise science leisure studies in African countries. There are some countries that have made significant success in this area, specifically South Africa, where we are located. Egypt, you're going to find that also in North Africa has done some great work. But I think across the continent, there's still limited area, limited research going on, and institutional policies to support that. Another challenge is that, of course, the cultural perception of an undervalued undervaluation of leisure and sports sciences in Africa. We still are exporting a lot of talent, a lot of capital, particularly if you look at how many people watch DSTV sports and not local sports. The leisure industry itself, counted in billions of dollars. I'll show a slide just shortly after this to speak to this issue. So again, opportunities of growth and innovation in interdisciplinary programs that integrate sport and exercise sciences, leisure studies, and youth empowerment to enhance socioeconomic transformation, the importance of leveraging internal and external collaborations to strengthen research, teaching, and outreach. Here is a slide that I was actually referring to earlier, the macroeconomic effect of sport and leisure studies. We have here a good example of what happens when investments in sport, physical activity, and leisure studies, and how that could impact economies. For instance, you're looking here at the top part of the slide, recreation, culture, and sporting services, accounting for close to 501 billion. In this case, at the top there with the number, it's actually significant. You see the huge contribution to the economy, followed by educational services, hotel and restaurant services. The three of them actually encapsulate leisure, sport, and recreational studies. Significant in economic development and contribution to GDP in Europe. Now, the global sport and recreation market in 2022 was projected to be $501 billion, right? And it's actually still projected to be by 2026 next year to reach $707 billion. Now, only two African countries are mentioned in this projection, and that's South Africa and Egypt. I mentioned that earlier on, that if Africa does not take interest in this in a much more focused, much more concerted ways, I don't think we're going to make it. There are indications that a lot of these industries are doing well, especially when we look at professional sports in South Africa and how that is actually impacting economies and employment. Now, what I'm saying here is that ignoring that challenge actually is self-defeating. So there's a clarion call for bolder action where we can leverage potential sports and exercise for economic development and also education transformation, engender Africa-centric epistemologies to study historical, cultural, as well as socioeconomic connection of sport and leisure to public health, well-being, individual and community livelihoods. We also need to capitalize on youth demographic dividend to nurture youth creativity, innovation, and fearlessness, because we know that the youth are creative, they're innovative, they're fearless. And if the youth make the bulk of African population, there's a huge potential there to actually enhance economic development. Another important thing is we need to embrace new technologies, sport industry, sport technology, sport engineering, recreation and leisure studies. All of this encapsulates aspects of technology and technological development and advancement. Some things have emerged from sport that actually had translated to new technologies that actually impact life in real time and in real ways. So we need to build hope within the African continent and the African diaspora. I'm intentional about mentioning Africa, the continent itself, and the diaspora, because I think our work has to include the United States, has to include Latin America, it has to include everywhere, every part where the diaspora is, because without doubt, and we'll be lying to ourselves if we don't tell the truth as it is. Wherever you find people, or Black people across the world, where there's poverty, they tend to be overrepresented. It doesn't matter where it is in the world. So we need to be very intentional and deliberate about that, because you cannot see transformation of Africa without transformation of the African diaspora in the United States, in Europe, in Latin America, the Caribbean, and everywhere else around the world. So let me just transition into the conversation that I want us to hone on, which is the transformative power of sport and leisure studies and lessons from our work. Again, we're looking at sport and leisure studies, exercise sciences as a catalyst of personal growth, inclusion, and mental well-being, as well as physical well-being. We also looked at ways in which sports build life skills, social bonds, and economic opportunities for countries. I'm sharing here the work that we have done. I'm giving examples of some of the work we have done, which has a Pan-African perspective, is interdisciplinary in nature, and also looking at research and outreach as well as teaching. And partnership that actually includes universities from Botswana, Ghana, Tanzania, Kenya, Nigeria, and of course, the United States, where I'm located. Now, the goals of this collaboration, context is youth empowerment to address youth development challenges. youth empowerment through sport, physical activity or leisure, health and well-being across populations, starting with youth, because if you do that, it translates to population change. In gender, a shift from deficit narratives to asset-based youth models. This is very important and personal to me because every time we look at Africa, we're looking at a deficit lens. We look at it from a deficit lens where every issues are about crime, despondency, and all of those kinds of issues. And I'm saying we need to re-engender these perspectives by way of looking at Pan-African collaboration that are actually community engaged. They can look at different specific outcomes, for instance, in physical activity, STEM education, youth innovation, and entrepreneurship. And in the case of entrepreneurship, is because of youth creativity and innovation. Again, here is an example of one of the projects that we started after I moved to Michigan State in 2016. This is called the African Alliance for Youth Sport and Entrepreneurship. It's an initiative that I built alongside with my colleagues from Ghana, from Nigeria, from Botswana and Tanzania. But we started off in this project with Ghana, Nigeria and Botswana. Ghana, Botswana and Tanzania. Those were the first countries that we started working on this. We intentionally selected different regions of Africa for the perspective that I'm talking about, and looking at cross-cultural comparison to show impact. Now, here's the story. Looking at effects of sports and physical activity-based positive youth development programs on youth outcomes. Harnessing assets from sport and physical activity to nurture life skills through youth empowerment. Key things, outcomes, youth psychosocial development, school outcomes, health and well-being. And then we ran an intervention program that is actually specifically looking at sport and entrepreneurship in this context. Life skills through sport, entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial mindsets. That's what we looked at. Another important project that we looked at, again, funded by the Alliance for African Partnership, and I think Jose gave a very good overview of this alliance and what it is doing. We developed a project called the US-Botswana Collaborative Research on Youth Empowerment and Education, looking at smart infrastructure and mobility innovations for resilient community health. We built this project looking at engineering concepts, for instance, sensors with bridges, infrastructure, roads, and then brought in people from exercise physiology to look at physical activity and health outcomes, like how the built environment in Botswana impedes or affects exercise and health and recreation behaviors of communities. And then we brought people from business to help us with entrepreneurship ideation, entrepreneurship training, and ran camps for students and teachers who are from both physical activity settings as well as those who are working in entrepreneurship. Again, this collaboration was very enterprising. Look at what we called it Your Smart Project. Examine if youth sports programs, blending STEM, entrepreneurship ideation, and physical activity-based life skills could empower youth to develop innovative technologies. What the youth did is identify problems during the time that they were at the University of Botswana in the camp. Identify those problems that are related to infrastructure, and then come up, learn how to code using Python, with the Raspberry Pis, and then create projects, and then walk around the city and look at how they can tie their projects that they're working on to problems that are actually existing in terms of exercise behavior, recreation in the city, including use of how the lights or traffic lights work, and whether they're actually friendly to people who might be blind or visually impaired. And what the students did was really fascinating. All right. Again, we're looking at an asset-based approach, focuses on optimal development experiences through involvement in organized activities, interdisciplinary youth-centric co-created solutions, looking at challenges that are there, issues where we are looking at co-ownership between the students and their teachers and their mentors. The idea being, how can we translate the skills learned from these experiences to support individual success in academic settings, as well as challenges outside the sport environment that translates to every other aspect of life that is beyond sport and physical activity. That is the goal. Again, we are interested in sustainability. Building youth agency is key. A shift from predominantly deficit lens, as I've mentioned, looking at novel or unconventional approaches to youth sport and youth development opportunities and challenges. Also using cross-cultural global applications. We put the youth at the center of national development and promote teaching, research outreach, and sports and exercise with a focus on socioeconomic impact of sport and physical activity. Sustainability is important. again, the argument here is that while we're dealing with a limited funding or constricting, the funding landscape is getting narrower and narrower. There are bigger challenges. Europe has been funding a lot, and there's a reduction in funding. The United States has joined on board starting from this year. What can Africa do on its own, as well as in collaboration with willing partners? Those are the kinds of issues we're looking at. Can there systems be built with locally that can support this line of work? Those are the conversations. Here is an example of another piece of work in Kenya. In Kenya, we happened to get a significant funding from USAID, no longer existing now, but a 15 million grant over 5 years. Unfortunately, this grant has ended and ended early. But key things here is the goal was to increase youth economic prospects, build Kenyan higher education capacity, and strengthen youth service systems. We worked, I was a PI for this project. We worked with county governments in Kenya to identify challenges, come up with solutions. We also had, for instance, USIU, which is United States International University, and Egerton University, which are two anchor institutions in Kenya that we worked with to identify vocational institutions that we can help build their capacity to absorb students and actually work with industry to ensure that students can be placed in jobs, do job training, on-job training, job shadowing, internships, and things like that, with the goal that the private sector has to absorb these individuals, these young people. And then we worked with the National Youth Bunge Association to help strengthen the youth service system so that youth can actually continue developing the directions in which they would like to go with the skills they are learning. And again, I'm giving an example here of a project we did during COVID, where some of the projects that I was working on had to shut down, couldn't continue. So we partnered with a startup in Boston called Son Health. They actually developed an app that can assess health, mental health in particular, even physical health, how people feel about their health using voice, solicitations on an app, either on a phone or a laptop. And so we went into Nigeria with our partners, working with our partners in Nigeria, Ghana, Tanzania, and Botswana again, specifically to assess the impact of COVID during this time. And so we are working on a number of manuscripts have been led and published through the partner countries, both in Tanzania, Nigeria, and Ghana. And I'm actually working on a 4-country paper exploring sedentary time as a moderator of COVID symptoms. Again, this is an outcome of long-term relationships with these countries that we have built over time, where everybody feels they own and actually are empowered to lead this type of projects. Again, what are we learning from this approach? We learned that an asset-based approach is very good. It actually leads to optimal development experiences through involvement in organized activities. We also see viability of interdisciplinary youth-centric innovative approaches, as I've said, based on the outcomes of the research we are doing. This is implementation science, it's intervention work, and we like to see it thrive. We would like to see it as a model that should grow across the African continent and elsewhere. The skills transfer from sports that actually could impact other aspects of development. Youth appreciate asset-based approaches in youth development, especially when their voice is heard and they're part of designing of programs. These are some of the things that we're working on. It's not a perfect thing, but we actually like what we're seeing now. Our interest is in also marginalized groups, marginalized communities within the African continent and in the United States. We are doing work right now in Flint and Lansing in Michigan, replicating this approach. Fortunately with funding from the Michigan Health Endowment Fund. We hope that we can actually continue this work and bring everybody from the United States, from other parts of the world, and in particular looking at Africa and the diaspora to build this line of work. So in conclusion, what I want to say is that the way forward is there's need for systematic research and theoretical paradigms to study sport and exercise sciences and leisure studies in Africa, looking at African knowledge systems and cultural practices to inform this approach. This is a dedicated approach that I'm actually taking, and why I'm in the continent this month of June and July, really exploring what is there in terms of African paradigms, African epistemologies, so that I take myself outside of the context of only focusing on theoretical frameworks that were developed, with a Eurocentric lens. This is where I am and how I would like to get people along to work with me in this as we explore these opportunities. We need to have significant investment in curricular development, training and research and outreach. because our research has to be impacting communities. So outreach has to be an important component of what we are doing. We need a reimagined education through joy, connection, and culture. This week, what this conference is showing is that there is the joy of learning. There's connection, there's culture. We need to build on that. We need to build strong national, regional, Pan-African, and global action plans built on multi-billion-dollar industries. Africa is highly endowed. The multi-billion industries are here on the continent. Tourism, health, wellness, creative industries. This is what we need to be thinking about, and how we can actually take the bulls by the horn and develop a high level of autonomy and stop begging. All right, we look for partners, collaborators to work on these projects and not beg. We need to build broader, stronger coalitions, collaborations that actually include industry, higher education, communities, the non-governmental sectors. We need to engender equity. We need to build social inclusion. In our countries, there are big challenges around that. All right, I want to stop here, Bob, and share some pictures of some of the work. The picture on the right is our work in Ghana. The left corner is our team. Having met in Tanzania with everybody from different countries, and then the center is my doctoral students. And I want to stop here again, and with many thanks to our partners. You can see how many they are, and the funders that have been supporting our work. And I'll wait for any questions that may be there. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Leps. I think you've blown my mind. I've always known that sports can be used for development, for economic empowerment, and so forth. But I think I haven't listened until today to a presentation that makes this work in a pragmatic manner. And I think I was just thinking of whom to connect you with here at Wits and perhaps other institutions. We have Wits Sports here. They might be interested. Colleagues, feel free to share comments, questions. I can see a few coming in, but we need more because this is a conversation where we need to, build on what presentations are made, come in with our own perspective, see how we can build on some of these presentations. But indeed, sports has blown my mind, I must repeat. And at this point, over to you, Professor Lahra.
Thank you, Dr. Wekesa. In preparing for this like panel discussion, I actually started to reflect on my experience in research and working on research partnerships and how things have changed over the 30 years that I've been in academia. I think when I first, my first project where I partnered with partners from the global north, I was given a brief and told to do research and come up with a solution for a problem that I identified. And when I came up with the solution, I was told by the partners in the global north that it was the wrong solution. And they wanted something a lot more sophisticated and with a lot more moving parts, and something that would sell more. And I think that it really, spoke to the fact that, context in research matters, and that we were talking at cross purposes. We had different ideas, and so I think that that was one of the key takeaways for me when doing research partnerships, that everybody needs to have a common understanding. And so fortunately, that was not where my research collaboration ended. And I'm at the moment in very, very many research partnerships, one with that is global, that is not only with it's funded by the Canadian Social Sciences and Research Centre, and has partners, universities in Canada, but also in Haiti, in South Africa, and in Vietnam. And that the partnership, in as much as it can be, is an equal partner. And the partners in different parts of the world have they have autonomy and they have, final say over what goes on and what gets researched. And not only is it just that, but we also have civil society partners that partner with us as well. And so this idea of research just being for academics within an academic situation, focusing on what we think of challenges are and what our problems are, seems to be shifting in the world today. And so there is a lot more focus in the research that I'm doing at the moment on consulting with the communities that you're working with. I work with women and girls with disabilities, and to work with your research partners and to work with the civil society groups and with government to, and the first thing that we did is that we did a pilot, survey on actually asking people with disabilities themselves, what were their priorities? What did they want us to research? And so this was a very, very different way of conducting research. And I think it's a very generative way of doing it because, the ideas that we have as to how to fix problems as academics, the people that we deliver our findings to may have very, very different ideas. And I think that it is, one of, as I said again, the great part of being part of a multi-country research project is that you begin to understand how context changes and how issues are similar and how issues change as you change context. And so the solutions that you come up with or the way that you study things is very, very different. The way that you would undertake a study in Vietnam is very, very different to the way that you would do it in South Africa or in Haiti or in Canada. At the moment in Haiti, our team is basically under lockdown because they cannot go out. And so, it's like entailed a different way of doing things. And I think that it's also, it's precipitated conversations between the partners on the issue of the colonization of knowledge and getting away from this idea that the global south is where knowledge, is a area where you collect and you develop and you test knowledge, and the global north is where you apply it and you publish it, and that there is very, very strong, emphasis on sort of, both all partners publishing together, and that nobody hands over their research to a global north partnership. And I think that more often than not is how these partnerships are have emerged, particularly in my context. And I mean, there's also been a lot more South-South collaboration in my area as well, because I also, my second field of study is the decolonization of international relations, especially international relations theory. And so I have a host of collaborations between partners in the global south. And that is something that has changed and shifted. And so it's really interesting to look at, and to see that even though we are all partners in the global south, the way that we approach problems and the way that we look at issues and what is identified as problems and solutions are very, very, very different. I think doing this kind of partnership exposes academics to different ideas. I mean, especially when you do North-South collaboration, because it exposes people's idea, to the idea that, it's not just epistemologies that may be, and epistemological practices in the global south that they may be different, but the way that we understand the world, ontology, may be fundamentally different as well. So I have colleagues that who work in the area of climate change. And, you know, in Latin America, nature has rights. It comes from, you know, indigenous religious understanding of, you know, people and their connection to the land. And this has been translated into politics, and this idea of, you know, rights and duties and this reciprocation between populations and the earth. And it comes from a very, very different ontological perspective as, you know, other places. And I have got, you know, we've also worked on issues around governance in Africa. And, you know, a lot of times, even going back to indigenous knowledge is problematic because we have extracted the indigenous knowledge from the ritual and the beliefs that were practiced, and knowledge was understood in those contexts, and you know, to extract them and pull them out of that context and then just apply them with, you know, with that all being removed becomes very, very difficult and different. And so yeah, I mean, we have these you know, these exchanges, and it's fruitful for both sides to see things differently. I think that what is also really important when it comes to these collaborations is the need for multilingualism. Also, with our students and our students exchange programs, our students need to know a lot, a lot of different languages that help them travel across Africa and different parts of the world if they work there. This idea of English being the lingua franca of research, I think is also is also changing. And I think that, you know, when we look at students and student participation in student exchanges and student participation in research projects, I think that it is really important because it prepares our students for a globalized world. And it helps them, you know, move from a parochial understanding of how the, you know, of the world from their very specific location to having a a lot more complexity. I think it also from our point of view, I think our students appreciate the education that they get at Wits because it's very, very like, you know, more sort of, you know, close. You actually have access to your professors, but also they find out that, you know, how rigorous academics can be in different parts of the world and how gradient differs. And I mean, so it's really, really good for them. I know that there was a study done in the 90s that I think that said that you know, students in the United States are seldom exposed to ideas from different parts of the world. And the study looked at how this constrains, you know, people later on in life by not understanding how other things are, you know, going, and why things are happening, and how incredibly, you know, harmful Western-centric understanding of history is. I mean, what really annoys me at the moment is that I cannot find, you know, a consolidated history of, you know, Africa. And I mean, in histories that tell different stories and don't erase knowledge from different parts of the world. I mean, so, you know, somebody pointed out to me the other day that, you know, the traditional history curriculum has always been, you look at Mesopotamia as the center of, you know, where civilization began. Then you look at Egypt for a bit, and then you go on to Rome and Greek, but you never study Persia or Asia or India or any parts of Africa in, you know, that much more detail. And so our understanding of, you know, the, you know, knowledges and ideas extremely limited. And this is, it limits our ability to, have a wider range of solutions available to us. And this, is a reciprocation that will benefit both academics in the global north and in the global south. And so I think this idea of, dialogue and world traveling, where people, begin to, learn and appreciate things about, other cultures and other practices and other ways of being is incredibly helpful. And then I just wanted to end off with some, practical, challenges that need to be thought through when it comes to, these kind of collaborations, both in terms of research and student exchanges. I think that, firstly, the first thing that we often encounter is that I have to explain to people that we don't have the same term times as students in the global north, that we run from January to December, and other terms run from September to April. And so if we want to collaborate and meet for meetings, and travel or exchange students, or I'm involved in an online collaborative course at the moment, where we have students from Kenya and South Africa joining together once a week, to go through a course in digital democracy. We've had to negotiate, but around the fact that we have a break at this time of the year, and then the Kenyans have different breaks, and it's we need to do that. Working across timelines is really difficult. I've just come out of a meeting where we've had to accommodate Vietnamese, South African, and 3 different Canadian timelines, time zones as well. And that can be complicated as well. It's also really important that everybody has clear roles and responsibilities, and that workload is balanced in the team. And also that we acknowledge that we have differences and we have strengths. And then sometimes it's really great, because I have amazing Canadian partners who work on as part of the South African team on my disability project. And sometimes they will have insights that as a South African that I miss, because I take the things that you take for granted. I mean, I think being home blind sometimes is definitely a thing, and so you may not appreciate things as much as other people from other parts of the world do. And you're also dealing with diversity, and and especially teaching students tolerance and diversity, and okay, sorry, that's my dog. The hazards of doing things at home. And so, students get to appreciate and learn about other students. And I think what's great about South Africa is, we have great diversity on our campuses. We have, at the moment, we have a great deal more religious freedom and tolerance, and the ability to speak, and to teach things like critical race studies, which my colleagues in the United States don't have at the moment. But the only problem is, for me, is that there is a really, really good possibility that I will not be welcome in the United States for much longer, because of my stance on Palestine and things that I have written. And so the problem with shutting down spaces is it means that I may no longer be able to travel physically to the United States. But our solution to that is that then we just meet in different parts of the global south, or parts of the the global north that are still more tolerant. And so for every bit of challenge that there might be, there is a way around it. And I'm going to stop there.
Thanks very much, Prof. Allah. I think the point you ended on is an interesting one, is an important one, that for every challenge, there's an opportunity, or that we can always convert every challenge into an opportunity, and that we are called upon to rise to the occasion, to look at challenges as issues that we can innovatively and consistently and sustainably address. I want to thank our panelists for this session. There isn't much of questions. I've seen some great comments there, but I wanted to pose one question that all of you can address in your different ways. The buzzwords that we see these days are that the world is in a neoliberal crisis mode, and that we are facing a changing world order. And I think this then applies across all the issues you discussed, and I'll include the sports perspective there. So how do you see us addressing this very big topic or thematic area of changing world order? We've heard in the recent past that the UN, as we know it, might not exist in the next couple of years. At least this is from a pessimistic perspective. So how do you see this whole discussion as perhaps an opportunity for partnership, collaboration as universities? Maybe we'll start, I know this might be an ambush, but I hope you can weigh in whatever way you can. And maybe we could start with Lahra again.
Well, that's a great question to take, and I'll try to take it. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I think there's a lot of sides to that coin. I mean, I'm not an international relations UN scholar per se, so I can't predict, I won't try to predict the future of the United Nations. I think the questions of multilateralism, so I'm less afraid of a kind of crisis of neoliberalism or liberalism, because I'm not much of one to defend it, is probably where I'll stand on that. And a changing world order also wouldn't be a problem for me on certain respects, although obviously the immediate effects are quite horrific, right? So the rapid and sudden funding stops and the literal lives lost. What is the estimate of 14 million in the next 5 years just for USAID alone, let alone the ripple effects to other kinds of multilateral organizations that the United States will not fund? Absolutely unacceptable, unconscionable to many of us who stand by the US's need to participate in that multilateral order. But also, it's not just the United States, right? There's a growing kind of sentiment against those forms of collaboration amongst states that would suggest this changing world order. But the idea that the world order didn't need changing is a different question, maybe, that I would pose, and that I think on which many of us who've participated these days share some interest, right? Which is that there's a structural, systematic, historical, colonially rooted inequalities to the world order as it exists today, as it existed last year, as it existed 10 and 20 years ago, that needed changing, not in this direction, but that needed changing. So I don't favor the way that it's going, but I also did not favor the status quo ex ante. And so we find ourselves at this moment, and I think this is where Africanists and Africanists who study America and diaspora studies scholars are uniquely positioned to collaboratively exchange ideas. I mean, so many of the things that I wrote down, from Dr. Smith's presentation earlier today about histories of resistance and social solidarity, Dr. Akoi-Jackson, horizontal exchange, right? These ideas that come out of South Africa in particular, but across anti-colonial and post-colonial Africa, across diaspora and African American studies, and Black diaspora studies, are uniquely positioned to help us make the changing world order work the way that we always knew that it would. But it's absolutely not in the ways that that are proposed by the populist authoritarian regimes that are posing them now. But I do welcome the opportunity to think them through with the folks on these calls because they're amazing.
Thank you, Lahra, and over to you, Professor Malete.
Thank you very much, Bob. Do you mind rephrasing that question so that I can situate it in the context of my presentation and other things?
Okay, so let me attempt that. It was an omnibus kind of question. And the idea is that in lots of literature that we see today, discussions, popular and academic and policy and so forth, seeing the world as being at an inflection point. And this inflection has actually been labeled an emerging new world order. And that there is, generally there's a crisis of global governance, if you wish. And it sometimes emanates from below. I'm not very sure if sports and the way you've crafted your research agenda fits in, but maybe you could speak to that.
Yeah, I always look at sport as a macrocosm of what happens in society, because in sport you see politics, you see culture, you see religion, you see everything you like to see, and therefore there are huge opportunities, I think, as Dr. Smith has just mentioned, of kind of instigating some level of conversation at a different level of understanding that actually kind of flips the paradigm on its head through which we've been looking at the world. And I think it's incumbent upon scholars, researchers across disciplines to work together and figure out mechanisms in which they can find a way to reframe, rethink knowledge systems, knowledge production, and also the kind of paradigms that actually help us understand the world and how the world operates. And you can take it from the point of view of leadership, governance, whether it's governance of institutions or parastatal organizations or governments of nations, for instance. I think we have seen what I would call a state of paralysis in some circumstances, including what I would call, I don't have the terminology for it, but significant challenges and despair with regard to governance. Even during good times. It doesn't matter which government it is, but during good times. So I think there are huge opportunities in there to learn from, institutions like sport and to tap from lessons in sport and also to think around interdisciplinary approaches to addressing these problems. So yeah, I don't have specific answers, but I think there's a huge opportunities here. I call it ground zero, that, we need to recommit ourselves to ground zero and see if we can, write a new script. It will take time to change this, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think now we can move to Professor Alla as the...
Okay, I'm mindful of time as well, so I'll be brief. I think people talk a lot about, a changing world order. And so, in a sense that, the way that we've always, done, international relations, the primary institutions that we know, all been challenged, after the last few weeks, everybody's asking, well, why do we have international law if people can just, seem to do whatever they want? And who holds people accountability? Our financial world order is not bringing us a lot of stability. It's not bringing us necessary development. And so there's a lot of things that need to be rethought and relooked at. And, also to understand how we got to be here as well, because I think, being reflective means that if we look back, when we look forward, we can try and not make the same mistakes. the problem is that everybody looks at, goes, well, the BRICS could arise. But the problem with the BRICS states is that the BRICS, the partnership is a very loose partnership, and nobody really at the moment is, happy with galvanizing it into sort of a, something that could, facilitate the discussions around the creation of a different world order. So I think in that regard, nationalist policies and politics still predominate in the world order, especially, for states in the global south. And so it's one thing to talk about the potential that these countries have, but unless you take ownership of, and want to step up and want to, move in and be those actors that create something new, we're just going to limp along the way we are, which is not necessarily great. And, also I think that you need to be careful, that you don't replace, one bad situation with another bad situation. Being, and also, idealize countries in the global south because, there are significant problems, that the states in, especially BRICS have domestically. And so, it's like, I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon.
Thanks very much, Prof. Ala. We could have gone on and on along this trajectory, but I want us to transition to the next session. And first of all, apologies to Professor Tukufu Zuberi and Professor Cassandra Sheppard, who are going to help us unpack the question of exploring diaspora, Africana, and Black studies in the US and equivalents in Africa, because I think you should have spoken a little earlier, given the framing of the program. But without further ado, let me just introduce you. So Professor Tukufu Zuberi is Lassie Family Professor of Race Relations and Professor of Sociology and Africana Studies at University of Pennsylvania. And Professor Cassandra Sheppard is African American Diaspora Studies Department, or she is in that department at Xavier University of Louisiana. I think we had her earlier. I think in the interest of time, without further ado, I'll invite Professor Zuberi Tukufu to come on board. I hope you're still here.
I am still here. I will ask you to forgive my voice.
Wonderful, thanks. And my apologies once more, but yeah, take it, yeah.
I thank you for this opportunity. I mean, in the giving of time, I hadn't had any communication with everybody. How long should I speak? Just so I'll be very clear for you. Is it 12 minutes, 15 minutes?
I wonder if 15 minutes should do, because we don't want to give you, well, so 15 should do.
Okay. I would like to thank the organizers.
15 minutes? Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. There's a delay when I hear you and the video, so I'm sorry for speaking over you. I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity to share with you some of my ideas about these very important issues. And last time I spoke in South Africa was in Cape Town at the International Union for the Scientific Study of Population, where I spoke as the keynote for that conference. It's the first time this conference had come to Africa. And so, my comments were directly at Africa. At the same time, that this presentation that I was developing it, I was also preparing the Penn Museum to reopen what we had done as a recuration and a redesign of the African galleries in that space. So in some ways, that along with my filmmaking makes me think of myself as covering the various dimensions of what Africana is about. So that in some ways, Africana studies is a solution more than it is a discipline. In some ways, Africana studies represents the kind of things which we must consider in the future of education. I like to start my Intro to Africana Studies class off here at the University of Pennsylvania by suggesting to the students who are studying sociology, political science, economics, and many of these disciplines that they have intellectual foundations, even if they have to distort those foundations by excluding the people who were not within their orbit of real people as making contributions to the conversations. And so this, in some ways, it comes out of the Eurocentric grounding of Western universities, created in this style of education, where you are bounded by disciplines which were developed to support and enhance the efforts for colonialism, the efforts for enslavement, so that the academy itself stands in opposition to an understanding of what it means to be a human being. Now, I'm based in an Africana Studies department in a nation which has been forged and pushed by the presence of Black people, of Black bodies, of bodies considered to be of Africa, yet existing in what now people would call the North. So in some ways, I like to think of myself as being in the North while I am not of the North. And that's an important distinction which can help you appreciate who a Malcolm X was, who a Martin Luther King Jr. was, who a Nat Turner was, who an Angela Davis is that these are people who exist within contexts that have yet to fully recognize their humanity. And they present a discipline, a way of thinking about what it means to be a human that requires Africa to always be considered an uncivilized space, that requires Africa and the African voice to be marginalized in this context. So that for me, I'm always shifting between this demographic, statistical practice of social sciences that I have ingrained myself in, and that I have spent most of my career trying to talk about the problems with, and how we need to elevate our consciousness of these things and where they take us. Now, in some ways, the two spaces are the same, the museum space and the academic, demographic, and statistical world of the social sciences are the same. Both are extremely violent. Both offer us the violence of crushing the understanding of the humanity of Africa and African descended people around the world. So in some ways, this crosses the North and the South boundary in order to facilitate an understanding of the true African experience. So that modern capitalism rests its existence on the backs of Africa, on the backs of Africans who were enslaved, the back of Africans who were colonized, on the back of Asians, on the back of Asians who were colonized, and the back of Asians who had different forms of enslavement that also tied and cemented their economic processes into this new capitalism which was on the rise, and that was displacing all the old imperial orders with an allegiance to a particular imperial order that at the turn of the 20th century would claim everybody was either a part of their empire or had negotiated some relationship of subservience to that empire, and indeed to consolidate this imperial way of looking at humanity, we get World War I and World War II, which further displace Africa and displace Africans. It further consolidates Africa's economy into a kind of colonial misdirection that has continued even despite much political independence on the African continent. Even despite so-called gaining of or granting civil rights to Black populations in Brazil, in the United States, in Europe, even despite granting these things, these populations at the international level, we find Africa subdued. At the population level, inside of these subduing places, we find the African populations subdued, the African diaspora subdued, and as a consequence, both are not in a position to effectively help or support each other across these spaces in ways that make sense. The academy is in great need of us to bring Africana studies to every avenue, every aspect of it, every place it exists. So that for me, I look at Africana studies at the University of Pennsylvania as a benefit for the University of Pennsylvania, because all of the disciplines that exist have been corrupted by Eurocentrism. The only way to advance beyond that is to take something which was born in the African independence movement, born in the Black Power movement in the United States, and even elements of the civil rights movement in the United States. And this re-articulated a different way to look at what it means to be a human being. In this way, scholars like Cheikh Anta Diop are in direct conversation, like scholars like W.E.B. Du Bois, or like C.L.R. James, or like Frantz Fanon. That is, their conversation is multi-continental. It exists intellectual activity. It exists because of intellectual activity in both the South and the North in the ways to re-articulate what it means for us to be a human being. And in this re-articulation, it invites us to participate in a struggle for the survival of humanity, in a struggle for the survival of the earth. Now, on my demographic side, I say, look, we have to respond to this cultural isolation and war against the African hood of people. And that one way we have to recognize that is that Africa, as a physical population, and this is what I said at this conference in Cape Town, that the people asked me, what did I mean by a demographic renaissance? Africa's population is the Earth's growing population. Africa in the future is the biggest part of humanity that has a job. Africa in the future, because of its young population, offers remedies to the aging population. And no matter how fast they do AI, and no matter how fast they do robots, this population will never be redundant. It is necessary and essential for human progress. Therefore, the best thing we could have is for African societies to make a contribution which recognize that this renaissance of people needs to be accompanied by a renaissance of culture, a renaissance of education, a renaissance of economic practices. By setting these new trajectories, we can reinsert Africa in the ways that it is an equal partner on the planet. We can reassert African humanity in a way that suggests this. So when I look at these questions of how do we understand Africa in a global context, how do we understand what the African diaspora is? How do we change these universities so that they begin to teach this necessary component to human survival? Humanity does not survive unless Africa is truly integrated in its future. Japan is a good signal for this. Japan is one of the oldest populations on the planet Earth. Japan has been an extremely xenophobic society. They accept and embrace tourists, but have had very few immigrants coming there to settle and have not used that settlement as a component of its economic ability to be. That has changed. Japan cannot survive without migrants. In the future, China cannot survive without migrants. In the future, the biggest components of the migrant populations to anywhere in the world, in the working age population, are going to have to come from Africa. Now, given that we already know this is the demographic space, the question of what we're studying becomes more essentially focused on we are discussing and studying the future of humanity. It's not just the future of Africa, because Africa offers a solution for the world. We have to see that, embrace it, and not embrace these forms of apartheid on a global or domestic level anywhere in the world, because those forms of separation do not facilitate integration in equality, does not facilitate us having more justice, equality, and liberty for humanity. I think I used my 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention. Did I lose my 15 minutes, or do I have more?
No, you're just coming to 15 minutes, and my sense was that you should continue, but because it's an exciting approach, and everybody is saying, no, look, this is powerful. It should have been a keynote address, in fact, and we take note of that. But wonderful, kudos, asante in Swahili, and a few other words there. I think you've given us quite some powerful approach to figuring out these things. I think now we move to our second speaker, and that is Professor Cassandra Sheppard. Equally, perhaps you can compress that into a short period. And again, I note that Professor Tukufu Zuberi is a powerful speaker indeed. Over to you, Cassandra.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me on this panel. That was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Professor. And then also, Bob, thank you all for having me again. I do believe that that was inspiring, and it's helping me to think through so many ideas. Maybe I might get a chance to be able to share like independent ideas and bounce off of what was just said. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen to be able to show my presentation. Okay, so when I looked at the title of today's panel, I was thinking about the shifting words that were in the title. There was African, there was Black, there was African American, there was diaspora. And I thought about being able to compress these in a way of thinking about the field and how the field develops and what it means to be Black people studying or to have Black studies. And even the term Black, when I use it, has those colonial markings to it. So please understand that as I'm speaking about the delineations between these terms, I'm also using some of the terms that have the same problematics in order to be able to make a point. Okay, so I want to go ahead and talk a little bit about these issues, the tensions, misrepresentations, and slippages that occur, as well as the way that we've acted with each other in solidarity that sometimes people are not necessarily aware of. And in order to be able to talk about this or to begin the conversation, I normally try to ensure that when I speak about Black people, I don't start with speaking about coloniality or about us understanding ourselves through a colonial lens. And so given the fact that we're at a US and Africa collegiate conference, I wanted to make sure that I started off and talked about Timbuktu. Because I think that just us starting there and understanding the universities of Timbuktu before colonial endeavors that start the transatlantic slave trade and start the fractioning process that we tend to think of, you know, as an African American, and this is also coming from this kind of perspective, they've always told us that Africans did not have written culture, and that we were an oral history people, and that the great universities were in Europe. And so I like to be able to go ahead and start with the notion of understanding that the libraries of Timbuktu are so extensive that there's over 1 million books, and that they're still in a reclamation process for how to modernize those, digitize those. Some of the books are even still kept very secretively, and they reveal a knowledge cluster about the world in perspective before, you know, the ways that we are taught science, the ways that we're taught philosophies, all of these things, the ways of health, how manners, just very simple solutions for living, but also the very foundations of writing, math, arithmetic, science, building, engineering are all in this repository that we already have. And so I think that just in understanding that we as a collective people have this, then at least we're able to understand that when we start speaking about academics and universities and knowledge, we are speaking about it through a colonial lens, but we have to speak about what we already had before then. And I think that that gives people empowerment, and it allows us to see ourselves, much like the professor said beforehand, not inside of the Western university way of looking at humanity, but in terms of existence beforehand, and possibly even giving us the way that we will exist afterward. And so I don't want to try to essentialize Timbuktu and make it seem as though it's just this one faceted thing, but it does still represent that beacon of understanding before we get entrenched into these colonial foundations. So I wanted to make sure to say that. On my screen, I have a conceptual plot. It's not necessarily that these things are, you know, one word bigger than the other means something. I wanted to make sure that I didn't stress a timeline because some things are happening all at the same time. I just placed things where I thought I could have it and move through the information. And so I wanted to, after speaking about that, then speak about the way that we come into African studies, and noting that we tend to think of African studies as having a white ontology, coming from these colonial explorers who are writing narratives, creating science to explain these narratives and misrepresenting humanity. There is an author, her name is Jennifer Morgan. She writes this article called Some Could Suckle Over Their Shoulder, and then she expands it into a book. And her arguments are that when the colonizers first start coming to Africa, they see African peoples, various tribes, ethnicities, various folks, they see them with beauty and honor, first and foremost. And that as they start to get the understanding that they need people for labor, and that they want to engage in this colonial endeavor, they begin to craft narratives that create the idea of being inhumane and monstrous. And so that article and her subsequent book goes to show the ways that this becomes the beginnings of the more Western academic ways of portraying African peoples. And so I wanted to make sure that we touch that before getting into the notion of the transatlantic slave trade, because for me, my PhD is in African American studies. For me, when we speak about the transatlantic slave trade, that moment is considered an ultimate moment of rupture. And for decades, people have been discussing, well, what does this mean for us? Does this mean that Black people, and see how I say it, African American people and Caribbean African American, even Caribbean African peoples, right? Those whose ancestors came through the transatlantic slave trade, are they severed from Africa? Are they cut off from culture? Are they retaining some aspects of African culture? Are they going to be creolized with the small c as they go into the new world? What exactly is taking place here? And so what I think we have taken out of those conversations is the idea of cultural retention, going more toward like Michael Gomez and exchanging our cultural marks, thinking about Henry Louis Gates Jr., even the more modern text Saltwater Slavery from Stephanie Smallwood speaks toward this, the fact that we are retaining African culture, that we are recreating as we come into contact with the new world, and some stuff is retained and some things are made anew, and that is this new process. But even in terms of study, it takes a while before we are of good understanding that that is what it is that we're taking out of this. Now, the transatlantic slave trade is considered just that, but it's also named the Middle Passage. African Americans who were looking toward Africa in the 80s decided to give it the Kiswahili term of the Maafa, meaning the Great Disaster. Okay, and then we also use the term then of this creating diasporas and creating these diasporas, which we call dispersals. So the dispersals being how Africans move through the transatlantic slave trade. Now I have to go ahead a little bit further back then and say that there are scholars who are saying we take the transatlantic slave trade as though it is the diaspora and not just one of the many diasporas of African peoples leaving off of the continent and going other places. In preparation for this talk, I was talking about the transatlantic slave trade, and I said, I have a homegirl who she does trans-Indian ocean slave trade, and her name is Dr. Sureshi Jawardene. She does trans-Indian ocean slave trade, and we don't tend to allow those two trades to be placed in the same proximity together, so that we're not actually taking the full scope of the ways that Africa is depopulated through slave trade and what that means for people who are then left on the continent as well, to have lost millions of people. We'll say even with the transatlantic slave trade that 15 million people, anywhere between 10, 15 million people were brought into the quote unquote new world. And so many of those people died just in the transfer of folks. Moreover, the transatlantic slave trade represents this idea of misunderstanding, because most of the times we've been fed the narrative, at least on our end, that Africans sold their own people into slavery. And so those kinds of problematic terms that essentialize Africans, that don't take into the full scale of the history, the context that people were operating, the fact that it is not Africans, it is different people, the fact that the way that slavery was operating is not the same way that we experience slavery inside of the quote unquote new world. So I think that the transatlantic slave trade is a great point of rupture that has so many different impacts for how it is that we think about the dispersal of people otherwise. I then, in thinking about how it is that Black people enter into the academy and academic spaces, then we also have to talk about pseudoscience and eugenics, thinking about things like craniology and Samuel Morton and pseudoscience and eugenics. That also becomes a way of them creating the narratives that they need to produce the inferiority that keeps us out of this realm of humanity. And as I was hearing the professor speak earlier, I was thinking about the campaign of humanity and whether or not it's too far gone. right? Just as an aside and a thought, because I said I would share my thoughts, and I know we're short on time, is I was thinking about, well, then what does the conundrum of something like Gaza mean for human rights? Is the idea of a human rights initiative too far gone because of the ways that we have been demonized and left out of it? Is it the same thing as trying to be belatedly included into a category that was constructed with its entire purpose being to leave you out? So I have that. I also have on my list the ways that we actually actualize ourselves in the canon of scholarship is through some of these enslaved narratives, things like Equiano, like Frederick Douglass's narrative, even Phyllis Wheatley's poetry. These are the ways that we start to actualize ourselves inside of the academic arena, which are then going to be picked up and studied for decades later, but it's our ability to be able to describe our experiences. And so this is apart from colonial study and more about us fighting back against inferiority and stating more of what our own stuff is, our own story is. And so when I spoke about pseudoscience and eugenics, these are them trying to find ways to usurp that movement and overrepresent the idea of African inferiority, moreover, creating things that usurp our individuality and our autonomy, such as drapetomania, where they said and tried to classify the idea that enslaved people would want to run for freedom as a mental illness. And so we can see how the canon of academic and scientific scholarship is then used against us to our detriment. We can also think about the history of James Marion Sims, the father of gynecology, receiving his information through the surgical manipulation of enslaved women's genitalia. And so I think that that speaks toward trying to understand more about our role or how we've been positioned in science. However, even as we moved away from eugenics and pseudoscience, and we go into things like cultural anthropology, the idea of Black and African inferiority is just shifted into the idea of culture and away from the idea of genetics or genes or some type of materiality. And it becomes another way that academia tries to scapegoat the idea of what it feels like they start with is, why are Africans so inferior? As opposed to even questioning if that is a true thing. And so having Black representation in academia means that we then get people like Du Bois, who is able to come on the scene and say, well, it's not necessarily about if Black people, if our culture is bad, it's about how society constructs the culture of African American people. And that is the reason why he's able to launch into that seminal work, The Souls of Black Folk, in 1803, because he goes and engages the study. Now, even when he tried to engage the study at Harvard, they told him that he should feel good that Harvard allowed him to study there. And he said, no, I assure you, the pleasure is all Harvard's, right? So he's saying they should be happy that I'm here because I came in as a disruptor to the colonial crap that they were already putting down. So he is writing back against people like Franz Boas and Herskovits, the people who are studying us as subjects of cultural inferiority. Note that this type of thing also silences Black academics such as Zora Neale Hurston, who at the time had a very difficult time finding benefactors that would allow her to continue to study Black folk culture inside of the countryside. Now, when I go ahead and I raise people like Du Bois, and we consider him to be almost a father for Black studies or for African American studies, what is often left off of the table is his anti-colonial collaboration. The fact that he helped to create the first Pan-African Congress through to the fifth Pan-African Congress, the fact that he and Garvey looked toward Africa and Pan-Africanism to be able to be a solution, and were part of the first class of people working with politicians like, or the who would become the future politicians and leaders of Africa, Jomo Kenyatta, Kwame Nkrumah. They're at the 5th Pan-African Congress with the flags of Ethiopia and Haiti and Liberia. And they're thinking about how it is that we can have independent home rule for Africa. And in fact, Kwame Nkrumah cites this work as being responsible for freedom and independence in Ghana, and the almost like the toppling domino for the Year of Africa in 1960, where 17 African countries wind up being emancipated. These types of collaborations are often left out of African-American lore. We don't think about Du Bois as having this anti-colonial collaborative edge, and yet it is the reason why he winds up being expunged almost from academic society, because he winds up being called a communist during the Red Scare. And this is going to create the kind of funneling that brings African Americans, or at least the civil rights movement, the early civil rights movement, back into a domestic movement, because they're going to watch anti-colonial collaborative leaders be called communists, and they wind up with their entire life being stolen away from them. Du Bois winds up dying at the end of his life, isolated. Ooh, yes, hello?
Sorry, I was just saying my apologies, but I thought maybe you can start wrapping up.
Oh, okay.
And again, with lots of apology from my end, yeah.
Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll end. I was gonna speak about, after the Year of Africa, the ways in which we get an onslaught of decolonial language that helps to light the way for anti-colonial student movements that would take place, the anti-colonial student movements in Soweto, as well as the ones in the United States that helped to start our early African-American studies programs, Black studies programs, and Africana programs, and early Africologists who are operating, those departments. I would then maybe start talking about, in the 90s, how we wind up with the term African American, and how that is used in a different type of academic sentiment, something that almost usurps some of the very rigorous ways that people look back to Africa to be able to guide the scholarship forward. In fact, I've had professors tell me that in the 90s, we started to see a shift, and maybe even in the 2000s, to a more cosmopolitan way of thinking through Black and African-American studies that almost helps to stereotype what came before. I think in some ways, this also lends us toward things like, now we would say Hotepism, or the ways that certain information is considered as non-academic because of this way that the academy usurps our scholarship along with our personhood and our humanity. I would just say that I think that the things that lead the way, the pathway for us forward, are Afrofuturism, and that some of the issues that we have to navigate is misunderstandings and colonial ideologies, the way we can essentialize each other. I would have talked more about African migrations to the United States of early arriving Africans, and some of the misunderstandings that took place there, as well as the migrations now of African Americans coming back to Africa, especially inside of the political climate of Donald Trump, and what this would mean for the ways that we have to articulate ourselves and our future as less about nationhood, less even about personhood, perhaps more about being a citizen of the diaspora, because we can then start to intersect the ways that we have participated in anti-colonial and independence movements, and can make ourselves visible and legible to each other in our combined struggles, and pushing past even things like Pan-Africanism, which had its own problems of essentialism that we would be able to talk about. So I think that part of the issues that we would need to navigate is the modern political shifts, and then also sustained action moving forward. How do we keep this moving? Even something like this panel and this conference, we can have this here and all leave away thinking that it was really good, but how do we keep the action sustained, either through the academy and also through our activism? And how do we use the academy as activism with sustained action? Some of my questions, the last speaker went ahead and he covered. So I'm just gonna remind you all and say that this is my book. It's gonna be coming out in January of 2026. And I speak about how colonialism is a disaster. And so if you would like to be informed about it, then please scan the QR code to be added to the mailing list. And otherwise, I thank you all for having me and for allowing me to be able to speak and share twice on this panel or on this conference. I thank you all so much. And back to you, Bob.
Is Bob still there, or is he having difficulty with the? Okay, well, until he jumps back on, it seems like his he's not there. First of all, this was two wonderful presentations. I know that we have, I believe, a third person on this panel, so we will get to. Oh no, it's just two people on this panel. So then, are there any questions, comments, concerns about not about, but in relation to the presentation? Okay. Well, I do have a question, because I know that the title of the panel was exploring diaspora, African American, Africana, and Black studies. Can either of you speak to the distinction between Black studies, Africana studies, obviously African American studies, and diaspora studies?
I'm gonna say that that was part of what it was that I was trying to mind out. If I could have like been able to go through it, is that I wanted to try to speak to the creation of African American studies as like a more new way of being in the academy. I think some of the first departments are founded as Black studies departments, and Black coming out of Black power movements. It's the embrace of what was supposed to be ostracized, right? I think that when we speak about diaspora studies, then we're talking about the whole dispersal, versus Black studies is US, American, African American centric language. And sometimes it's used to essentialize people. So then we'll go ahead and we'll say, oh, it's Black studies, but people on the continent may not have thought about themselves as being necessarily Black in the 70s. So I've heard some people say that is a part of an understanding of political consciousness that people come into because of the Black power movement. People may have been more associated with their tribes or with their ethnicity, but then come to learn, oh, it's Black and it has this political language because of this struggle and this movement. And so I've been a part of a few different programs where people were thinking, well, what should we name ourselves? Are we going to be Africana, which is kind of seen as more globally looking at the diaspora and how it is that people move throughout the African world and the dispersal? Are we going to do something that seems more new, cutting edge after the 90s, African American studies? Right now, I'm in a program called African American and Diaspora Studies, meaning that it prioritizes African American perspectives and then the way that we're situated throughout the diaspora and dispersal of African descended peoples. So I think that, and I've heard people trying to change names and being ostracized in different ways, saying, well, maybe you don't want to go to Black studies. That seems to sound old. People think about Black studies and think of the 70s. I've been at institutions where they had African studies and it is a white Africologist department, right? And so we don't want to merge as African American studies with the people who are doing the colonial work of Africa. And so I think that the name matters, which is the reason why I said I think it matters more to discuss diasporic citizenship, because what does it mean to be an African descended person who is in this dispersal and what we hold in like kind versus thinking about these linguistic differences. And then also not wanting to miss the forest for the trees, right? You hear people all the time say, I'm African American, or I'm Black, or I hate this name. I'm not African American, I am an American, or I am African, or I am Black. And it's like, don't miss the forest from the trees, right? I think the idea of belonging to the diaspora or belonging to the dispersal helps us to be able to become legible and also appreciate the nuances between us because it's diasporic. What my position in this diaspora looks like may not be the same as other people who are inside this panel, and yet a diaspora allows us all to make our experiences legible.
Professor Tukufu.
I'd say it like this. There's two things to look at. One thing is you have departments, you have programs, you have centers, and there's the titles that these entities take today. And some of them articulated in one kind or another kind of some kind of description that they come up with, often based on their particular reality at that time at their university. And I'd like to juxtapose that to the idea of Africana studies. And I'm using the word Africana studies. It could have been something else, but that I'm using Africana studies because of that assumption that it is covering Africa and the African diaspora, whether they are in the Americas, whether they are in Asia, whether they are in what we talk of today as the Middle East, whether they are in Europe, that it kind of could be represented in the study of any of these populations and any of these people at any point in time. So that strand of thinking, it goes back to this guy named Sadi who wrote this book about this history about Timbuktu in the 17th century. It goes to this guy Kuti who wrote another book, which is the history of Timbuktu. So both of these books would set foundational critiques of some of the work that Ibn Khaldun was doing, some of the work that Ibn Battuta was doing, some of the work that all of these people were engaged in. But this disciplining of trying to find the space and way to write about Africa gets totally transformed after Africa becomes the center of the European slave trade in African bodies. After Europe becomes that center, it begins to change history. It begins to rewrite books. It begins to change the trajectories of how we understand what math is and who does math, what language is and who does language, what history is and who tells history. All of this gets rewritten, and the birth of the great foundational scholars of Eurocentric thought, or of the European Renaissance, or of the European Enlightenment, which need to be separated from human enlightenment, because those things were there simply to support the enlightenment of Europe in its efforts to either enslave or imperialize the rest of the world. Either you were going to be under their orbit or you were going to be at war with them. So that by the time we get to the beginning of the 20th century, where most of the disciplines and most of the formations of the model of university is converted to this Eurocentric model, and that the teaching and the granting of certification is all within this Eurocentric model. And I know I'm a part of that. I went to the University of Chicago and got a PhD, and I wear that label because it defines for people so much about me. I teach at the University of Pennsylvania. I use all of this in this particular way because that is a strategy of this kind of university. I don't think we should maintain this kind of university. We need to think of new ways to transmit information and knowledge, which does not recognize the boundaries that reduce the number of people who can get the knowledge, one, and two, it perverts that knowledge to say that it must come from this that led to the now, as if the now is the panacea of being a human. And so that in some ways, what Africana studies has been doing is constantly trying to push Africa back into a conversation that still wouldn't be complete if you did that, because it would not have Asian, it would not have indigenous populations all over the world. So there is a major corrective that needs to happen, and we are that corrective by coming from those who everybody generally agreed were not part of humanity to rewriting the script on understanding humanity. The project we have in front of us is essential for human survival. If they cannot embrace the humanity of the African, how are they going to embrace the humanity, the essentialness of the earth, of the universe, of the stars? If they think they're going to go and colonize Mars, colonize, all the stuff is built within this colonial mentality. There's no discussion of harmonization. There is a question of colonization, which is about domination. So that these disciplinary divides that we think exist between African American, African diaspora, and African studies are a way to misdirect the research that we are doing. If you can resolve those problems, you need to be resolving them for all of humanity. Africa will exist in this world, but it needs to be in front of the Renaissance that we need, a Renaissance back to a human-focused point of departure that does not begin and end in Europe.
Thank you for that, Professor. I don't know if Bob is back. Are there any more questions?
I'm back, Assad.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. My apologies. I was knocked off by internet. I'm back, but I think I want to thank our speakers and thanks Assad for stepping in. And
Bob, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You may want to go off camera because it says that your bandwidth is low, and that may help to
which is the future of. Okay, maybe what we could do, which is a practical thing, is to just have you moderate for now.
Okay, I'll take it on.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay, we're having a little technical difficulties, but it's an opportunity, as Bob mentioned earlier. Absolutely, Professor Tukufu, much more work needs to be done in this area. So in the interest of time, we're going to move on to our next panel. I know we had a health break in there on the schedule, but I think we are running so behind time that we should go ahead and move on to the future of digital learning in Africa and the US using AI and emerging technologies in education. Our moderator will be Dr. Padizia. I'm going to stop because my unseasoned tongue, I don't want to insult anyone in their names. So I apologize for not being able to pronounce it correctly. But as a senior lecturer and demography and population studies at Wits, Professor Jill Humphreys as an adjunct assistant professor, Africana Studies Program, University of Toledo, and Mr. Phil Noble is the founder of World Class Scholars. Is everyone present?
Assad, I think the moderator is not here, so you'll just take it on.
No problem. Okay. So, Professor Jill Humphreys, we will start with you. And once again, it is a pleasure to see and hear from you. I trust all has been well.
Yes, it is. I want to say that I'm actually co-presenting with my South African colleague, Anele Dijoto. Anele, can you join, please, if you're still on? He is a doctorate student in the sociology department at Wits, and he's also a lecturer in the sociology department at University of Fort Hare, where I was a Fulbright scholar last year. Before I begin, though, I think it's befitting that I honor someone, excuse me, who was deeply influential in African politics. My colleague and very good friend, Assumpta Oturo, who lived with my family here in Los Angeles, passed last night, and I have been speaking with her family in Uganda. So please excuse me, I have been up all night and quite emotional. A little bit of background, Assumpta is one of the leading political analysts on African affairs. She was my go-to person. I'd known her for 35 years, and she deeply influenced me in the development of my scholarship. So I just wanted to honor her because we're talking about the significance of building transnational relationships across the diaspora. And so that includes the extended families that we develop. So thank you for letting me show a little bit about my humanity. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Give me a second, please, just to pull up the slide. Are you all able to see? Are you all able to see the
Yes,
screen?
we are.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So let me just make that small there. Today's presentation, and please keep me on track of time. So today's presentation is Anele and I are exploring the decoloniality and generative AI in higher education, and a pedagogical intervention from the Global South. And we're focusing, the broader context is that this case study is situated within the larger conversation that Benyera talks about, the significance of the fourth industrial revolution and whether or not Africa is going to be a major influencer and participant, or are they going to be left behind like in the other major three industrial revolutions, right? And exploited, right? So what do we mean by the fourth industrial revolution? The fourth industrial revolution is exploring the way in which technologies, right, such as AI, which is a broad area, biotechnology, is reshaping not only just education, but also our industries and the way in which we organize our lives, right? We're also exploring the way in which by 2030, 42% of the world youth will be in Africa, right? And if we do not find ways in which to, one, develop a different educational ecosystem, right, that is relevant to them, that where they are participants in shaping this industrial revolution, right, for the development of Africa, the world is going to encounter challenges, right? And so we have this dual challenge for African universities because they are major institutional players in this context, right? They in fact can bridge this digital and infrastructural divide that we currently are experiencing, not just on the African continent, but I would say globally, but although there are some regions of the world that are advancing or better in these areas, right? And at the same time, we claim epistemic sovereignty. I heard previous presentations, matter of fact, the last one was speaking in detail about the need for epistemic sovereignty, right? And what I mean by that, or I'm going to actually let Anele go in much more detail around what we mean by particularly African universities and students, right, reclaiming epistemic sovereignty. And then the way in which generative AI offers opportunities, right, in this overall picture of the fourth industrial revolution, if it is integrated critically. So Anele, are you here with us?
Yes, can you hear me, Jill?
Yes, I'm going to segue and allow you to go on and talk about the theoretical and pedagogical frameworks that we used to shape our presentation. So it's all yours.
So thank you very much, everyone. I think the biggest question that perhaps was framing our work was to think carefully about why do we have to decolonize, in particular in higher education, and why this is important. So this really is a call from the global south, right? For us to talk more about this urgent issue and foundational issue, which is why we must decolonize higher education. And this is not just a theoretical question, but it's a lived reality. And it is important because it's talk about the nature of power, how power is framed, and how power is accessed. It's about the nature of knowledge production, what type of knowledge production are important and privileged. So it's about the future, particular of our students. So I really want to really say this because I think this is important. African university, particular like University of Fort Hare, are navigating what I call a double kind of edged sword. In one hand, we are told to prepare really students for the fourth industrial revolution. AI, robotics, biotechnology, the internet of things. On the other hand, we are still operating within particular system that are built on this architecture of colonialism, right? So it's foundational. So this system, as I understand them, they continue to marginalize African knowledge systems, methodologies, epistemologies, right? And these are institutions that are really underfunded, like in our institution. And these systems treat students as very passive recipient of this knowledge production. And in other words, they must be imported to this content of this Western Eurocentric knowledge, right? So the literature then called this, from scholars like Ndlovu, Gajeni, and others, call this a epistemic injustice, a condition where African ways of knowing are made invisible and illegitimate, right? And are irrelevant, right? So there's a need for us to begin to frame the decolonial pedagogies to address those kind of problems. Okay, so when we talk about data colonialism, where data in Africa is extracted, African voices are excluded, and AI systems reproduce these Eurocentric norms of under the disguise of innovation and technology, right? So decolonization then is not about adding African content. It's about challenging the very nature of the structures, right, of knowledge production. It's about asking these framing important questions about whose knowledge counts, whose voice is heard. So if you look at you look at in our own context, at Fort Hare, which is a historical Black university shaped by apartheid legacies, where we could not just adopt the AI tools like ChatGPT without asking deeper framing questions, where we had to embed them within this decolonial framework. And that centers around African epistemologies and look at student agencies and ethical research practice. So we had this kind of driving question: how can African university integrate ChatGPT and AI to enhance student-centered learning in ways that resist epistemic extraction? In what ways can ChatGPT and AI can be embedded within a decolonial framework to foster epistemic justice and support African knowledges? So these were the framing questions that were guiding our research. So the biggest question that perhaps we got to think about, so why do we have to do this? Why do we have to embed this kind of thinking in our own teaching practices, particularly from our own context as African scholars and thinkers. Because we cannot just build a just society, an inclusive society, and a future-ready education on a very foundation that was never meant for us. So in other words, we want to begin to think carefully about the knowledge architecture and how we want to reframe and rethink about whose knowledge is important and whose voice is ahead. So we got to think about that. So if we think about decolonization, we are trying to think about frameworks that really serves us. So this decolonization then is not about rejecting technology. I think it's about larger conversations about reclaiming agency. It's about asking very important and critical questions about whose knowledge is being taught, right? So in our research methodology course with Jill, these were the framing kind of conversation because we wanted politically to privilege Western epistemologies and African methodologies and indigenous African ways of knowing. We wanted to look at our own ways of thinking about knowledge. So we were asking whose knowledge is being taught, who decide what is truth. We looked in our own course. When we designed the course, we were thinking about philosophies of research, research ethics that is embedded in our own lived realities. And so we wanted to make sure that African students are not just consumers of knowledge, but are also actively playing an active role in becoming producers of knowledge. And at the University of Fort Hare, we believe that decolonization is not the only way to bridge the gap between global technologies change and local socio-economic realities. It is the only way to ensure that students are not left behind or worsened or left out. So that's what we have been doing, Jill. So over to you, Jill.
Okay, thank you, Anele. I just wanted to share because I want to make sure that we honor the time. So the methodology that we used to explore this was our sociology, the honors sociology course, specifically called the Inquiry-Based Qualitative Research Methods course. I've been teaching research methods for Fort Hare for about 6 years, both virtually and then in person. And so this course, which I'm going to show you now, it should come up online. Please let me know if you see the course. Do you all see the course that says Inquiry-Based Qualitative Research? Did that come up for you all?
Yes, we can see it.
You can see it. Okay. So
I
folks,
see the methodology.
Is it on the PowerPoint, but we don't have it, the book, like the course?
Okay, so it's not on the, no, it should actually be the website. So let me switch. Okay. Let me just switch so you can see this. Give me a second, please. Okay, now you should be able to see it. This is the actual course that I built in process. When Anele asked me to co-teach this course, I had been wanting to, or the courses that I had previously built for University of Fort Hare, their postgraduate center, was not incorporating AI. But these learning management systems now, like specifically Blackboard, they integrate AI for those of you who may already be using it, Copilot, but then you can also use generative AI. And so what I did was build an entire course using, as you can see, AI. So the images, I heard someone mention Timbuktu and the University of Mali. I asked ChatGPT to generate an image, right, of Timbuktu. And so that image that you see at the top that looks like a library, that is an AI-generated image of Timbuktu University in Mali. And as you look at the various icons, right, that are looking at the menus of the course, all of this is text image generated, right? I would just show you very quickly what one of the modules looks like. Let's go to the module of ethics. So prior to me introducing ChatGPT, right, students have to first develop a foundation in research methods. So what I'm shifting to is a method of how you can integrate ChatGPT into your existing courses so that you can begin to introduce this very powerful technology, right, to students. There's a key component, faculty having to learn ChatGPT, and then they can integrate it. And so this is just a model built on scaffolding, right, building on an existing knowledge of the students, right, and then making sure they have the foundation before we even introduce a ChatGPT assignment. So the first assignment that got ChatGPT was introduced was Module 3. That's about a third of the class in. And if I select the drop down, you'll see these are the assignments. The first assignment is just simply for students, right, to complete an ethical, right, an ethical document for their research proposal, right? And so the first point is just to simply learn what ethics is, how ethics is contextualized in the context of research methods, because this is a research methods course. Ethics is the architecture, the substructure of which everything takes place. That is the way I introduce ethics, right? So they first do an assignment, a written assignment, right, requiring them to write original work. And then the second assignment, as you can see, it says Ethics in AI and Social Science Research Protocol. It is now requiring them to take that original document that they wrote and now upload it into ChatGPT. And I, of course, give them a set of instructions in terms of what I'd like for them to do, upload their original document, right? And then prompt, right? Teaching students what prompting is. In order for these artificial intelligence technologies to be most effective is you have to understand what's called prompt engineering, right? And so students are now learning prompt engineering, right? To instruct ChatGPT to analyze their original work, right? Once they get that output, they now have two documents, their original work and then the original work that has been evaluated by ChatGPT. And then the last part of the assignment is to assess the output that ChatGPT gave them. It is not sufficient enough simply for them to accept what ChatGPT provides, right, or the output, because there could be mistakes. So they must understand the fundamentals of research methods in order to even check ChatGPT. I just kind of wanted to walk you through this process because there's a lot of conversation about students not properly being taught how to use ChatGPT, right, in the context of this particular case, research methods. Let me now switch back to the slide presentation. Give me 1 second, please. Okay. Okay. Okay, so going back to my methods section, what I just walked you through was first, students are being introduced to ChatGPT as a tool, right? In the context of research methods. I then taught them, right? We then taught them what's called prompt engineering, and there are different types of prompting, right? We basically taught them the first type, which is crafting prompts in a way that maximizes the quality of AI responses, right? By the way, ChatGPT can translate, right, or provide output in different languages. And so if you look at that right hand, I think it's the left hand corner on your side, I believe this is an isiXhosa, right? So it can actually translate in other languages. Because remember, a major part of our argument is that African epistemologies, right, should be framing the way in which we use these tools, not the other way around, right? So once they learn the prompting, I then take them through their assignment, the original assignment, then uploading the assignment into ChatGPT, providing an output, right? And then finally assessing that output, right? So this is the process that we used in this particular context in this course. And I believe that we're still working on it and refining it. But I believe it's one way, right? It's one way to begin to introduce this very powerful tool in a African epistemological framework. What were some of the key insights from our case study? Students basically transitioned from being a passive consumer, right? For those of you who know Paulo Freire's work, the banking model of education, that's not this type of approach, pedagogical approach, right? This is an inquiry-based, project-based research methods course. So it requires the students to be active learners, right? And active in shaping, right? In learning how to use this technology, right? Particularly generative AI. The other sort of pedagogical approach is that I'm using a scaffolding learning. They have prior knowledge. They have prior understandings of how to conduct research, right? Or even just assignment, what they've learned in prior courses and building on that, right? So it's a constructivist approach to education, right? The students participate in creating the learning environment and using these tools for their learning process. And in this context, we focused on, research ethics as an example, right, and applying it. These other two bullet points are just simply other assignments or vignettes, right, where students had to continue this process, right, because from about the fourth week on, they are now becoming more advanced uses, right, of AI. And I will say this, and then I'm going to turn it back to Anele. What I noticed was when the students first began this course, they were not used to being engaged. The pedagogical approach or the instructional approach in which they had been socialized in was one where professors lectured at them, very passive. And so they weren't initially, it took them some time to actually learn that the pedagogical approach that we're using required them to engage each other, engage me, right, in this process, and then take these tools, right, and also assess whether or not they are appropriate, right, or what is a better appropriate use of them, right? So it's getting them to be, or educating them or facilitating, I think that's a better term, to be active participants in their learning process. Anele, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you, Jill. I think for me, what I want to say is that the work continues as this tool, this approach has been very instrumental for our student particular. So the work is not really done, and this is still work in progress. So what we need to continue to do is to continue to refine our instructional design, to expand faculty capacity in the decolonial pedagogy, and also build a stronger institutional support for ethical AI integration. And mostly importantly, I think we are keeping listening to students. And I think for me, as a lecturer and also a student in this course, what has shifted was the interactive role, the way that students have been engaged in creating their learning. So they have not been passive. They were asked questions. They were given space to think about their responses. They were given time to think about what their research will be like. So this is a continuous work. So I want to put this to a close deal to say our students continue to be co-researchers and co-creating their own knowledge product. They were part of that production. And I think we are building a model for the future. Thank you very much. Over to you, Jim.
That's it. Oh, I forgot to say, folks, Anele and I are have co-authored a paper that is being reviewed right now for its KwaZulu-Natal Press. Is that correct, Anele?
Correct. Yes, correct.
We will know in a couple of months whether or not our paper has been accepted for this edited volume. And so I'm really looking forward to this, because I heard prior presenters talking about how do you actually collaborate, right? How do you actually build relationships and collaborate, global North collaborations? Even though I'm in the North, folks, I'm still part of a global South community as an African American situated in Africana Studies, which has been cut. By the way, I'm one of those persons who've been impacted by the shift in the U.S. political conservative ecosystem. And as adjunct or contingent faculty, my course, and i.e. therefore my position, has been cut. However, I continue, as Anele will share with you, to teach and work with him and other scholars, both in South Africa and Ethiopia, in doing this very important work. So I just want to say thank you to my colleague, and thank you for this opportunity to present.
Thank you very much. Very exciting presentation. I can see in the chat inquiries about your contacts, and I guess those can be provided. But for now, we move on to Mr. Phil Noble, who is founder of World Class Scholars. Over to you, Phil.
Thank you. And thank you, Doctor, and all the other doctors for your great work, your amazing scholarship, and just the groundbreaking ideas that you are presenting. I don't have all the degrees and the advanced academic training, and I am going to make what is surely the shortest presentation of this whole session. And I hope you will follow up, as I suggest at the end, because I think what we offer with world-class scholars is something that is not only exciting and valuable, I think it can also be of real benefit to you in your scholarship and your work. World-class scholars is a very simple idea and a amazingly audacious ambition. We connect teachers and students around the world with real-time simultaneously translation. We provide them what they need to be successful. That's it. We're like LinkedIn that connects two people for business, or a dating site that connects two people for romance. We connect teachers and students for learning globally. That's it. Our basic belief is that students learn better when they learn together. And we want that learning to happen across the world among students with direct personal learning relationship. The audacious part is there are 69 million teachers in this world. 19 million of them are in China. 50 million are left elsewhere. It's the largest profession in the world. And our goal is to connect 25 million teachers, which gives us about 1 billion kids. And I won't bore you with all the details of how this started and how it was developed, but it was I worked for many years for the BBC, and Microsoft has been our biggest supporter ever since. And we're now in about 107 countries. We have finished, our goal was to reach 100 countries to test the concept, and now to go deep, as it were, in several countries and expand out. Our oldest program is in Ghana. We are in 21 countries in Africa today. And our goal is for our platform to be the place where teachers and students go to connect on a weekly basis for about an hour, where they develop a course and work together. We don't care if it's about football or food or climate change or global citizenship. We want kids to work together in a motif that we call connect, learn, and share. I could go on and on about the next phase of our development. Currently, we're in for grades 1 through 12, but we're expanding to higher education. I was in Kenya in February talking with President Ruto and a number of his people about expanding our program. And we expect to do that beginning in Kenya, but throughout East Africa and then the rest of Africa. We have partnerships with a group called CDAL AI because we want to translate real time into a variety of languages on the continent. And we have a variety of business models that we use and to connect our students and teachers. And we have Afghanistan, Ukraine, a whole lot of very difficult places. So with that, I'll stop. And I encourage you to visit our website, which is worldclassscholars.org. You can please send me an email. We expect that hopefully by the end of the year, we will have an expanded, robust program in Africa. We would love to have you and all of your universities participate. So just go to the site, check out what we're about, send me an email, and I hope you'll join us. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Noble. I think, I hope you can hear me. I'm off camera to just be able to communicate. Right. No, what I was going to request is that, Mr. Noble, if you could share your details in the chat box, if you can. If not, we can supply those contacts. And I wanted to see if there are any questions for both presentations. I can't see any. The comments are all fabulous. Love this conversation and the questions. This is from Leps. Is someone speaking, posing a question? Okay, so let me just ask a question that can be answered by both presenters, 3 of you or 2 for that matter. Where do you see this all going in terms of the new, what is now called emerging technologies? I hope you can hear me. Because you talked ChatGPT, but I'm certain there are new developments that we might need to use in the education system, including higher education. In other words, casting your eye yonder, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 10 years, maybe that will help us understand. Yeah. Maybe Jill, you could go first.
So let me see if I understand your question correctly. How do I see emerging technologies entering into the ecosystem, the higher education ecosystem? And how should, I'll just say, African universities prepare for that or participate in that? Is that, am I understanding correctly?
Let me reframe it. I think in your presentation, you basically based it on, ChatGPT. But what is likely to happen in 3-4 years? Might there be another disruptive technology that emerges? And how do we prepare for that? Yeah.
Of course. You know, so the first thing is, I'm going to say this. The first thing is that the universities need to start talking about, and they are, because I've began reading them, right? Policies about, I think, technologies in general, right? Given the university's position, what kind of policy should they have in leading, right? Whether it's emerging technologies, where robotics, because all of this falls under the fourth industrial revolution, right? But there needs to be more conversation about what role should universities play, and particularly, I think, historical Black universities in the context of South Africa play, right? What is the landscape of emerging technologies? We kind of do know what some of them are coming down the road. I'm about to enter into a master's program. Yes, believe it or not, I'm about to do a 1-year or 9-month master's in technology policy at RAND Corporation, which is our premier think tank in the US, precisely because I am focusing on emerging technologies in space and in higher ed, because those are the what they call the emerging fields in Africa, because I'm positioning myself to be able to continue to teach, right, in this area of emerging technologies and space technologies, right, and in higher ed in Africa. So there needs to be some conversation, let's say at Fort Hare, around how can Fort Hare position itself, looking at what kind of the landscape is out there, and what must we do to prepare ourselves as both instructors, right, institutional support, as Anele said, to be able to harness this. I believe that these emerging technologies, and I don't know all of them, right, can assist African nations with leapfrogging, not having to use the traditional path of development, right? So I'm just going to leave it there. You know, I'll say a good place to start, Bob. I read the Africa Union's. Okay, so here are the policy papers that I've read. Africa Union has a digital cybersecurity, and I think emerging technology document for the continent, policy for the continent. Then I believe there are also regional policies by the different regional bodies. Then there's a higher education. When I was preparing for my presentation, there's actually a Southern Africa higher education policy paper in this area. So we've got documents out there, right, that we can draw from. I'm just going to leave it there.
Certainly, thanks. I think that answers it quite effectively in a broad sense, and these are discussions we can follow up. In fact, I'm thinking we need a separate, longer presentation session on this. I think the next, the same question to Mr. Noble. How do you see when you scan the horizons, what is to be expected?
Well, I believe that fundamentally digital technology is disruptive. Fundamentally, it is a democratic education tool. And that's what we are all about. We are about putting the information, the power in the hands of individual teachers, period. Teachers. Any teacher anywhere in the world can come to world-class scholars and sign up, participate in our basic program for free. Period. Any teacher anywhere in the world for free. And our goal is to provide, using AI and more recent tools, the tools to help them become better teachers and their own professional development. Any course, any teacher wants, we have over 2,000 courses that we're providing access to. Any teacher who wants to do teacher training or skills enhancement through Microsoft, it's available for free anytime. And they get certification for that. And, you know, we believe that it's going to go, we're we're working very closely on a mobile phone school concept. How do you have a way to provide literally bite-sized education and learning where the young kids can be standing waiting for a bus and pull out their phone and take a 3-minute course that will lead to credentials and skills and employability. It's all about democratizing education and putting it in the hands of the teachers and the students. And that's what we're about, because I don't mean this quite as facetiously, we don't care what the technology is, because we know we're not going to know it. It's going to come along and evolve and develop and grow. But if we can provide a mechanism to provide this technology, provide this learning directly to teachers, they don't have to ask anybody's permission to participate. They don't have to get anybody to sign off. They don't have to get authority from their principal or education ministry. All they got to do is come and sign up. And it's for free as long as they went in the project. And the most interesting two quick statistics. Pre-COVID, COVID, like everything else, killed us and we had to rebuild everything. But pre-COVID, the lowest percentage of teachers who were in the program who came and signed up the next year was 93%. That was the lowest number that renewed. And we've also learned that with kids, regardless of country, regardless of language, regardless of culture, regardless of subject, attendance goes up the day they do world-class scholars. Kids come to school to do it. Teachers love it. Kids love it. It's free. They're empowered to learn. We think that's a pretty good idea.
Thank you very much, Phil, and thank you, Jill and Enele, for the very progressive, shall I say, or cutting edge presentation. These ideas, in some respects, are ideas that not many of us have well comprehended. And when we listen to these presentations, we get a sense of what it is. I think in the interest of time, you'll allow us to progress to transition to the next presentation, which is entitled Decolonizing Education and Advancing Equity in Academic Spaces, Innovating Funding Models for Decolonial and Ethical Education and Initiatives. Our panelists are Dr. René Lynch, who is a lecturer in the Department of English and a research scientist, Technology and Social Change Group at University of Washington. The second presenter is Mr. Charles Babgre, who is a PhD candidate in the Information School in University of Washington, and Mr. Francis Cheua, Francois actually, who is a PhD candidate in Education Leadership, Florida A&M University in Tallahassee, Florida. I think we'll start with René and then go on with the rest of, with the two other presenters. So over to you.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Can everyone see the slides on the screen?
Yes, I can at least.
Wonderful, wonderful. Great, thank you so much. Thank you to Bob and all the other organizers of this conference. Thank you for your flexibility in allowing us to participate virtually. I am presenting today from Seattle, Washington, the ancestral homelands of the Coast Salish peoples. And my colleague is here, Charles Babgre. I'll let you introduce where you're coming in from.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, my network. Yeah, so I'm also Charles Babgre. I'm presenting from Geneva, and I'm happy to join you and to share the work that we have done with African libraries.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you also to the fellow presenters today for your passion and the real interdisciplinary conversation that's taking place in this conference. It's really exciting to be a part of so many different types of subject areas that are coming together around common themes here. So we're going to be introducing African libraries to the conversation and talking about participatory grant making as a way forward in equity. We've been talking a lot about ideas of decoloniality, ideas of equity, and so we're looking at participatory grant making as one mechanism, as a way to bring these bigger ideas into practice. So as was mentioned, my name is René Lynch. I'm currently a research scientist at what is known as TASHA, the Technology and Social Change Group. It's a research group that's located within the Information School at the University of Washington. Charles, would you like to say any more about yourself?
Yeah, I'm a fourth-year PhD candidate at the University of Washington Information School. I study the mobile digital skills of adults and persons with low literacy levels, like people who cannot read and write and have mobile phones or smartphones, how they use their mobile phones to access information and how they verify digital information. So that's what my studies is about. And as a former academic librarian, I try to see how libraries can help empower these people to take advantage of technology.
Thank you. So today, we'd like to be respectful of the time, but we'd like to provide first some background on the situation of African libraries and participatory grant making as a method to introduce equity into many of the funding mechanisms that keep us stuck in these same unequal patterns of partnership. We'll talk about the methods that we use to employ participatory grant making, some of the findings that came out of that process, and then implications and next steps. So it's perhaps a little known fact that African libraries across the continent are contributing greatly to development in their communities and their countries, and providing well-being and many services for their communities that go beyond what we think of as traditional library services or values. For example, we can see here a program in Ghana that is for after school or kids who are out of school being served in a literacy program in a library in Ghana. We can also see here on the right a program in community recycling that's being introduced in Nigeria. So all of these things are connected to Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, that are moving communities forward and serving their emergent needs as locally defined and locally serviced. So the issue here is one of visibility. So African libraries are contributing, but are often not seen as potential development partners or partners at all, for example. And our initial study focused on the idea of data as playing a role in this, that perhaps it was that libraries across the continent simply did not have the data in order to make themselves visible or in order to tell the story of what they were doing effectively. However, as we continued with that line of questioning, we started to flip the script and think about why is it that the current system of funding, development funding, philanthropic funding, is creating structural barriers to so-called non-traditional partners, of which African libraries are some, who often do not have experience or access or are part of the insider networks which form a lot of these opportunities to get funding from external funders. So our next line of research really went after this idea of the current funding world being inequitable and inaccessible to many of these partners. Certainly, we've been talking a lot today about the dominance of Global North organizations and institutions in so-called partnerships. but often it's a way that we continue these colonial dynamics, not forgetting, of course, that the funds that are being offered have often been gleaned through processes of land theft, people theft, resource extraction, and then are offered back to global South populations, often with a very paternalistic attitude, requiring a lot of intensive labor just to find those opportunities, to apply, to make themselves seem trustworthy of the so-called investments of global North dominated organizations. So anyway, we've been thinking about this grant that we had received to do this research initially from the Gates Foundation, which was a grant specifically to support the visibility or raise the visibility of African libraries. So at this kind of threshold or crossroads in our research, we decided to think about how can we use that funding in a way that is more equitable and also trying to get at that central issue of inaccessibility of current modes of funding. And how can we start to think about what is actually accessible or useful to African libraries as partners. So in order to do that, we came across a really exciting concept called participatory grant making, which on our slides here, we've abbreviated as PGM. So participatory grant making is a process that seeds decision-making power about funding, including the strategy and criteria behind those decisions, to the very communities that the funders aim to serve. And I'm quoting here from Gibson and Bakoff. They have a fantastic guide that's free and available online called Deciding Together. Although I should note that these types of practices have been in circulation and use for millennia, and are often very common in many communities, certainly in Africa and across the global South, things like giving clubs, burial societies. These are ways of engaging a community and a community mindset in terms of funding and community service. So this is just a new name for an old practice, but basically it's a way of including grantees in the design, implementation, and learning about funding. So as soon as we landed on this concept, we decided that this would be the way forward for us. And so we formed a library board, an advisory board of library professionals across 9 different African countries. We had an application process and tried to get a diverse range of experiences in terms of countries, professional levels, different varieties of experience with external funding, and convened meetings with that group to ask them to advise on forming a new small grants program for African libraries with mechanisms that actually work for them. So I'll pass it over to Charles to talk about our methods for that.
Yeah, thank you, René. So as René has mentioned, based on the background she has provided, we intend to design a participatory funding program that is inclusive and accessible to all African public and community libraries, notwithstanding their funding experiences. So last year in November, we sent out information to recruit participants, and we share that through professional networks and libraries that we have worked with in the past. And then in December, we organized an information session where we had about 20 librarians across Africa join. And then by the end of the application process, we had over 58 applications, based on which we selected the 9 librarians. And we considered diversity in their expertise and also considered the pool that we had, trying to do a gender balance. So we had 5 females and 4 males. We have a former public librarian who is now an MP for Malawi as part of the participant. We also had a municipal public librarian and an academic librarian, a library IT officer, and other public librarians across other countries. So we had Ghana, South Africa, Malawi, Zambia, and other countries that were part of the people where we selected the participants from. From January to March this year, we held about 5 virtual focus group discussions via Zoom with the selected librarians. So we were doing basically bi-weekly meetings with them, and we will give them the questions ahead of time before meetings, and then they can discuss with other professionals in their country or in their library, and then we speak with them to identify their funding experiences and what they want changed and how they want to be involved in terms of when funders are thinking about bringing some funding projects to African libraries. We have analyzed that data, and we are in the process of writing our findings. So I'll be sharing the next slide, our preliminary findings, and we intend to actually test the suggestions and the recommendations that they offered from September this year. Next slide, please. Okay, so we conducted inductive thematic analysis based on Brown and Clark approach, specifically based on their initial work in 2006 and their article on what counts as quality practice and thematic analysis. And we identified 5 main themes which outline the key elements that external funders, especially researchers and philanthropic organizations, should consider if they want their funding to be accessible to all African public and community libraries. First, they mentioned that the African libraries will need support in terms of capacity building on writing grant proposals and executing funded projects, because many of them have not had training or they don't have any experiences related to grant writing. They also want funders to be very flexible in terms of simplifying application requirements, allowing African librarians to apply using different modes, such as probably perhaps sending their application documents through WhatsApp, having the opportunity or the option to submit audio applications or video applications instead of limiting them to text. And they also asked that there should be some flexibility in terms of the conditions for funding. I mean, sometimes some funders give award funds to them, and they insist on getting certain things such as receipts for certain items, which in their communities, those items, when you buy them, you can get receipts, and it creates a lot of discomfort for them. So external funders have to be very flexible in some of these cases. They believe that these 2 key elements, flexibility and support, is very key to making, it's very key in making them have a positive impact on the projects that they undertake, and it leads to accountability and trust that they can work as partners and work together to come up with positive things that can help their communities, and not like just concentrate on just meeting requirements that funders want. Because they believe that funding is supposed to be a partnership and working together and not a slave master kind of relationship. Yeah, so I will turn back to my colleague to share more about the implications on these findings and what we have next.
Thank you, Charles. So some implications here. We also figured out some best practices for the co-design of a grant program. First of all, many participants remarked that they appreciated the effort that we put into communicating and organizing the meetings in a thoughtful way, with many different types of participatory activities that allowed people to engage in different ways throughout the process. And so they appreciated having that structure to be able to think through ideas. Also the practice of creating community agreements. That's something that we did at the very beginning to set out as a group, how do we want to honor each other? What does respect look like for us? What should be some of our core principles that we want to enact when we're together? And that was also seen as an important practice in terms of making the group cohesive and creating an open atmosphere. In general, having that open atmosphere was something that was important so that people could feel free to share and also learn from each other. But it also required us to adjust our assumptions, for example, around this core tenet of participation. In the end, the participants were reporting to us that we see the idea of participatory, but there are certain aspects in which we should not participate or in which we should not have the final say. For example, in deciding after the applications are put in and deciding who gets funding, we can provide feedback on the applications in kind of a peer review type way. But ultimately, the decision should not rest with us, which we found was interesting because it goes against the assumptions of participatory grant making as a method, that the power should lie with the community. So that's an interesting tension there. It's something that we're still thinking about and how to interpret that. But I think that this points to the value of having what are called trust-based practices or trust-based philanthropy, which is another area of work that emphasizes the importance of relationship, long-term, unrestricted funding, and those types of practices rather than having something that's full participatory grant making. And then in terms of the program that we're hoping to create, the small grants program for African libraries, what we're hearing is that there's really this interlocking relationship between flexibility and support, and both of those have to be there. So that means that as now stepping into the funder role as we are, we need to be able to balance clarity and directness in terms of what we're looking for and what we want, with also this flexibility and openness. So, setting some guidelines, but also being willing to flex those guidelines. And there really needs to be both of those things because one without the other contributes to this imbalance or unsupported relationship. And ultimately, our goal should be partnership and trust. So this kind of moves us away from perhaps the more colonial mindset of having emphasis beyond the work or the product or the results, but that the advisory board is expressing to us that trust is important and should be the ultimate goal of the work that we do together. So Charles, I'll let you talk about next steps.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so like I mentioned, we are thinking about implementing all the suggestions and recommendations that they offered. But there are a lot of things that we are still thinking through. I mean, we thought that participatory was more about having them in everything that we were going to do. They will be part in reviewing applications, they will be part in selecting the final people that will be funded. But the conversation was a bit mixed. There were times they feel they want to be participating in terms of which project they should implement. They want to have a say in that. But in terms of selecting who should be selected or who should be funded, they feel that if they themselves are going to be the final decision makers, it could be biased. So we are still processing that kind of information. And then we are also looking at how to be very flexible in terms of accountability, but also being mindful of our own institutional accountability processes. And then, okay, if we have to involve them in the review of applications, what are some of the ways that we can do to avoid conflict of interest? So trying to design a conflict of interest policy. And then how do we assess the proposals that will come? Yeah, so that's where we are. And like I mentioned, from September, we hope to roll on that. I want to recognize that one of the board members that was part of the meetings is in this meeting, Jeff. So Jeff, maybe if you want to add one or two things that probably you guys said that we haven't mentioned, I know you have another presentation after this, but just to recognize the role that you played and if you want to add before we see to questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think you've mentioned quite a lot that we discussed as the board members in terms of recognizing the challenges that we face as community libraries, both in big metros, but for me, it's even more important for the smaller community libraries in rural areas that can actually benefit from these kind of fundings and partnerships in terms of accessing resources. So I think this exercise really played a role in getting that input from all of us.
Yeah, so I think, that's all we have to, and probably what we probably would like from this audience is if you have ideas from your past research in terms of how to be flexible and be able to give some capacity training to underserved communities and make research and funding accessible to people who have no experiences. We will welcome suggestions from you. But apart from that, we also welcome questions that you have on this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think it sounds like a very interesting initiative. But before we come to the questions and answers, I think we'll want to give an opportunity to the third panelist in this session, Frangos Cheua, to see if he can also intervene. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Bob. It's an opportunity. I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful for this opportunity. And since Tuesday, I've been drinking the early camel milk in this in this symposium, and it's an honor for me to share my little thought about it as well. So I will start by give a little bit of introduction, and then I will share the PowerPoint that I got. My name is Showa Jean-Francois. I was born in Cameroon. I'm a third-year PhD student in educational leadership. That's Florida AMU University here in Tallahassee. And I'm preparing the COM exam next semester, so I'm still navigating. I didn't have a clear object already on. I have some good ideas, but I didn't have a final idea on what I'm going to work in. So I'm trying to specialize, trying to look at the education reform and intercultural pedagogy. And today I will be honored to start a talk on a critical issue facing many African French-speaking countries. That is the urgent need to decolonize our teaching, content, and practices. And the topic was inspired by many years of teaching experience in diverse disciplines such as history, geography, civics, Spanish, and French, at a diverse level as well in Africa and here in the US. And the topic will focus on partnership model that actively engage community in curriculum development, aiming to create more culturally relevant and empowering educational environment. As someone who deeply believe in a correlation between education and social justice, I strongly believe that education can serve as a tool for the liberation and social transformation. And the focus of my research is how we can reimagine our curricula by involving local communities to reflect their history, languages, and cultural practices. Let me see if I'll start sharing here. There we go. Can you guys see this? Can you see my screen?
No, not yet.
See.
It's coming up. It's coming up.
Now.
Is it
good?
good?
But yes, it looks good. But let me advise that we try and summarize because of sorry about this, but because of the time factor,
Yes,
we will spilled over here.
That's fine.
Yeah, sure.
So they're supposed to decolonizing teaching. See, sorry. Okay. Decolonizing teaching content and practices in African French-speaking countries, engaging community in curriculum development. Okay, why is it important to decolonize education in African French-speaking country? And I'll say decolonization or decolonizing education is not just a theoretical concept. It's a necessary step toward restoring dignity, identity, and agency among learners in Africa French-speaking countries. Our current education, like the other people used to say before me, that system often mirror colonial framework centered on European perspective, language, and acknowledge, and therefore marginalize indigenous culture and worldviews. This disconnect hampers students' sense of belonging, limit their engagement, and perpetuate social inequalities. Rethinking and transforming our curricula is therefore vital to fostering inclusive, relevant, and empowering education that truly resonate with local reality. Talking about the context and rationale, like I said earlier, we all agree on that based on the different thought I have been hearing since Tuesday. The educational system in many African countries were established during colonial time, and it was primarily settled to save colonial administration and their economic interests. And those systems have prioritized Western knowledge and language, often at the expense of the indigenous languages and the other cultural practices. And today, 60 and 70 years after the independence, in many of those countries, we still have the same system. So there is a need to change. Okay, the legacy, that colonial, that colonial master legacy has led to disconnect between what students learn and their lived experience. Many learners find it is difficult to see themselves reflected in their education, which can diminish motivation and social cohesion. As a result, there is an urgent need to decolonize curricula by integrating local knowledge system and the local languages and cultural practices so that education becomes more relevant. Decolonizing education in this context is about reclaiming our history, our identity and knowledge, and therefore transforming the classroom into a space where local reality are acknowledged and celebrated. And one of four principal elements that we can look at it and look at the importance of decolonizing education. And we all agree that education should empower and reflect identity. If that's not the case, then there is not a problem. Current system, mirror colonial perspective, we say that in almost, excuse me, in the majority of French-speaking countries that are known, the educational system has been poor from the colonial period. Sometimes there is even a really resistance from the administration to trying to change some perspective. So there's a serious work to be done here. And we said it already, those content provided by colonial master that are still going on 60 to 70 years after independence tend to marginalize the local people, their languages and their culture. And there is a real need of inclusive and relevant curriculum. So here we need to call a lot of stakeholders. We need to call teachers, we need to call local communities, we need to call curriculum designers, and they need to come not with the European-centrist view, but with the Afrocentrist view, also with inclusive view. What is the background? What is historical background? Like you can see in this flag here, in this map on the right side, that's everything. You can see that, and you can tell. The colors can tell as well. Education system established during colonial rule, that's one of the important background. And those education focus on the knowledge and language from the colonialism. And marginalized indigenous history and practice are marginalized as well. And the post-independence persistence of colonial curriculum. Okay, what is the consequence? The rationale for change. Why is change is urgent? It's urgent because we need to change the following element we mentioned, the above element we mentioned earlier. We need to change them because they are still visible. And we talk about the disconnection. We talk about the impact on the student motivation. We talk about the social inequity. And we talk about the more important for me, that's to reclaim our past, to reclaim our identity. And that's it. We can, like you can see on the final page, reclaiming our history, our language, our cultural practices is essential for creating relevant and empowering educational experience. Engaging local community in curriculum development ensure that education reflects the live reality and identity of learners. And decolonizing education is not merely an academic exercise. It's a transformative process that fosters social equity, community empowerment, and cultural pride. I'll leave it here, and I'm more than happy to answer a few questions if they arise. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sean. We've come to the end of this session. I think, Charles, you have a further question. I can see your hand up.
No, I'm just clapping.
All right, wonderful. I don't seem to see any questions. I suppose there's some comments here just saying positive stuff. So let me pose a question that is first to Charles and René. The question I had was, were the experiences of your data collection research similar across Africa, or they were separate? I mean, there were differences from one community, one country, and so forth. Are they the data you collected, the conversations you had, the needs that you saw in the field, were they similar or different?
Thank you for the question, Bob. And Charles, feel free to chime in here. Of course, there are huge differences between countries and their library systems. One of the big differences is that certain countries have centralized and other countries have decentralized library systems, which determines a lot in terms of how funding moves, how governance works, and the degree of control that an individual library has over its programming or the work that it does. So in other countries, Uganda, for example, there's also a very thriving community library scene, so to speak, where community libraries are also very active, partly because the system there is decentralized. So as our advisory board members were speaking, I think that those experiences certainly affect the responses that they give in terms of what their own experiences with funding have been and also what their challenges are. And I know that Jeff will be talking more directly about challenges within South Africa library funding in the presentation just after this. But Charles, is there anything that you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think you've covered it all. And also their funding experiences are also very different because based on the structure that René has already mentioned, you tend to realize that more centralized libraries are very, I don't know whether the word afraid is the right word, but they are hesitant to take initiatives to apply for funding because of the central authority. They expect that the central authority will apply for the funds and then ask them to implement. So sometimes there's a disconnect between the projects that they are implementing because probably the centralized authority, the kind of project that they have applied and gotten the funding may not be the specific needs that the community that a librarian from is implementing. So they always go with this nationalistic view, but the libraries told us that sometimes some of those things are not relevant to their communities. So it's like you are asking for them to implement something that is not relevant to their community members, and you need impact to be able to show to your funders. So there's this, pressure to turn out numbers that they felt that sometimes puts pressure on them, and they end up having to just please the funder instead of doing the work and it, turning into positive impact. So those are some of the varying experiences we had from the different African countries.
Thank you. I think there being no other questions, I'll reach out separately to René and Charles to figure out what else we can do together, particularly given that your research is at nearly done, but not yet done. We can perhaps consider convening a separate discussion in the near future. I think we haven't really gotten into proper discussion of this, but at least you presented, it's out there, and there's a lot we can do going forward. And of course, René, we are seeing you in the next panel as well. I think my brief question to Sean, in terms of decolonized education, to what extent do you think this has become kind of a buzzword? Something that people just, it is politically correct to say we are in a decolonized education, but when you look at practices in real terms, and I'm in fact thinking about our own university here, Witwatersrand, Wits. But anyway, that will be the question.
I think that some government, they're kind of reluctant, because in my case, for Cameroon, for the Cameroonian case, for example, they have a lot of program in their National Ministry of Education that has been funded by French, right? Even though politically they raise up the idea of trying to transform the education into the local reality, there is still some sort of reluctances. And in my understanding, it's just that, the guy who give money will always want you to do his will. So, and that's the only way I can see it. It's normal that if they change, there's going to be a lot of positive outcome. But now, if you just think, why is it that they say it every day and then really they don't change? There is something holding them. Like in Cameroon, we have more than 278 ethnic groups, and each ethnic group has its own local mother tongue, if you can say, like local language. It's just few years ago that they decided to pick the most spoken, and they started teaching it in the class. So for almost 50 years after the independence, there was not any. You go to Eastern Africa, you see Swahili. You go to northern Cameroon, northern Nigeria, in other area, you see Hausa. But in Cameroon himself, people from the same county, people from the same department, they don't speak the same language. So there was a need to try to bring all those together. But there is still some reluctance. So to answer your question, I feel like there is some sort of financial issue, because sometimes you are not free when you get in money to do essential element, and when you get that money from other people, those people will more likely dictate what they want you to do.
Certainly, thanks. And in fact, I can see in the chat, René has actually posted a comment there that aligns with your view, and it is that money is a key instrument of coloniality.
She's right. She's 100% right.
So you're thinking along the same line. Yeah, yeah. Okay, colleagues, thanks very much for that. And now we go to our second last, in fact, the last substantive panel. I'm, hearts down for, heart tip for all of us who have stayed on, even as we have gone well beyond time. Next time we need to manage the time a little better. But this panel is around joint fundraising and resource mobilization. I think this is the participatory grant-making approach that was discussed in the previous panel or session, but also bringing in, apart from Dr. René Lynch, who spoke in just the ended session, also Mr. Jeff B. Nyoka, Manager of E-Learning Services at City of Johannesburg Public Libraries, and my colleague from Wits, Dr. Paul Mukoki, who is Finance Manager Advancement at Wits. So I think I'll proceed and ask Dr. René Lynch to start us off, then we'll take it from there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for having us. It's really nice to have two sessions, one right after the other, so we can keep these ideas going. Certainly, as Jean-Francois has pointed out, yeah, money makes things complicated. And funding really is one of these key mechanisms that keep us in these colonial relationships and mindsets. So thank you also to everyone for still being here. As Bob has said, thank you for your presence. We feel it even though we're virtual. Thank you all for your attention and for your energy. Today, Jeff and I are going to be continuing this conversation. As mentioned, Jeff Nyoka was one of the advisory board members, sharing his experience from the City of Johannesburg Public Libraries. So we're going to talk a little bit more about this idea of joint fundraising and resource mobilization, and how participatory grant making and African libraries can be a tool for mutual benefit. So I'll say a little bit more about why African libraries make such great partners for programming, and particularly academic institutions. And Jeff will share more about his experiences in that arena. And then I'll add a bit about how specific practices of participatory grant making, or PGM, can help to cultivate that kind of equity in relationship. So in terms of thinking of African libraries as partners, previous research that we did interviewed development organization staff members who are the ones who are actually in charge of deciding who gets funding, how is success measured, and things like that. So what we took were their ideas of what makes a good partner, or what they're looking for in a partnership. And then also data that, or a survey about data practices that we had from libraries across 32 countries in Africa, to think about what are the values that they bring as partners. And we put those two together to consolidate these two roles that we think highlight the opportunity and the potential of African libraries as partners. So first of all, they're community embedded institutions. In most cases, they're locally trusted spaces, places where people can go, often people from marginalized populations, such as youth who are out of school, women, where people can gather in a place that's known and recognized by the community. They're also networked between each other. So we have libraries connected across regions, across a town, across a country in some cases. And they also have that local expertise and insight because they are a part of the community. So in terms of finding a true community partner, you can't do better than a library. Also, they have resources, and they're in fact hubs of resources. So often they're places where an external partner could host a program, also access some unique data or resources such as community archives or other, as I mentioned, populations that might be harder to come into contact with or build relationships with otherwise. And there are also places where researchers or organizations can spread knowledge or disseminate research and put some of it into practice. So under this banner of joint fundraising and resource mobilization, we see a lot of potential here for mutual benefit between African libraries and their partners. And I'll turn it over to Jeff to talk a little bit about the values that libraries bring.
Thank you, René. Okay, so for us as City of Johannesburg, what we've found to be a value in terms of partnering with academic institutions is that the partnership supports different type of learning opportunities, formal, informal, and non-formal. For example, she mentioned research. When we host university students to do their research in community spaces, that's the way that we collaborate with institutions. Reading development is also another element of public libraries that gets supported by universities, collaboration with universities. One of the examples is University of Johannesburg that supports our reading development for high schools. We also use our platforms to link communities with digital learning from private sector. For example, we've had partnership with Microsoft and Google for online courses to enhance the existing curriculum design courses from universities. We've worked with a health sciences university who actually transported their postgraduate students to come to our space to do computer science workshops. We also work with other partners. For example, I come from a professional association of librarians, and that means we are able to reach different libraries to partner with them. But I think the missing part there is how universities can partner with smaller municipalities in other areas like rural areas. And this is a proposition for us to say, how can universities reach these communities through community engagement? Another element is digital literacy. Digital literacy to bridge the digital divide. How can we support communities working with universities to bring digital skills? Next slide, René. Okay, so this is an example of a partnership we have with University of Johannesburg, where we bring digital literacy for senior citizens, and they supported us by publishing a collection of stories from this program that we do with senior citizens. So in a way, through their community engagement, they then offered us this opportunity. They also provided training for our staff on change management as part of digital transformation. And they, in the next slide, René, they also supported our Reading with Technology program. Another partnership that's similar to this, UNISA is proposing that we introduce the same reading program for high schools, but this time around, introduce it for first-year students, because UNISA is also one of our partners, University of South Africa, because it allows their students to reach educational material using public libraries because it's a distance learning institution. But UJ is the nearest institution, including Wits University as well. We work with them. Next slide. Okay, Nelson Mandela University, there was a lot of talk about STEM subjects, about innovation. So in this university, we've been partnered with them since 2018 to introduce coding. They have this local invention. It's a puzzles game, puzzles-based coding game that doesn't require internet. It's just a device and a pack of puzzles. It has grown so big that other libraries in Cape Town are also doing it. And it's our way of introducing coding and robotics through this partnership. And it just demonstrates how universities can bring their skills to communities. Next slide. Okay, so these are the challenges that have already been mentioned. For example, internally, it's the idea that you get the funds. How do you get your organization, a municipality, to make sure that you use these funds and stretch them as much as you can. Kali mentioned some of these challenges in terms of how centralized things are. An example is where there's money that comes in, but it has to be used through a tender system, and that can take forever. So that's a challenge. The other challenge is by getting a buy-in to say, why are we partnering with this University of Washington or with UJ? What's the value? And then you have to really sell the idea of the value of the partnership. Externally, again, Charlie mentioned these things. One of the main things that we picked up is we don't get to know about available fundings. We don't know internationally which university is willing to partner with African libraries. We don't know which local university has got community engagement funding. That speaks to our staff skills as well, to say, are you skilled in identifying opportunities, but also to how universities market these available opportunities for partnership. The procedures, we've already spoken about the regulations in terms of funding. What we proposed with the board is that maybe the libraries or community organizations can influence the funder to structure the regulations so that they protect this fund and the libraries are able to use it without worrying about their own city regulations. Again, another issue is exploitation of communities. Whenever there's a funding opportunity, we also need to protect our community from being exploited just because there's an organization that's bringing money in. We need to, as public librarians, we also need to protect our communities. Control of library spaces, that's also a challenge to say, maybe this municipality allows you to do this or that within library spaces. So these are some of the challenges that we've identified. Next slide. Okay, so this is very clear. It's that libraries offer spaces. We are the most democratic spaces where you can use the space for free. And we encourage universities to recognize that, when students are no longer at campus, they are still within our communities. The libraries are always there. Community access, a walking distance to your local library. The skills that universities have to offer. We've seen this, especially with the resources as well. We've seen how UK, University of Johannesburg, shared their resources with us that we didn't have. The partners also gained visibility. Some of these youngsters didn't know where the University of Johannesburg is. If we were to partner with an international university and bring them into our spaces, that's another visibility for the University of Washington, for example. Student support, we've done a lot of work with UNISA to support their students when they want to register and they can't figure out. There are high school students who've never seen these kind of platforms. Exposure to new concepts as well. These universities, we've taken our staff to UJ to see maker spaces that staff members didn't know what is a maker space. And also research. If a university comes up with these brilliant recommendations that do not have to end up on shelves, they can be implemented through community libraries. So this is something that I've also encouraged in other spaces to say, if there's research that's relevant to the communities. As the ambassador said in the opening, we can also be soldiers. The scholars can be soldiers as well, to say, let's solve problems by implementing the recommendations that come out. We also gain visibility. We are able to implement certain findings, which can then lead to improved services. Next slide. Okay, lastly, this is just a visual representation of how transformed our libraries are. On the left, you have an e-learning classroom that gives access to digital skills, digital literacy, online courses from different platforms such as Google, Microsoft, and other edX courses or Coursera courses. So it's a space where even university students can come into a community library and access these courses or do their assignments and things like that using our technologies. On the right, it's a traditional space where, students can still come and sit and study, or other traditional activities or awareness campaigns can be done, or even a career day can be done by any of the universities. So with that said, I think community libraries present an opportunity for universities to reach communities, new students, or to support existing students, or to even bring their research into practice. I think that's all I had to cover. René, you can continue with the next slide.
Thank you so much, Jeff, not only for sharing that work, but also for doing that work. It's clearly very important and beneficial to everyone involved. So thank you. So then I'd like to then speak to still keeping equity as part of the conversation here, making sure that in any funding relationship, for example, when a university is working with a sub-grantee of a library, for example, or when they've received a research grant and they're working with a library as a research partner, what are some practices that we can take from PGM or participatory grant making to still make sure that there's equity built into the relationship? So one of the ideas is convening an advisory board of grantees, making sure that there's that accountability piece and a regular check-in about how things are going, and also a way to receive advice for mechanisms or practices that may or may not be actually working for the grantees. So also asking, simply asking about what are their experiences with funding and partnerships and what has gone well in the past and what hasn't gone well. Connecting with each other's humanity in that way can really remind us that we're working with people. And yes, money does make things complicated, but we can still stay connected and be aware of where other people are coming from. Also, there's a funding relationship agreement that we found and that the participants in our project, our advisory board, found to be very positive. I can put a link to that in the chat after this presentation, but it's a way of both parties coming together and outlining what do we want our relationship to be between funder and grantee. So again, if a university has received a grant and then the library is becoming a sub-grantee of that, that there's some sort of documentation or a setting of intentions for what do we expect of each other, how frequently are we going to contact each other, who are the people involved, what is their contact information, so that we can keep accountability driven in a relational way. And also keeping in mind that the ways to deliver funds are another barrier or another way that this kind of paternalistic coloniality idea of control can be manifested. So ideally, it should be flexible funds, things that are unrestricted, things that are funds that are given direct to beneficiaries to the extent that that's possible. Jeff certainly talked about the challenges of having a tender system and how there might need to be some creative accounting or practices that can work around those, or I guess work with those practices. It's probably the more legal way to say it. But also the advisory board emphasized the importance of having incremental funds. So not giving a lump sum all at once, but having funds given in tranches or pieces is something else that can help support accountability, but also make sure that that relationship suits the context. And also in terms of accountability, being open to alternative measures. Typically, we see a lot of statistics. We want to know how many people did come to your program. There might be some sort of survey about skills. How confident do you feel doing this thing after taking this program? But there are other ways to measure the success, and in particular, other ways to think about a relationship and to check in and not necessarily monitor, but as I said, check in, honor, and build that relationship. So some of the ways that the advisory board members talked about were having MOUs, again, something specific and documented that names the individuals, and also involving local leaders in that process so that they can also know what's going on and keep a level of accountability for that project. Also having other methods such as interviews rather than lengthy reports or asking people to write a lot that someone may never read, but having it be more of a conversation about how are things going, what would you like to improve, to really access these relational or reflective measures of accountability that can move us out of more colonial ways of relating to one another. So I believe that's the end of what I have to offer here. And I'll turn it over to the next panelist. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's all very interesting. I think I have at least one question. But before we do that, let's have our essentially last speaker of the session, Dr. Paul Mukoki. We are glad you could stay on until this hour. I know it's late in South Africa. It's 8 plus. It's after 8 p.m. So over to you. We can't hear you, perhaps. Maybe there's a setting on your computer because you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Maybe the volume is low at the bottom there.
Now we can hear you. Oh, no, oh, it was Jeff speaking. Paul, I think, yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can, yeah.
Oh, you can. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this debate. Yes, as I've said, I've said good afternoon and good evening, depending where you are joining me from. Yes, my name is Dr. Paul Mukoki. I serve as finance manager in the advancement division at the University of Witwatersrand. And this division also houses the Department of Development Fundraising, which is responsible for fundraising. While I'm also an associate researcher with Axus, and that's why I am here. I'm actually excited to present to you this new approach that I'm going to talk about concerning fundraising. I think I can start sharing my presentation. Can you see? If you can see, let me know.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm trying to put it on the
presentation mode.
Presentation mode. Is it fine? Yeah, okay. Yes, so today I'll be presenting about a new approach which is called a new approach to fundraising, what we call participatory grant making. I think René and her team has already said much about it, and we want to discuss and to see how it can transform our engagement with the African diaspora. So basically, this presentation will talk about what this presentation is going to talk about is that traditionally universities ask diaspora alumni for donations, but rarely we do not involve them in the use of these donations. And we also this presentation is now going to challenge this model. It proposes that we engage the diaspora as strategic partners rather than passive donors. And these are the individuals that which have got valuable experience, expertise, networks, and insights. And imagine what we could build together if they can help us to shape where funding is used. So the big idea is what already other participants have talked about, is about participatory grant making. So what is it? It's a shift from the top-down fundraising to co-creation. Instead of just asking diaspora donors for money, we need to adopt participatory grant making, a model where donors are partners in decision making. So donors are not just giving money, but they need to be involved in decision making. This will mean we're helping set even our priorities, to share their expertise and experience, to open access to strategic networks, and also to facilitate businesses and facilitate business and government partnerships, and also to co-create impactful solutions in our universities. So it makes fundraising more democratic and more impactful and even more sustainable. So I'll give you a case study of Wits University. Wits University is a major institution in South Africa, and it has got donation platforms in the US, UK, and Australia, where these platforms are run by foundations. But the problem is here, what we have perceived is that we don't conceptualize these overseas donors as active diaspora partners. So to me, or to us, we feel that it reveals a missed opportunity, that opportunity to engage the diaspora by beyond just giving. Okay. There are untapped opportunities because of that. Let me illustrate these missed opportunity potentials with a few examples. Say Dr. Sarah Mbeki, the name is changed here to protect privacy, is a heart specialist in Houston who donates 5,000 regularly, but she could do more by connecting us to medical research grants and networks. And then number two, we have got, say, David Chen, also name changed. He's a tech entrepreneur in Silicon Valley, and he often contribute funds for scholarships. But we feel he could also help launch joint innovation projects between Wits and MIT or any other university, potentially creating sustainable revenue streams that can, increase the traditional donation amounts. So another example, we have got, say, Maria Santos, again, name change, is a London-based banker who often donates, but about almost 10,000 pounds a year to Wits, but she could also facilitate tens of millions of pounds of institutional investment in partnership with the universities in the UK or elsewhere. So what we are saying that right now, these are the opportunities that we are missing, and their true values is underused because the traditional fundraising approach do not provide us mechanism for accessing these institutional networks that these guys or these diaspora donors hold. So what do we propose? A new model, which has already been spoken, is that participatory grant making. What does it entail? It entails that we need to create advisory boards, which can include not only wealthy donors, but also students, academics, and professionals from the diaspora. We can also hold, virtual town halls to people across the world to help us set priorities. We can also establish themed working groups in healthy, in tech, in climate change, and we can also leverage donor networks to bring in companies and government partners with these diaspora donors are networked with. So the result would be then fundraising become fairer, smarter, and more sustainable. So how do we make this function? We need new rules. Involve more people without losing control. We need also new technologies that will enable global participation and people to share their ideas and to increase global collaboration. We need also staff training so that they will manage to facilitate this inclusive multi-stakeholder engagement. Then also we need to have clear metrics to track progress, to evaluate what both financial impact or the relational building that we are now deriving from this new approach. So what are the benefits? So the question is, what is in it for us? Participatory grant making tends to make more money, as more money is raised, because people feel emotionally invested, they are connected, they feel that they are making decisions where the money is also being used to, and it is also leads to better projects, and they reflect the real need for the export advice. We also find that we will build stronger relationships between the universities and this diaspora. And the more knowledge we share, the more we build a relationship with the diaspora. So the bottom line is African universities like Wits must move beyond simply asking for money. They should engage diaspora professionals as partners, not as just as donors. We should invite them to share ideas, expertise, and strategic connection. It's not just fundraising, but it's about building trust and shared values and purposes. The goal is more equitable, sustainable, cross-border educational system. These are my references, and I want to thank you for listening, and I wait to hear your comments or questions.
Thank you, Paul. I think you could stop sharing. I don't seem to see any questions. I don't know if there's any from the audience.
I don't have a question so much as, well, I guess it is a question for Mr. Mukoki, if that's all right.
Yes, it's called Paul Mukoki, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited to hear that we share a vision of participatory grant making in common. It's really exciting. And it's also interesting for me to see it being used as a way to engage donors, whereas I think we're using it as a way to reflect the needs of grantees or those who the money is intended to support. And so I'm wondering how you foresee negotiating that tension that can sometimes be there. I think you referred to it as involving more people without losing control, or I would also add without losing sight of the actual needs of the people. And I'm also thinking of Jean-Francois's comments about whoever gives the money has the power. So I'm interested if you could share more about how you negotiate or how you plan to negotiate the desires of donors and the need to engage donors more with the needs of those who are receiving those funds, the needs and also the agency.
The challenge that I've put across is that we normally don't conceive these donors as diaspora, African diaspora. We just conceive them as just donors, corporates or whatever. Some of them are running big corporates in America, in the USA, and so forth. And we are engaging them from a donor-donee relationship point of view. And we are also trying to see if we can rephrase them, because we know that usually when we classify these people as diaspora, they've got a much more emotional connection with their countries of origin, and also they are quite invested. So that approach will perhaps change the way they are perceived as just donors, where you say you are donors. Usually when you are donors, you are not really involved in your heart, how the money is being used. They will just tell you, we have got this project, we want to fundraise for this, can you donate? And they will donate. But now we are now coming to approach them from a different angle as our partners and as people that are emotionally invested, and that people that we are now saying, let's involve each other. What beyond just giving, because like I am saying, the main issue is we are only looking at the money, but we are not looking at their networks, what they can do for us what they can link for us instead of just giving 5,000 for every year. But they could also link us to their associates, their networks, and we'll then develop more, and we bring out more out of their relationship than just being the donors. So that networks is the one that we are saying will go even along to some of them, most of them are connected to universities there in the US, in the UK, and so forth. And they will be the people that we are going to say to use to be the bridge between these institutions and us as the universities, African universities. So we are saying, my argument is that we should use our diaspora, African diaspora donors more than just for money, but also for networks. And yes, that will need to change the policy, even in the university, as for how we are going to interact and to relate with them, how we are going to make them participate, because somehow you find there could be some resistance within the universities because some have got the view that and the feeling that, once the donor donates, he has nothing to do with the money that he donates. Yeah, of course, we know even here in South Africa, SARS says once you've given a donation, there should not be any vested interest or there should not be any return to you to be treated as a donation. But for us, we feel that this is the only way we can engage with the diaspora. But we start by actually redesignating them as African diaspora rather than just donors. That's my take on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. And I think this has been a conversation within the session by the panelists. My suggestion here is that perhaps we could convene a separate session. Maybe we bring in our Center for African Philanthropy and Social Investment to look at this particular point of participatory grant making, which seems very interesting. I'm certain we will not be able to do justice to this discussion at this hour. So René, Charles, Jeff, and Paul, I think the challenge to us is to reconvene perhaps in some form or shape and see if we can organize a webinar of some kind around this. Bring in people like Becky Ngozi and Jacob Marty from KEPSI, Center for African Philanthropy and Social Investment, because they do a lot of work continentally and they have a network on the continent, and take it from there. But thank you very much. I think now we want to transition to the very long delayed final session. And I think again, because of our spillover in the program, I'm going to suggest that we've not managed to do a proper next steps, a proper planning ahead. Rather that we will perhaps just touch a bit on some of the things we want to do together and reconvene again a smaller team of us to kind of have sufficient time to walk through the things we want to do. But essentially, in the closing session, what we wanted to discuss, just for the purpose of the record and for our understanding, is that we wanted to look at the next steps in terms of formalizing the Africa-US Universities Networks Initiative and establishment of the Africa-US Networks Conference 2026 via a planning committee. And I think to help us walk through this is a colleague, and my senior colleague, I should say, whom I think we should give an opportunity. And then I'll also come in a bit. And of course, colleagues, feel free to weigh in on this topic. But I think this is Adam Powell. I think you're still on the call. I wanted to give you this opportunity to help us unpack some of the forward-looking issues.
Thank you, Bob, and thanks for all of your work and all of the work of our colleagues and speakers who have made this conference such a rich discussion and exploration of where we are and where we can go. It is late, as Bob points out, and so I'll be brief. I think there are four quick points that can be made. One is, how do we build on the Africa-U.S. University network that we began in 2022, almost 3 years ago? The initial partners were Wits, Howard University, George Washington University, University of Southern California. Second, how can colleagues from HBCUs and African Studies Centers and departments around the United States and Africa be involved in our monthly forums? We have forums every month. The next one will be July 28th, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, afternoon in Africa. And we have regular participants now at the University of Nairobi, from Ghana, from Morgan State. And so we would like to grow the network of regular contributors to these forums. Third, what are some of the ideas on the formalization of the Africa-U.S. Universities network? Some kind of registration might be advantageous on both sides of the ocean, especially with joint fundraising. People want to deal with established and registered entities. And finally, what can be done with very little funding, even as we try to raise funds through grants? And I think we've seen in the last 3 days of this conference some obvious examples. One is something we take for granted, Zoom. That's something which is now available to obviously all of us on this call, but people around the world. We have people joining our Africa-U.S. forums from Asia, from Latin America. Phil Noble earlier said that World-Class Scholars is a program available to every teacher in the world for free if they have internet access. Diaspora, partners. So I think those are four key questions that we can be discussing at greater length. And I'll just close by saying that some of what's been discussed here, which pertain to Africa, for example, the session on the study of artificial intelligence and data colonization, that's something which is of great concern, or should be of great concern, here in the United States, where artificial intelligence and data come from Silicon Valley and elsewhere in the United States. And so there's a bit of data colonization going on right here in the United States. And so we look with interest to partner for research with African partners on what this means. And finally, I'll just close with an African saying which was used to open this conference, which is, if you wish to move mountains tomorrow, you must start by lifting stones today. And Bob, thank you for helping us to lift some stones today.
Thank you, Adam. Paul, I think I must say, Ms. Adam Paul is Director of Washington, D.C. programs at the Center on Communication Leadership and Policy, which is under the Annenberg School of Communication, University of Southern California. And he's been a regular visitor to South Africa. I think he's done over 50 trips, if I'm not mistaken, and he's extended that to elsewhere on the continent. But beyond those accolades, I just wanted to open up this for colleagues who might have any suggestion, any thoughts on the next steps, but even more importantly, suggest that we shall reconvene maybe at some point not too long from today to consider the next steps. Anybody who has a thought may raise their hand. I know we might be fatigued, but that would be most welcome. Okay, I think we shall then, looks like we take it that we shall send out an email inviting colleagues who are interested in the next steps in formalizing, expanding the Africa-US Universities Network, as well as starting early to prepare for the Africa-US Universities Network Conference 2026, so that we can have those discussions at that point. Which networks do we draw from? How do we go about even just simple things like putting together a program and then managing things? And I think it looks like Adam Clayton Powell's words were closing remarks, in fact. And at this stage, I want to thank everybody for having contributed immensely to the discussions for the last 3 days. As promised, we are not only going to share the conference proceedings, but we value the idea of networks. As such, we're also going to compile the names and institutional affiliations and interests of all the colleagues who participated and share those so that people can continue the conversation on an individual, group, or interest-based basis. And with those remarks, thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you.